A Small Town Romance. Book 7, Love in Harmony Valley Series. By Melinda Curtis. Prologue. Your services are no longer required. The chairman of the board for Bostwick Lampoon magazine fixed Chad Healy Bostwick with the kind of stare one gives to spoiled stinky sushi. You're firing me? A week after his father died, Chad hadn't thought he could feel any emptier. He was wrong. His insides felt as hollow as a jack-o'-lantern the day after Halloween. He rubbed a hand over his designer tie, just to make sure no one had carved triangular features in his chest. We're taking the Bostwick Lampoon in a different direction, the chairman said, in a voice gruff with age and years of cigarette smoke, and maybe, just maybe, regret over what he was doing. Barney had been a friend of Chad's father during their student days at Stanford. He'd known Chad since the day he was born. He had to realize what he was doing was wrong. But there was the spoiled and stinky sushi stare. And him giving Chad the axe. A quick glance around the boardroom, at Dar and pitiless faces, and Chad realized how few friends he had left at the magazine. He reached for his coffee, misjudged the movement, and grappled the cardboard cup with both hands to save it from spilling. Silence filled the room, but it couldn't fill the empty spaces inside Chad. This is my company. His voice felt as weak as a fighter's jab in the last few seconds of the 15th round. Never mind that Chad wrote a popular travel column, The Happy Bachelor on the Road, for the magazine and was editor-in-chief and managed the other writers. He owned 49% of the publication his father had started over 50 years ago. You can't take it away from me. But since stockholders controlled 51% of the shares, they could fire him. We're honoring your father's last wishes. Barney handed Chad a sheet of paper. Post-mortem manifesto? Chad perused the document that had been printed on Bostwick Lampoon letterhead, his gaze catching on a paragraph in the middle. My son, Chad Healy Bostwick, has done a brilliant job leading the magazine. But every so often a periodical must reinvent itself to stay relevant. Chad is not my choice for the job. Unable to read any more, Chad crumpled the paper in his fist. This is the thanks I get for taking care of Dad during his 3-year battle with cancer? This is the thanks I get for 13 years of service? The Bostwick Lampoon was a send-up of the news of the day. It was supposed to be a clever vehicle to make people laugh. Chad couldn't work up so much as a chuckle. He used to laugh. Back before he'd had to run the company. He used to smile. Back before he'd had to fire people with kids and mortgages. He used to joke. Back before his father was struck by the big C. The Bostwick Lampoon didn't like what he'd become. They'd made him this way. Doreen, his father's assistant, led Chad out. She and a security guard stood in Chad's office as he packed his personal belongings in a single box and thought about the man he used to be. The magazine didn't seem to care that he took the lead sheet from his team's last story meeting. They didn't seem concerned that he might try to beat them at their own game. At the top of the list was a small town called Harmony Valley. The unhappy bachelor was hitting the road. Chapter 1. It was the what-ifs that drove Tracy Jackson crazy. What if she could eat as many oatmeal raisin cookies as she liked and still fit in her skinny jeans? What if she didn't have to get up every morning at 4 a.m.? What if she'd participated in that brain shock therapy after her car accident? Yeah, like Tracy was going to let anyone attach an electrode to her head and send a jolt of electricity through it. Hello, Dr. Frankenstein. Are you interested in making a bride? Not on your life. Since cracking her skull Humpty Dumpty style against a semi-truck, she'd gone from being a motor mouth to being idle in a conversation. She talked in short sentences, especially when she got flustered. She had the occasional brain fart when she couldn't remember a word. Doctors said her progress toward beating expressive aphasia was hindered by the stress Tracy put on herself. Stress? How about high self-standards? Before the accident, Tracy had been among the top of her class at Harmony Valley High School. She'd been a double major in college. She'd thrived in the fast-paced, competitive jungle of a large advertising agency. After the accident, she'd used her advertising connections to land a television news production job. Okay, so maybe television wasn't the best fit for her current verbal skill set. She'd had a meltdown live when the reporter she was working with vomited at a crime scene. Tracy took over the microphone and she'd gone as mute as a deer in oncoming headlights. Maybe that's why her news station job had been phased out, their way of firing her without actually firing her. And maybe being canned had forced her to sit down and think about listening to what the doctors ordered so that her life wouldn't seem like a dead end at age 26, so that she could take another fork in the road and work on overcoming aphasia. Mildred Parsons rammed her walker into the counter of Martin's Bakery in Harmony Valley, bringing Tracy back to the fork she sat at in the road. 2 pumpkin spice scones and a latte. With Mildred's short, poofy white curls, her poofy pink cheeks and her round glasses, Mildred looked like Mrs. Claus. The had lenses of her glasses were as thick as ice cubes, which were apparently just as hard to see through. She squinted at Tracy and handed over her wallet. I should have a 5 in there. Keep the change, dear. Thanks. That quarter tip would really help build Tracy's retirement fund. She took the 5 and handed the wallet back. Mildred bumped against the counter again as she turned. Bang turn. Bang turn. Bang turn. A perfect 180-degree turn, not, that got her out of the way of the next elderly resident. The morning rush was in full swing. While Tracy made Mildred's latte, she took Agnes Villanova's order, hot green tea, and a vanilla scone. Accepted Agnes' exact payment, no tip. Plated the scones. Served them. Took Rose Cassia's order, chai latte with soy milk, no scone. Admired the former ballerina and Broadway chorus girl's kickball change. Made change. Wondered what was keeping bakery owner Jessica in the kitchen, could use her help. Greeted Mayor Larry in his neon green and yellow tie-dyed t-shirt, coffee, 2 packets of sweetener, no cream. Smiled patiently while old man Takata debated whether to order the bran muffin or the chocolate croissant. There was no debate. He always went with the croissant. His indecision gave Tracy time to make another pot of coffee. Tracy didn't need to say much as a baker's assistant. She just had to move quickly. She was the only thing moving fast in this remote corner of Sonoma County. In a town where the average age of the few residents was in the 70s, most things went at walker speed. Case in point, the game of checkers being played in the corner between Felix, the retired fire chief, and Phil, the should-be-retired barber. The town council sat at a table in the middle of the bakery. Mayor Larry espoused the merits of controlled growth, while Rose, the no-growth advocate, tried to talk over him with her high-pitched, outside voice. Eunice Fletcher sat quilting in the window seat, occasionally glancing down at Jessica's baby in a small playpen. She was about due for a coffee refill. It was just another Friday morning in Harmony Valley. Tracy felt no stress at all. And then he walked in. Morning sunlight glinted off the blonde highlights in his brown hair and outlined his broad shoulders. His eyes were the dark brown of coffee, no cream. Those eyes catalogued everything in the bakery, as if he thought there'd be a test later. The conversation in the room dwindled and died. Chairs scraped. All eyes turned toward the newcomer, because Harmony Valley wasn't a pass-through town. It was practically the end of the road. Don't scare him. Dang it. Stress jabbed repeatedly at Tracy's stilted speech button like a child playing ding-dong ditch. Tracy swallowed her sudden discomfort and waved the man to the counter. Who came in? Mildred asked, voice on the max volume setting. Apparently, she hadn't put in her hearing aids this morning, and couldn't see through her ice cube lenses. Mr. Golden Glow chuckled as he approached the counter. He moved out of the sunlight and became no more normal. Still gorgeous. He walked like he owned the room, exuding a vibe Tracy had always admired, power, prestige, a winner of corporate boardroom games. Didn't matter that he wore jeans and a polo shirt. That walk said suit and tie. His confident air said, I know people who can get you a job. Tracy's mouth went dry because she needed a better job. Unfortunately, she could practically feel the full extent of her vocabulary knot at the back of her tongue, clogging her throat. She tried to remember her latest speech therapist's advice. Breathe. Relax. Turn your back on the person you're talking to. Okay, that last one was Tracy's antidote. But it worked. Not that there were many opportunities to turn her back mid-conversation or in an argument without looking like a total jerk. And how could she forget the advice of her speech teacher in college? Breathe. Relax. Imagine your audience is naked. What's good here? Mr. Tall, perfect, and speech-robbing stepped in front of her. Tracy's gaze dropped from his steel gray polo shirt to the counter. Oh, for the days she dared imagine the opposite sex naked. Coffee. That was good. Normal sounding. If you didn't count the frog-like timbre of her tone. She cleared her throat. Scones. She waved a hand over one of the pastry cases that her boss, Jessica, worked so hard to fill. Why do you suppose he's here? Rose, never shy, asked the room, shuffling her feet beneath the table. That woman never sat still. Maybe he's lost, Eunice piped up from the window seat. Not lost, the stranger said cheerfully, smiling at Tracy as if they shared a private joke. The joke was on him. This was Harmony Valley, where people had no respect for personal boundaries and could have taught the FBI a thing or two about interrogation. Visiting relatives? Mildred squinted his way. Strike two. Tracy had never been a believer in eyes twinkling. But there you go. His did. Despite that power player vibe. Or maybe because of it. Her body felt a jolt of electricity, as if it ran on twinkles, not caffeine. Old Man Takata held up a chunk of chocolate croissant. Health inspector? Thank you all for playing. The newcomer grinned, scanning the menu board above Tracy's head while the room erupted with speculative conversation. Tracy felt the urge to apologize for her hometown homies. We don't get many, she searched for the word amidst the nerve-strumming intensity of his very brown eyes. Strangers here. No worries. I'm a travel writer. His voice. So silky smooth. Like the ribbon of chocolate Jess put on the croissants. I'm here for the Harvest Festival. If he thought that would bring the room back to normal, he was wrong. The bakery customers exchanged dumbfounded glances. This was what Harmony Valley had been waiting for, exposure. No one really believed it would ever come, because the town had been off the radar for a long time. More than a decade. When Tracy was a teenager, the grain mill had exploded. To this day, Tracy couldn't think about her mother and her mother's coworkers being burned alive without a sickening churn in her stomach. Back then, Tracy had been devastated, too young to understand the ramifications beyond the heart-wrenching grief over losing Mom. Without jobs, the majority of the population had moved away. Those who'd remained were mostly retired. But now there was a new employer in town. A winery, started by Tracy's brother and his business partners. People were returning. New businesses were opening. What they needed were tourists and the dollars they'd bring. What they needed was this man and his readership, whatever that might be. Thought I'd come up early, the travel writer added. Find a room and do a story on the town and its winery. Mildred gaped. Rose gasped. Phil covered a snort with a cough and received several dirty glances. Tracy sighed. Yes, there was a story here. Probably too many. There just wasn't a hotel within a 30-mile radius. Rumor had it the Lambridge twins were going to open a bed and breakfast next spring. Mr. Travel Writer wouldn't find a room this week unless he wanted to bunk with Mildred. A travel writer. Mayor Larry stood in all his tie-dyed glory, tossing his gray ponytail over his shoulder and approaching the counter. Welcome, welcome. I'm the mayor. Larry gave the town council the high sign, a repeated head tilt toward the door, as in, emergency meeting needed to find the travel writer a place to stay. But Rose only had eyes for the newcomer, Mildred was legally blind, and Agnes was digging in her purse. Larry pumped the travel writer's hand as if he drew water from a nearly dry well. Why don't you sit down and let Tracy bring you some coffee and a scone? Tracy held her ground because Mr. Travel Writer didn't seem like the black coffee type. If she had to guess, she'd go with a shot of espresso with a splash of half and half. Besides, the hunky travel writer hadn't accepted Mayor Larry's offer. The town council meeting will start in 5 minutes, Agnes said, proving she'd received the mayor's message after all. Phil, you're on the agenda today. Phil, the town barber and the Lambridge twins' grandfather, glanced up from the checkerboard. He was the one person in the room who hadn't been staring at their visitor, most likely because the guy had crisply cut hair and no need of a visit to Phil's barber chair. But my game can wait. Mayor Larry grabbed Phil's spindly arm and helped him up. Agnes, Mildred, and Rose mobilized. The fire drill search for a hotel was in full swing. It's not even Tuesday, Phil wailed, referring to the town council's regular meeting day as he allowed Larry to lead him out the door. And just like that, the morning rush was over. From his playpen, Gregory gave one of his happy-to-be-alive shouts. Eunice leaned over and quacked at the baby, eliciting giggles from Jessica's son. Chocolate croissant eaten, old man Takata moved into Phil's spot with a rattle of his walker. Before Takata could settle in Phil's seat, Felix executed a 3-hop move and grinned. King me. Seriously? Takata grimaced. The bakery quieted enough that Tracy could hear the creak of the oven door as Jess worked in the kitchen. Her speech therapist would have encouraged her to start a conversation with the newcomer, who still stood across from her at the counter and who looked nothing like a travel writer, not that she'd ever met one before. But all Tracy could think about was how normal she looked at the moment, and how that image would shatter if she opened her mouth, how the warmth in his eyes would turn pitying, and how low her spirits would then sink. She said nothing, but her head began to nod as if trying to fill the silence with movement. I swear, I showered this morning. The travel writer tugged the placket of his polo as if airing out his shirt. I've never emptied a room before. It wasn't you, Tracy fibbed. Good. Very good. She could appear intelligent. If she could just get a handle on the nervous head nodding. That's what my last girlfriend said. He gave a self-deprecating laugh. It's not you. It's me. Is he flirting with me? Tracy used to love to flirt. She used to be the queen of the one-liners, the princess of comebacks, the junior miss of verbal jousting. Now she was just a head-nodding simpleton. Latte? SSSS cone? His smile softened like chocolate on a warm spring day. He probably thought he was so gorgeous he made her tongue-tied. Little did he know, Tracy's tongue was permanently in knots. Yes, to both latte and scone. Chad introduced himself and smiled at the pretty, petite blonde behind the counter. He'd spent the past month relearning the feel of lips curving upward over his teeth, the deep sound of his own laughter, the subtleties of a nuanced joke. He'd slept in, eaten junk food, and driven up the western coast from California to Canada and back again, with a laptop, a small suitcase, and the box he'd taken with him from the office in his trunk. He'd enjoyed the culture, sophistication, and women the cities of Portland and Seattle had to offer. It wasn't until he'd returned to an empty penthouse in San Francisco that he'd remembered the story lead sheet and thought about what was next for him. The choices that faced him. He could freelance or write for someone else. He could work in editorial for another publication. Or he could start his own travel magazine, one tailored to other happy bachelors. Take his relearned smile and remembered laugh and be so successful the Barney and the Lampoon and the father he'd buried would regret letting him go. And didn't that bring a smile to his face? According to his notes, Harmony Valley had nearly been a ghost town until a winery begun by bachelor millionaires breathed life into it. A winery founded by wealthy bachelors in the middle of nowhere? Now there was a story. The why behind it intrigued Chad. What did this small town have that made it special to 3 single men? The buzz was that the town may be barely breathing, but it abounded with quirky traditions it was loath to give up. So here he was in Harmony Valley for the Harvest Festival, hoping he wasn't too late and could beat the Lampoon to the story. He'd landed on a new name for his column and had the Happy Bachelor Takes a Different Path website all set up with content loaded from his experiences in Portland and Seattle. All he needed to do was press publish. But first, he needed a strong lead article. Something that set this phase of his travel life apart from the previous 13 years. Yep, here he was in Harmony Valley, the smallest small town he'd ever seen, looking for a unique experience for bachelors. Only problem was, he didn't write about small towns. He wrote about hip and happening urban locations that hip and happening urban bachelors wanted to visit. This was He glanced around. Shades of his elderly parents. Harmony Valley might just as well have been a retirement community. He'd seen a few people walking around, all white-haired, wrinkled, or balding. He'd driven a circuit of the downtown blocks a time or two, there were only a few each way. There were more empty buildings than businesses. And this was the only bakery. He glanced around. Where was the local sheriff? Where were the local trades? Where were the moms coming in to get a morning dose of caffeine after dropping off their kids at school? Where were the singles setting up shop for an hour or two to get work done and perhaps meet someone? They were all conspicuously absent. Still, Chad soaked in the ambience that was Martin's bakery. In a way, it had the hidden treasure vibe his Lampoon readers appreciated. A window seat with a deep cushion and pillows, a collection of tables and mismatched wooden chairs that looked as if they'd been here for a century. The yellowed photos of bakery workers hanging on the wall seemed to prove that point. Dark brown beadboard trim was capped with a chair railing on the side wall. 3 bakery cases made an L shape in the space. A large chalkboard hung on the wall behind the register. The daily special, pumpkin scones. And the coffee. Chad breathed in deeply. The coffee smelled rich and fresh, as if it had just been ground for him. So maybe the people weren't hip. Gray and white hair, walkers and canes, polyester pants and orthopedic sneakers. At least, they looked healthy. And maybe they weren't happening in the where it's at sense. The 2 old men reset their checkerboard instead of an online game. But they had a certain spunk. And yet, he just wasn't sure what Harmony Valley offered made for a good first column to launch his online travel magazine. Chad claimed a table next to the old woman quilting in the window seat. There was a crib beside her with a cooing baby. She had the air of a talker, and Chad needed details to decide if this story was worthwhile. There was still time to drive to San Francisco for the Union Street Wine Walk or Monterey for a celebrity golf event. The old woman's hair was an unusual color, a purplish gray more suited to the alternative scene in Soho than a remote corner of Sonoma County. She wore bright pastels, pink, yellow, lime green. The kind of colors he associated with spring. Her complexion was free of age spots and had a healthy pink glow. She glanced at him over the edge of her black-rimmed readers, much like a chaperone making sure he behaved at a middle school dance. We don't get too many drop-ins this far out from the highway, especially not writers. I'm looking for undiscovered gems. Rare, those gems. And the places that weren't jewels? The dud locations he'd written about in the past were among his most popular columns at Bostwick Lampoon. Currently, the town was more dud than diamond, which cheered him up. We've always been a gem. The old woman stared at him, as if they were playing a game of who would blink first. The winery is changing things here. For the better? A sly opening in case she didn't want Harmony Valley to change. Yes. She gazed down at the baby, who gripped his toes and crooned softly. Before the winery came to town, I'd never seen a baby born. And I'd never imagined such a beautiful creature would be the result of the horrors of childbirth. Chad opened his mouth to reply but said nothing. Was the baby hers? She had to be staring down 80. His parents had had Chad in their 50s, late, but not this late. The old woman should have thought this through. Parents needed to be young enough to keep up with their kids. She didn't notice his doubt. I mean giving birth, the pain and the BL. Eunice. Tracy delivered Chad's order with a warning for his talkative neighbor. Her shoulder-length blonde hair was just out of bed tousled. Her bright blue eyes reflected both intelligence and vulnerability. We agreed. Childbirth details are not bakery appropriate. Tracy blew out a breath and turned to Chad, avoiding eye contact by looking at his shoulder. Anything else? He brushed at the cap of his sleeve and whatever it was Tracy saw there. No, thanks. He was grateful she'd saved him from the details of childbirth no bachelor wanted to hear. Is the baby yours? Because despite it being medically possible for it to be Eunice's, he sincerely hoped, for the child's sake, it wasn't. The poop monster? Hands up, Tracy backed away. No. Gregory is Jessica's. She's the owner here. I'm his godmother. The pride in the old woman's voice was unmistakable. Isn't he the most perfect baby you've ever seen? Chad leaned in for a closer look. Gregory paused in playing with his feet to stare back. He must have decided Chad passed muster, because he gave him a drooly smile that plumped up his already chubby cheeks. As babies went, the poop monster was cute and practically the only town citizen not to run at the sight of him. Gregory kicked his feet and made a sound like a small motorboat. He likes you. Eunice's gaze turned to Chad and speculation. Do you like babies? Are you married? Eunice. Tracy froze mid-turn. She had tentative curves, as if she'd recently gained or lost weight, and couldn't decide if she was going to gain or lose more. I don't mind questions. Questions led to conversation. Chad liked to get the measure of a town. But he couldn't seem to get a bead on Harmony Valley. Or Tracy. Good. Eunice removed her glasses and deposited them on her head, fluffing her purplish curls into place around them. Men always ask about jobs. We women need more important information. Where are you from? San Francisco. Who knew for how long? The penthouse he'd shared with his dad, once filled with hospital equipment and round-the-clock nurses, seemed more like a mausoleum than a home. Welcome to Harmony Valley. Eunice leaned forward, opening her eyes wide and blinking slowly in a way that was oddly hypnotic. Are you or have you ever been married? No, wait a minute. Chad sat back in his chair. He was always looking for an angle on a story, asking personal questions in a way that didn't intimidate, not the other way around. How do you do that? It's my eyes. Eunice blinked them in rapid succession. They're violet, just like Elizabeth Taylor's. I've been told they have special powers. Shades of retired superheroes. Chad almost laughed. Almost, because her stare had worked on him. It's the shock. Tracy picked up a rag and spray cleaner, along with a gray tub for dirty dishes. Of all that purple. Eunice harumphed as if used to Tracy's teasing, and then fluffed her short hair again. Where is Jessica? She promised to try one of my mother's recipes. I don't see horseradish doodles in the case. She stood, smoothing her pink polyester pants, and setting the orange and navy quilt pieces aside, and then she marched toward the kitchen with a sly half-glance at Chad. Watch Gregory for me, will you? Let's pray. Tracy's back was to Chad as she cleared a table in the corner. That we never sell horseradish doodles. Horseradish doodles. Chad had traveled all over the world. To the dirtiest dives and the most luxurious five-star establishments. He'd never heard of horseradish doodles. Is that a salty snack or a cookie? Who knows? Tracy shuddered. Chad made a mental note to include Eunice and her horseradish doodles in his piece. In the playpen, the baby's kicks became more violent. He gave a little shout. Was that Oda Poopy Pants? Gregory wants you to pick him up. Tracy didn't turn around. I'm not sure that's wise. Chad didn't do babies. He'd heard there was a trick to it, picking them up, holding them, changing their diapers. The old men playing checkers chuckled. Ah. Tracy turned and stared at Chad's shoulder once more. You're one of those bachelors. Intrigued as to how she'd lump him, Chad pretended ignorance by taking a sip of his latte. You're afraid babies are contagious. Tracy's smile. It was honest and mischievous. It hit Chad in the gut, warming him quicker than his latte. Gregory shouted louder. Chad ignored him, trying to dissect the appeal of Tracy's smile. He liked his women with sophistication and polish. Tracy didn't wear much makeup. Her black A-line apron wasn't sophisticated. She was as simple and homey as the town seemed to be. Seemed? Nothing was as it seemed in Harmony Valley. Someone called for Tracy in the kitchen. Go on. Pick him up. Tracy carried her loaded tray toward the swinging kitchen door. He won't break. You're leaving him with me? Chad could be a kidnapper or a child molester. He could grab the kid and be out the door before the checker champs could say, "King me." 30 seconds. Tracy disappeared through the swinging kitchen door. He couldn't be sure, but he thought she'd been grinning. Gregory shrieked, a test run to a full-blown tantrum, for sure. The old men chuckled some more. Feminine laughter cascaded from the kitchen. These people didn't think he could do this. Chad could pick up the kid. He could change a diaper. He'd change them for his father. He'd changed so many he'd vowed never to change a diaper again. He leaned over the edge of the crib, getting a more pungent whiff of the poop monster. You don't want me, kid. Gregory grinned and drooled. But when Chad didn't pick him up, he kicked out again, blinked wide brown eyes like Eunice, and then shrieked. Chad felt as if he was being studied, tested, and stalked by a baby. Not to mention the women in the kitchen. Gregory gave another shriek, and then his lower lip began to tremble and his eyes to water. Don't do that. Chad reached for the kid. They'll think I'm torturing you. Before his hands reached Gregory, the kitchen door swung open. A woman with an olive complexion and a thick, dark ponytail hurried toward the crib. Eunice, Gregory isn't a meter you use to measure a man. I'm so sorry. She swept Gregory into her arms and spun him around. Hello, baby mine. Gregory rewarded his mother with a round of giggles that eased the tension in Chad despite the increasingly awful smell coming from the kid's poopy pants. Eunice returned to the window seat and sked. I had such high hopes for you, Chad. Chapter 2. You want me to ask Leona if that travel writer can spend the night with her? In the barber shop, Phil Lambridge was beside himself with what appeared to be jealousy. He paced. He paused. He sounded like he might cry. Alone? Unchaperoned? Mildred clenched her remaining molars together so she wouldn't shout. Phil was old school, a traditional man. He was still in love with his ex-wife 20 years after she divorced him. Mildred wanted to tell Phil to get over it and take one for the Harmony Valley team, to man up and do the right thing. But what good would it do? Phil would still be jealous and still walk on eggshells around Leona. Rose flitted about the narrow barber shop. We need a hotel room for that travel writer. Your granddaughters are going to open a bed and breakfast in Leona's house anyway come spring. Agnes sat in one red barbershop chair, nodding in agreement. Mayor Larry sat in the other red chair, nodding in agreement. Mildred sat on her walker just inside the front window watching Phil angst and pace. Phil was a tall, gangly man with limbs that moved with marionette uncertainty. He was just so ridiculously endearing. You know how Leona is, Phil said. Given her vision challenges, Mildred could only make out his sharp nose and chin. Both stuck out stubbornly. Until those girls sign on the dotted line that home is Leona's castle. Everyone knew how Leona was. Bitter. Caustic. Penny pinching. She gave no charity and expected none in return. But she lived in what had once been a mansion in Harmony Valley. She kept up the 100-year-old Victorian like a showplace. It was their only chance to impress upon the travel writer that Harmony Valley was a good tourist destination. It was either that or sleep on the day bed in Mildred's house. And given Mildred couldn't see the dust, she didn't dust. You ask her, Agnes. Phil was a cream puff. It was why Leona had kicked him out 2 decades ago. She needed a strong man to stand up to her. Mildred didn't need a man. But she wanted one. And for some unknown reason, her heart was set on wanting philosophy. For the life of her, Mildred couldn't figure it out. She'd been a race car driver back when men would do anything to keep women off the track. She'd been independent forever. Why did Phil and his gentle ways make her feel like she was 40 again? It's settled then. The town council will make the request. Mayor Larry could also be filed under non-confrontational man. He wouldn't risk alienating Leona because she still voted. Do what you have to, ladies. Phil and I will go back to the bakery and entertain our guest until you come up with a workable solution. Phil moaned. A few minutes later, Agnes parked her late model, faded green Buick in front of Leona's home. Mildred got out using the door for support, waiting for Agnes to bring her walker from the trunk. This is going to be a waste of time. Not necessarily, Agnes said with forced cheer. It's a beautiful home and she doesn't get to show it off very often. It's not as pretty as mine. Rose had a much smaller painted lady, and a history of arguing with anyone who'd listen that hers was superior. Even with her glasses, Mildred couldn't see the details on the Victorian, so she couldn't judge. In her eyes, Leona's home was a green hulk with white trim that towered over the back fence of Mildred's small craftsman-style home. In 40 years of being neighbors, she'd heard Leona's caustic laugh over that fence. She'd heard her sing off-key as she gardened. She'd also heard some searing arguments between Leona and Phil before their official breakup. She'd always be Team Phil. How many steps are there? Mildred's annoyance increased. Growing old was a pain in the tuchus. Back in the day, Mildred would have skipped up the steps the same as Rose was doing now. Of course, Rose had sundowner's syndrome, which meant when she got tired, she got loopy. It was a blessing that Mildred had all her marbles. The macular degeneration was stealing her vision and a car crash decades ago had weakened her knees. But Mildred would take her marbles any day of the week. Agnes carried Mildred's walker up the steps in one hand, holding on to Mildred's arm with the other. Leona opened the front door and stared them down. Well, if it isn't the town council. Mildred didn't need to see details to recognize Leona's salt and pepper hair in its usual tight bun. She wore a blue dress and heels, from the sound of her feet on hard wood, and probably had her mother's pearl choker around her neck. There was no way Mildred was wearing a skirt and heels just to hang around the house. Did the woman never let her hair down? Leona. Agnes had the unique talent of putting both sweetness and authority into her tone. We've come to ask a favor. I will not contribute to the Harvest Festival bake sale. It was hard to imagine soft-hearted Phil being in love with this dragon. She hadn't even invited them in. And Mildred was standing in the brisk morning air with her walker. That's not the favor. Agnes should have been mayor. There was both respect and determination in her tone. Of course, she wasn't in love with Phil, so she probably had more patience for Leona than Mildred did. May we come in? If you must, but wipe your feet. I just did the floors. Mildred navigated carefully over the threshold, wishing it had been raining, and she'd rolled her walker through the mud. Leona brought out the most uncharitable thoughts in Mildred. Her mother wouldn't have approved. Of course, her mother hadn't approved of Mildred racing either. Leona's house smelled of furniture polish and disinfectant, sterile and off-putting, like the owner herself. While Mildred sat in her walker, Rose perched on a black leather wingback chair nearby. Unhappiness radiating from them both, like sulky children banished to the basement. There's a travel writer in town. Agnes shared the pink velvet, antique love seat across the room with Leona. What she didn't share was Leona's sour attitude. You know how important getting the word out about Harmony Valley is. If they didn't attract young people to town, Harmony Valley would die with its aging citizens. It's important to some. Snooty. Leona was snooty. If they'd been in a car race together back in the day, Mildred would have given her a bump and sent her into the wall with no regrets. As soon as my granddaughters make me an acceptable, formal offer and turn this into a bed and breakfast, I'm retiring to the city. Good riddance. The thing is, Leona, once again, Agnes' calm voice filled the room. We need a bed and breakfast for this travel writer fellow now. Today. Until after the Harvest Festival, Rose clarified, sounding glum. Her head was swiveling, perhaps taking in the house. Perhaps revising her opinion about the best Victorian in town. You expect me to take in a strange man? In that horror, Leona and Phil were on the same page. Yes. Mildred nodded. She couldn't tell if anyone else did. You expect me to cook breakfast and clean up after a man who isn't my husband? Leona continued in a horrified voice. Mildred nodded again, trying hard not to smile. Was it wrong to hope the travel writer was a serial killer? A grin escaped because she knew it was wrong and highly unlikely. Mildred revised her hopes from serial killer to him being someone who talked loudly all the time on his cell phone. She hated that. Leona probably did, too. We also expect you to charge him for his stay, Agnes pointed out. 9 nights, I figure, Rose said gloomily. It was the first time Mildred could remember Leona being speechless. Chapter 3. Things had settled down since the baby test. Jessica had taken Gregory into the kitchen alcove for his mid-morning feeding. Eunice was sewing in the window seat. The checker match was still going on. And Chad was busy tapping away on his phone, no longer interested in Tracy's existence. Tracy condensed inventory in the bakery case, content with the silence and the lack of male attention. She was becoming good at being invisible. The mayor and Phil returned. Phil looked as if he'd been waterboarded. He was pale and more unsteady on his feet than usual. You didn't wait for me, Felix? He pulled up a chair to the checkers match. Checkers wait for no man, Felix said, absently brushing cat hair off his black t-shirt. The retired fire chief rescued cats and never showed up anywhere without a sprinkling of hair on his shirt. Mayor Larry claimed a seat at Chad's table and introduced himself again. Who do you write for, Chad? I'm launching my own online travel magazine. There was a hard note to Chad's voice that contradicted his easy smile. Until recently, I was editor-in-chief for a national magazine and sometimes I wrote for the New York Times and a couple of national newspapers. Several heads swiveled in Chad's direction. If Felix's sage nodding was any indication, the New York Times mention had earned Chad some of the points he'd lost by not picking up Gregory. Meanwhile, Tracy's stomach did a barrel roll. Chad was handsome. He was successful. He had a shiny red sports car parked out front. She bet he'd never been phased out of a job. She bet everything he'd ever wanted had been within his reach. She bet that's what she used to look like to the world, attractive, successful, on top of the corporate food chain. And now. She gripped the hem of her canvas apron. She'd been back home for almost a year and had only made half-hearted attempts to land jobs in advertising, most of which had ended with awkward, stilted, online screening interviews and form rejection emails. Was she ready to try again? No. The bakery case glass needed cleaning. Besides, soon out there might be here in Harmony Valley, which would be fantastic for the town and her brother, Will, who'd risked a lot of money investing in the winery. Mayor Larry straightened his tie-dyed t-shirt, nearly beside himself with the excitement of a New York Times newspaper contributor in their midst. Once you get settled, we'll take you on a long tour of the town and the surrounding sites and give you some local history. He embellished the upcoming experience. There wasn't enough to see or hear about Harmony Valley for it to be a long tour. We'll also arrange for some time at the winery and a private wine tasting. Tracy tugged her cell phone out of her back pocket and searched for Chad Healy online. Results came up right away, not as Chad Healy, but as Chad Healy Bostwick, the happy bachelor on the road. He'd authored a long list of columns. He'd worked his way up the ranks at the spoof magazine his father had started to become editor-in-chief and acting CEO, parting ways after his father's death. She skimmed some of his articles. His posts were well-crafted. Chad had a gift for a clever turn of phrase. But an unsettling theme emerged. Sarcasm, satire, ridicule. Not surprising given the title of his column and that he'd written for the Bostwick Lampoon. No place seemed safe from Chad's scathing commentary. Tracy glanced up at him, frowning. Harmony Valley was a sitting duck. Chad. Handsome, witty, nationally syndicated, New York Times-worthy Chad. He hadn't come to rescue them. He could incinerate the town's revitalization efforts with a few strokes on his keyboard, ruining Will's winery in the process. Who could she tell? Will was on his honeymoon. Larry. Tracy forced a smile. Can I talk to you? She gestured toward the kitchen. Alone? Before you invite Benedict Arnold into our midst? Not now, Tracy. The mayor waved her off, and then thought better of it. Tracy, can you call the winery and make arrangements for Chad to have a private tasting? Mayor Larry used his politician's voice, equal parts self-importance and condescendence. Tracy's brother owns Harmony Valley Vineyards. Part owner. Along with his friends Flynn and Slade. But Tracy wasn't calling anyone until she sent out the SOS to the mayor. She tried again, adding a hand wave. Larry. I'll have another coffee, Tracy, Larry said firmly. Bring Chad another latte, was it? Chad nodded. Tracy shouldn't care that Mayor Larry was digging a hole for himself. She shouldn't care that Chad would take whatever the innocent folk in Harmony Valley said and twist it around to make him look clever. She shouldn't care that he'd make fun of her hometown traditions, like pumpkin bowling for the Harvest Queen crown. They were silly traditions. But she did care. Harmony Valley may be backwoods, old school, and homey, but it was Tracy's backwoods. Her old school. Her home. She planted her sneakers firmly behind the counter and glared at the enemy as she made his latte, because she knew Mayor Larry wouldn't listen to her. Not when convincing required quick, smoothly spoken words. A coffee and a latte later, Agnes, Rose, and Mildred entered the bakery. Good news. Agnes was all smiles. We've secured our visitor a room at the Lambridge bed and breakfast. Welcome to Harmony Valley. Who said Harmony Valley wasn't progressive? Just this morning there'd been no band B in town. Wait a minute. Lambridge? Tracy glanced at philosophy. That meant. At the window seat, Eunice's penciled-in eyebrows rose, as if she was just catching on, too. But. Leona Lambridge is the proprietor, Agnes cut Eunice off, looking as calm as if she lied through her teeth every day of the week. Leona Lambridge was also the town killjoy. She'd never bowled for the Pumpkin Queen crown. She didn't even hand out candy on Halloween. Maybe not such a good idea to book Mr. Sarcastic there. Hey. Agnes. Agnes paid no heed to Tracy either. She's expecting you, Agnes said to Chad. She proceeded to introduce Chad to everyone in the bakery. Are there other hotel choices in town? That tone of voice. It said Chad was suspicious. It said he'd love for something hinky to be going on. Was it wrong to think Chad's intelligence was hot when he was the villain here? Probably about as wrong as Tracy thinking she might actually help save the town. Save it? Who was she kidding? The only people the older town residents listened to were their doctors, and that was only half the time. To her credit, Agnes' smile never wavered as she answered Chad. At this time, the Lambridge Band B is our only offering. Rose was doing a slow grapevine in front of the pastry case, eyeing the scones, which she'd passed on earlier. You'll find a great many painted ladies in town, not just the Lambridge place. Phil made a hacking noise, as if he was coughing up a hairball. Mildred had planted her walker seat by Phil's table and seemed lost in thought as she stared at the back of Phil's head, perhaps pondering the need for a slap on the back to dislodge that hairball of Phil's. Rose held a pose at the end of the bakery case, an aging ballerina poised to leap in cargo pants and hiking boots. You'll be here 10 days, correct? 10 days. We're doomed. The mayor jumped back in the fray. Plenty of time to experience everything that makes Harmony Valley special. True that. However, chances were slim the villainous Chad would recognize Wonderful if it sashayed up to him and kissed his cheek. The reputation ruiner cast a glance Tracy's way. Could Chad tell Tracy knew who he was? The travel world's version of the Terminator? Would it matter if he did? Chapter 4. Something didn't smell right. And it wasn't the poop monster. Everyone was suddenly too nice. Too kind. Too helpful. Had someone researched who he was? The only one he'd seen using a cell phone was Tracy, and no one was paying attention to her. She had a tendency to talk slowly and hesitate over her words. Was that why the mayor snubbed her? Was that why she lived in such a far-flung location? The need to defend Tracy and help give her the stage with the mayor rose like smoke from a struggling flame, trying to build. With a puff of exhaled air, he ignored it. Mayor Larry will drive with you to the Band B, the short, sprightly old woman was saying. Her name was Aggie or Agnes or something. No need to trouble the mayor. Tracy can show me. Had Chad just said that? He glanced at the coffee barista. He had indeed. Tracy sported a horrified look. She skimmed her hand over a bakery case. I'm working. I'll cover for you. Eunice leapt to her feet without so much as a quiver of her purplish-gray curls. But, Tracy glanced at the mayor. You forgot my lumbago, Agnes. Larry reached for his back. It's why I walk nearly everywhere. Best Tracy go with our Chad. I'm our Chad now? Tracy glanced at the supporting cast, looking for an out. Sorry, Tracy. We've got a game going on. Felix jumped a checker. King me, Takata. I'd do it. But I have no license, Phil grumbled. Won't find me giving the Playboy a ride. A chorus of Phil echoed through Martin's bakery. Doctor's appointment. Mildred sighed, although how she could see the road through those thick glasses was beyond Chad. Driving her, Agnes/Aggie said, explaining everything. Riding shotgun. At least Rose had the courtesy to look apologetic as she twirled slowly in the corner. Everyone else appeared as if they were happy to shirk tour guide duty. And inexplicably, Chad was okay with that. He smiled at Tracy. I did shower today and used deodorant. Scout's honor. Tracy studied him as if he was trying to sell her an overpriced used car, one with high mileage and no warranty. He studied her in return. That tousled hair. That determined jut of her chin. It was weird. Just looking at her made him want to smile. That was the point of his new life, wasn't it? Smiling. And so, he smiled some more. Fine, Tracy grumbled. But I'm driving. What? Chad's gaze beelined to his beloved sports car. It's settled. Agnes/Aggie clapped her hands. A few minutes later, Chad and Tracy stepped out on the brick sidewalk. Harmony Valley could have served as a backdrop for a Norman Rockwell painting. Old-fashioned lamps lined Main Street. The buildings had brick fronts and canvas awnings. The wind blew brown and orange leaves down the road listlessly, as if even the elements knew the pace here was slow. The jury was out on whether it was off the grid, enjoy your time off slow, or bore me to tears slow. Tracy zipped up her tan jacket against the autumn chill, and then extended her palm. The keys. To my car. He glanced at his cherry-red convertible and gripped the key fob in his hand. He'd ordered it custom from the factory. No one had driven it but him since he'd bought it. It required nimbleness to get in and out of. Neither a walker nor a wheelchair could fit in its trunk. How about you sit in the passenger seat while I drive? Nope. She made the gimme motion with her hand and spoke slowly. I had an accident, each word she spoke was labored. I was in the side seat. She scowled, clearly not pleased with her word choice. And I don't know you. Or how you drive. Or if I can. You can trust me. Chad gave her the grin he'd used to charm his mother's friends when they'd come over to play bunco. I'm a good driver. Don't finish my sentences. She glowered at him. As glowers went, it was cute. Chad's father had been the king of glowers. Until the last 6 months of his life when he hadn't glowered at anyone. Dad's soul, his personality, his very being had slipped away, leaving Chad to wait until his body gave up as well. Give me the keys. There was a pleading note hidden between the demanding words and the glower. Chad stared at Tracy, then at the gray-haired audience inside, and finally at his car. It's a stick shift. A lost art form. Perfect. She breezed past him and slid into the tan leather driver's seat, leaving Chad no choice but to ride shotgun. She held out her hand for the key fob as soon as his butt hit the stiff leather. He inserted the key in the ignition. On cold mornings, she's a bit touchy going into third gear. He hoped Tracy wouldn't grind the clutch. He hoped the band bee wasn't far away. He hoped he wouldn't regret coming to Harmony Valley. I knew it. She patted the dashboard and grinned at him. Midlife crisis. I'm 35. Too young for a midlife crisis, Chad grumbled. Huh. Makes me wonder, Tracy swallowed, her grin fading as she forced out the words. What you'll drive, when the real crisis hits. She shoved in the clutch and started the engine with a roar. The grin came back. She backed out competently and sent the car forward without so much as a neck jerk or a grinding gear. Chad's apprehension eased. Why do I get the feeling no one wanted to come with me? Leona is. She's. You'll see. Tracy forced the words out like stale Play-Doh through a noodle press. Are there a lot of young singles in town? The place didn't look like it had much nightlife. Tracy laughed and came to a stop at the intersection of the large, deserted town square. It had a broad expanse of grass and a huge oak tree with a single, wrought iron bench beneath it. Tracy glanced at him with those clear blue eyes that seemed to see so much. Agnes is single. Rose is single. Mildred is single. Eunice, too. She smiled at her listing of old ladies. Need I go on? Please don't. He fought off the thought that he'd slipped back into his parents' world. No nightlife. No metropolitan eclectic energy. A pace slower than frozen molasses. All these old people. They'd get sick. They'd drift mentally. They'd die. They'd leave behind friends and family with holes in their chests that nothing seemed to fill. Suddenly, Chad didn't want to be here. He gripped the seatbelt strap across his chest. Oblivious to his need to flee, Tracy turned right and continued to drive his car as if it was her own, a bit fast, banking into the turns. It was oddly relaxing, the ride, her youth, the way her hair dipped and tumbled in the breeze. His grip on the strap eased. Where'd you learn to drive a stick? Few people had the skill anymore. His dad had taught him to drive a manual transmission on his 1967 Ford Mustang. First, a farm tractor. Then Mildred's Volkswagen Beetle. Tracy made another right and slowed down through a residential district. Single-story ranches and craftsman-style homes. Dirty windows and peeling paint. Empty driveways and neglected yards. Many seemed abandoned. The neighborhood was an afterthought relative to the puzzling woman next to him. Have you always struggled to get the words out? Tracy slammed on the brakes, sending the tires squealing, even though they hadn't been going faster than 20 miles an hour. She gripped the steering wheel and turned to scowl at him. I had an accident. And then she lifted her gossamer blonde hair, revealing a ropey scar on her skull. I have expressive aphasia. I'm trying to be normal. Chad was beginning to think Tracy wasn't normal. She was extraordinary. An aluminum screen door screeched on protesting hinges. An elderly woman stepped out on her front porch in a pink chenille bathrobe and white tennis shoes. Her short gray hair stuck into the air as if she'd rubbed her head against a balloon. Everything okay, Tracy? Yes, Mrs. Beam. Tracy frowned at Chad, but her voice was sweet as sugar and didn't sound forced. I could call the sheriff for you, the old woman said. I don't recognize that man. We're fine. Mrs. Beam. Okay, dearie. Mrs. Beam went back inside. Her screen door groaned as if it belonged in a haunted house, and then banged shut. Tracy put Chad's car in gear and continued slowly down the street. It was time for a change of subject. So your brother owns the winery. Do they make good wine? Is your car fast? Her retort came with a good dose of spunk. That was a good sign. Do wine lovers come from miles around to taste their wine? No. They only soft-launched. Tracy turned to the left and parked in front of a forest green Victorian with white trim and an expansive lawn. Chad was used to seeing narrow painted ladies in San Francisco's Cow Hollow district, but this house was easily 3 times the width of one of those classics. Impressive. Why hadn't the Lambridge bed and breakfast turned up on his internet search? It had a great location. It couldn't have been more than a 10-minute walk from downtown. He hoped it was as nice inside as it was out. Chad made to open his door. Tracy put her hand on his arm, stopping him. Her touch was soft, personal when Chad had lived an impersonal life for years. Don't hurt them. Who? The people here. She gestured back the way they'd come and then she fixed him with a warning stare. You're the happy bachelor. But your columns aren't happy. They're mean. She made a frustrated noise, slapped her palms against the steering wheel as if dissatisfied with her word choice, and then added, malicious. Chad fell back against the seat. The September sunlight fought its way through the brown and curling elm leaves but didn't warm him. She'd seen his columns. People usually responded in one of two ways to his travel reviews in the Lampoon, love him or hate him. Put Tracy in the hate column. Chad's instinct was to laugh Tracy off, or to tell her to mind her own business, but something about her scar, the way she spoke, and perhaps even the way she defended the elderly made him take a different approach. I don't attack anyone personally. I write things the way I see them using the irony of truth. They won't understand. There was an entreaty in her voice, if not in her blue eyes, which still promised retribution if he hurt the people in town. Chad didn't care if the locals understood or not. Having been raised by parents the age of his peers' grandparents, he was tired of making concessions for the elderly. This was his time. He'd live life and write columns his way and enjoy doing it. And yet, he didn't snap at Tracy when next he spoke. You don't sugarcoat anything, do you? I can't. She opened her door with jerky movements. Not anymore. She popped the trunk for him, peering inside at his laptop bag, travel bag, and the box from the office, flaps folded and sealed. Taking his suitcase and his laptop bag, Chad followed Tracy up the Grand Walk. Huge trees, lush shrubbery, and not a weed in sight. The windows gleamed and reflected the late morning sun. Impressive. The front door was open, but the proprietor seemed as closed off as the pilot's lounge at an airport. Salt and pepper hair pulled severely back from a thin face. A blue dress that hung awkwardly off her bony frame. And an air about her that said, "Thou shalt not hug." Ever. Chad couldn't blame the others at the bakery for not wanting to come here. The place and the proprietor were reminiscent of other intimidating houses. The Winchester Mystery House. The Bates Motel. Why on earth was this woman running a bed and breakfast? The proprietress opened the door wider to let him in. The hinges didn't creak, didn't groan, didn't even whisper. It just seemed as if they should have given the vibe she was giving off. Welcome to Harmony Valley. I'm Leona Lambridge. Queen of all she surveyed. She surveyed Chad and, with a turn of her nose, found him wanting. And welcome to the Lambridge bed and breakfast. I'll show you to your room. She held a stop sign hand toward Tracy. You may wait outside. Chad wondered if Tracy's request to go easy on folks in town extended to Queen Leona. He doubted it. I'll walk back. Tracy handed Chad his car keys, and then shoved her hands in her tan jacket pockets and headed to the street. The town's young protector may look waifish on the outside, but Chad suspected she had a core of steel. That scar. Mr. Healy. A royal summons. Chad turned and crossed the threshold. The bed and breakfast had been decorated in period style. Antiques. Gilded mirrors. Ceiling medallions. It was spectacular. It smelled cleaner than a hospital room. I'm trying a new check-in procedure. For a moment, the Ice Queen's demeanor cracked. I must find you tolerable and you must agree to pay me with cash or check at the end of your stay. She gave him a nightly rate he deemed acceptable. I've got cash. You'll do. Her expression turned icily regal once more. She led him to the grand staircase, her back as rigid as a British royal guard. The floors creaked, but everything was clean. The stairs creaked, but the wood was so shiny Chad could almost see himself in the reflection. When they reached the second-floor landing, the house creaked as softly as a whisper and settled with a sigh, as if it had been empty too long. It was the most welcome Chad had felt since arriving. Leona made a noise that seemed disapproving of creaks and opened the first door. This is your bathroom. The horror. Chad had to share a bathroom with other guests. The normal traveler would view this as a mark against the place. Chad looked forward to the stories sharing a bathroom with fellow guests would bring. Of course, the stories would be better if the bathroom wasn't first-rate. White on white, from the clawfoot tub to the pedestal sink to the penny floor tile and grout. Not a crack or a chip or a stain anywhere. Leona walked farther down the hall, opening the second door. And this is your room. Chad set his suitcase in the corner. He could tango in that room, even with a king-size 4-poster bed and a simple cherry desk and matching chair. The southern-facing window let in generous amounts of sunlight. This is nice. Nice? Leona drew back as if she'd smelled the poop monster. 2 presidential candidates have slept in this room. Said with pride and a bit of prickle, as in, and you, young man, are no presidential candidate. As hotel proprietors went, Leona was among the most unwelcome. But that didn't mean the experience of staying here wouldn't be first-rate. There was that decadent hotel in Cancun run by a guy who didn't like anyone. And that luxury hotel in the Rockies. The manager there had carried a shotgun everywhere, safety off. A little bristle in hotel staff added character. Maybe Harmony Valley was worth the trip after all. Do I need a password for the internet? Assuming there was internet. The entire town has the interweb. No password required. Leona may have been shorter than he was, but she still managed to look down her nose at him. I suppose you'll be wanting to post something on the Facebook. Her comment explained why there was no website for the bed and breakfast. Chad kept his expression carefully neutral. I suppose. Breakfast is between 8 and 8:30. Leona walked toward the door, her steps as crisp and sharp as her words. 8 to 8:30 only. So rigid. He'd rather eat breakfast at Martin's Bakery. I'll need a key. To your room? She paused in the open doorway, not even bothering to turn around. Yes. And the front door. No, she closed him in. Her heels echoed in the hallway. Not either, he called after her, receiving no answer. That's when he noticed there wasn't a lock on his door handle. Chad smiled, got out his tablet, and began making notes. Chapter 5. What are you doing here, sunshine? Standing in the barn doorway, Tracy's dad tugged off his work gloves. I need to paint. Every nerve ending in Tracy's body crackled with tension. She dug some cans from the stack that was butted up against the wood wall, trying to decide what colors to use. Above her, farm tools hung, shovels, hoes, scythes, pitchforks. She indulged a quick fantasy where she chased handsome, villainous Chad out of town with a pitchfork. But fantasies couldn't calm the need to do something, to change something, to make her mark. She dug some cans from the stack that was butted up against the wood wall, trying to decide what colors to use. Since the accident, Tracy painted when she was frustrated. She'd painted the small bedroom she'd grown up in, black walls and ceiling were a backdrop to a colorful, fanciful garden. She'd painted the outside walls of the barn, tomato red with rows of crops along the bottom. Who knew what she'd paint today? Or where? Everything okay? As Dad came closer, the worry in his voice was palpable. It echoed in the large wooden barn and plucked the gilt cord inside Tracy. She hated that she made him worry. I need to paint. She faced her father, holding her hand out in the same way Leona had to her earlier. Her frustrations rattled unspoken words in her head, helpless, powerless, weak. But she didn't try to give them voice, because to try and get the words out would just make her feel more incompetent. If only she could conquer her speech challenges, everything would be all right. The town council wouldn't dismiss her attempt at saving them. People like Chad wouldn't ask what was wrong with her. She'd have employers knocking down her door. What's the matter? Ben Jackson stood as sturdy as ever in a brown corduroy jacket, dirty blue jeans, and mud-caked work boots. His blonde hair was thinning and faded with gray. Hurt filled his blue eyes. Do you want to call Will or Emma? She shook her head. Her brother Will had married her best friend Emma last weekend. They were on a 3-week honeymoon in Europe. I need to paint. Oh, the pain of sounding like a slow, broken record. The leaves blowing across the driveway outside moved faster than her sentences. Didn't that last speech therapist say you needed to use your words, not hold them in by painting? Her father disregarded Tracy's attempt at boundary setting and drew her into his arms. He smelled of corn husks and dirt. The comforting smells of her childhood. Tracy squeezed her eyes shut and clung to him, fighting the frustration of Leona's rejection and the nebulous threat that was Chad. She wanted to be the town motor mouth. She wanted to shout streams of words with barely a breath in between. Dad patted her back. Let it out, sunshine. In her father's arms, she was safe. He was her magical rabbit's foot. The words spilled forth easier than if she stood alone. I want to be able to argue again. With Will. No, she rested her cheek on Dad's shoulder and stared at her great-grandfather's tractor. Life would be so much easier if she wanted to be a farmer, or if she didn't long for more out of life. I want to argue with everyone. Her father chuckled. So like your mother. He kissed the top of her head. Impatient. Railing at the world. She admired so many things about her dad, his work ethic, his ability to keep Mom relevant, his refusal to hold Tracy during a phone interview she'd had last month. She'd wanted his arms around her so she could talk smoothly. He'd argued, they have to want you for who you are, warts and all. Tracy sighed. I'd love to rail at the mayor and the town council and Leona and Chad. Why couldn't she say a sentence like that when she stood alone? Chad who? I don't know any Chad. Oh, how overly protective Dad got when it came to Tracy and men. A travel writer who came to the bakery today. She batted his shoulder playfully, willing herself to lighten up, too. He makes fun of people for a living. No one would listen when I tried to warn them. A bully. Dad's tone mellowed. You never had much patience for bullies. And if people don't listen, it's their fault. He put his hands on her shoulders and set her away from him. You weren't meant to be a coffee barista, Tracy. You weren't meant to hold on to your dad to be able to get words out. You need to knuckle down and figure this thing out. Dad. Were all parents the voice of one's conscience? Tracy knew he was right. She needed to take charge of her life, but she was tired of failing, tired of the grand series of experiments to help her regain verbal normalcy. So she said sullenly, the doctor recommended I slow down. Like it was the doctor's orders that she return to Harmony Valley and keep her mouth shut? She did a mental eye roll. It wasn't like she'd pulled a muscle and it needed rest. The last doctor you saw told you to slow down and find a job you love. That was months ago. Dad checked his watch and glanced outside. The days were getting shorter, and he always had a lot to do around the farm. Don't use me as a crutch. Use that fancy phone of yours to find work that'll make you happy. She'd be happy to land a job that didn't require a verbal interview. Was that too much to ask? There were no other guests at the Band B. No cars in the driveway or parked along the sidewalk. The big house was silent. No murmur of voices. No scuffle of feet. If Chad had been a nervous man, the kind that watched too many horror films, he'd have been, well, nervous. Nice quiet town. Welcoming residents. Prickly bed and breakfast owner. No lock on the door. It was a perfect setup for a cliched slasher film, right down to the pretty girl leaving him at the front door. But Chad wasn't nervous. He was driven to overcome the humiliation and betrayal of his father and the Lampoon's board. In order to launch his travel review site successfully, he needed interesting places and interesting characters. And he needed them the day after the Harvest Festival when the advertisers he'd lined up expected his website to go live. So far, Harmony Valley had interesting characters in spades. Inspired, he went in search of his hostess, poking his head in every sterile room downstairs until he found her in the vegetable garden tucked into a corner of the backyard. Leona wore a broad-rimmed straw hat and had changed from her dress into shapeless blue jeans and a long-sleeve, blue chambray shirt. She looked healthy. She hadn't lost any of her mobility, or, it seemed, her intellect. His mother had been like this when he was in college, stubborn, independent, set in her routine. Chad hated routine. You've got quite the green thumb. Chad sat on a wood bench in the shade of a towering pine tree near the back fence. The wind rustled through the needles above him. He snapped a picture of the house with his phone. Leona didn't acknowledge him in the slightest. Hale and hearty, she dug her trowel in the rich brown soil and popped out a weed, root and all. Her garden was ripe for the harvest: red tomatoes, green bell peppers, green onions, and several white gourds. He decided to test how long and sharp her thorns were. I hope tomorrow's breakfast includes a vegetable omelet. You'll get a meal between 8 and 8:30, Mr. Healy. She was as brambly as the blackberry vine in the corner. She continued weeding. Chad tried again. There's no television in my room. She dug at a clump of crabgrass. There's no television in the house. Leona was a gift from heaven. His readers were going to love her. Already, Chad could see guys booking the Lambridge Band B months in advance. They'd line up to spar with Leona. Do you need something, Mr. Healy? Down on all fours, Leona glanced at him with a balance of cool rejection and regal regard. That look said it all. He took a picture of her. Leona got to her feet quicker than a fighter after an unexpected knockdown. Did you just take my picture? Yes, I. Perverts and pornographers are not tolerated in this establishment. She gathered her garden tools with jerky movements. I'll expect you off the premises immediately. But, he wasn't sure how he'd offended her with a photo. Was Leona in the witness protection program? Did she believe pictures captured her soul? I'm a travel writer. I include pictures of hotel clerks and bed and breakfast owners in my columns. She waved aside his statement. Your profession guarantees me nothing. You can't snap a picture of me bent over. Her face reddened. I will not have my derriere. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Slow down. He brought Leona's image to his screen and hurried to her side. Look. I took a picture of your face. The queen from another century looking down her nose on her progressive subjects. She scrutinized the photo and then said somewhat meekly, because she could never truly be meek. Oh. I would never disrespect you in such a way. And then he added, hiding a grin, ma'am. She sniffed. Best you remember that, or you'll find yourself out on the street. Harmony Valley was turning out to be gold. Chad couldn't wait to uncover more gems. He left Leona and headed toward the town square to do some treasure hunting. There was little more demoralizing than applying for a job you had little chance of getting. Tracy had a job search app on her phone. She used it to find 2 new postings for advertising copywriters in Northern California. A few clicks later and her resume was submitted. 2. She called to her father, who was tinkering under the hood of his old white farm truck. He wiped oil from a wrench with a blue cloth. Are you happy? I won't be happy until you're happy. I'd rather be painting, she grumbled, heading up the drive. Dad slammed the hood shut. You know I love you just the way you are. Of course, he did. But lately, he was like her brother Will, pushing, trying to set goals for Tracy, wanting her to reach higher. Her family didn't want her to settle for silence. Truth be told, Tracy didn't either. If only getting back on track wasn't so hard. She reached the end of the driveway and turned toward the Harmony River Bridge and town, pausing to pluck a dandelion from the side of the road. She'd been making wishes on dandelions since she was a girl. A few minutes later, Tracy leaned on the railing of the bridge and watched the water drift past. That shallow river was like her life. At an all-time low and moving slow. How was she supposed to get a job when she couldn't string a fluent sentence together out loud? A faded green Buick pulled up next to her. Mildred rolled down the passenger window in front, her thick glasses nearly resting on her plump pink cheeks. Rose slid across the seat and back and cranked down the other window. Her snow-white ballerina chignon had not one hair out of place. We're off to the doctor's office, Mildred announced. Agnes wants to know if you need anything in town. Cloverdale, they meant. Agnes leaned over the center console and waved. Isn't Chad wonderful? And he's not wearing a ring, Rose sing-songed. They were trying to fix her up with the wolf in sheep's clothing? Not interested. Have you read his column? It was their turn to lack interest. I don't read the New York Times. But he seems like a hard-working man. A handsome man, Agnes said. Who needs to read his column? Don't set the bar too high, Mildred advised with a kindly squint in Tracy's direction. We don't get many bachelors your age up here. Better snatch him up quickly. Rose nodded sagely. You don't want to be an old maid. I'm 26. Hardly over the hill. And certainly not foolish enough to fall for a man who made his living writing a bachelor travel advice column. We could give you dating pointers. Agnes chuckled, perhaps realizing how ridiculous Tracy might find that statement. Or perhaps not. The 3 town council ladies drove away. If Tracy controlled her aphasia, she'd clue everyone in to Chad's intentions. If Tracy controlled her aphasia, she'd get out of town. And she needed to get out of town, or she'd be an old maid. So she needed to control her aphasia. She'd been twirling the dandelion. She blew its seeds into the wind and began singing softly. And then louder, forcing the words out, which only made her stumble more. Chapter 6. Someone was singing the alphabet song. Someone who wasn't 5. Someone who hesitated over the letters. Recognizing that voice, Chad smiled, quickening his pace as he approached a curve in the road. She's not the story. He ignored the voice that usually guided him to the good stuff. Now I know my ABCs. There was a pause, and then a strangled, next time. Won't you sing with me? Tracy made a frustrated sound and shouted, nuts. Chad rounded the bend. Tracy was leaning over a rail on a bridge. She had her back to him and gripped the railing as if considering launching herself over it. Don't jump, he shouted, grinning because he didn't believe she planned to leap to her doom. There is no place, she hung her head. Private in this town. You could try working on your speech therapy at home. I live above the bakery. Her cheeks bloomed with color, and she shuffled her sneakered feet. She looked like she wanted to teleport to another dimension. The walls have ears. The bridge was a narrow 2-laner with a silver metal railing. It spanned 40 feet. Both banks were thick with foliage and trees that created a shady oasis. But in the center of the bridge it was sunny, and Tracy's hair was almost as yellow as the t-shirt beneath her tan jacket. Again, Chad recognized this wasn't the story he needed. Again, he walked toward Tracy, stepping onto the bridge. She eyed him expectantly, waiting for him to say something. You have a nice singing voice. He should have kept silent. Silence had served him well at the Lampoon. Silence created spaces others rushed to fill. But silence lacked the smiles and laughter and jokes he'd missed. It's the truth. May as well fill the hole he was digging with her with something. Truth? Tracy fixed him with a look that said she recognized what he was filling that hole with. You introduced yourself as Chad Healy. Not Chad Healy Bostwick. Healy is my legal name. My mom was angry with my dad the day I was born. She left his name off the birth certificate. And she'd been angry with Dad until the day she died, furious that he'd never given up his stubborn streak or his cigars, the latter of which had paved the way to cancer. With a wave of her hand, Tracy let the issue of his name drop. What are you doing out here? Did Leona kick you out? She didn't mince words, but she also didn't seem to realize her speech had smoothed since her a cappella performance. No, he leaned on the railing next to her. I'm searching for the angle I want to take on my story. Were there more crotchety people like Leona in town? Did it have more to offer than good coffee and reputedly good wine? You? Searching? So much passion. It radiated from the disbelief in her blue eyes to her expressive hands. He never would have guessed all that emotion had been hiding behind the black bakery apron. Your columns slant one way, one way. She jabbed her finger at him, stopping just short of poking his shoulder. You put people down. Is that why you were fired? The F word hit him below the belt and shook his ego at knee level. Nowhere had it been reported he'd been let go. The terms of his leaving were part of his termination contract. Sure, some in the press had speculated he needed time to grieve. But no one had guessed the truth until Tracy. I still own nearly half the company. He couldn't keep the anger from his voice. His anger didn't stop her from punching back, saying baldly, ownership didn't stop them from firing you. There was a truth for him. Apparently, my dad wanted to take the Lampoon in a different direction. My services no longer fit what they were looking for. He hadn't said it out loud before. The words, though spoken quietly, seemed to ricochet between them like a flat rock bouncing across a smooth river. Ah! Tracy glanced downstream. You were phased out. I'm guessing from your tone you've experienced this. Her sharp nod confirmed it. But I bet you weren't downsized by your father from the grave. If he'd known what Dad had up his hospital gown, he would have walked away when the old man had gone completely on life support. The thought sickened him. That was hurt talking. Chad had loved his father. Despite that love being wasted on a man with no heart, Chad wouldn't have changed anything he'd done for him that last year. But he would have been better prepared for betrayal. It's why I'm starting my own online magazine. And Harmony Valley is the perfect launch vehicle. He hoped. Tracy had retreated metaphorically when he told her about dear old Dad phasing him out, but at the mention of the town she bounced back for another round. Harmony Valley isn't what you write about. No nightclub. No spa. No chi-chi hangouts. So far, I love that it's different. Charm, checkers, a cast of personalities. The more he thought about it, the more he was convinced there was more than enough to work with here. He might write more than one column. Tracy frowned at him and half-glanced over her shoulder toward downtown, as if thinking about making a break for it. He didn't want her to go. You want to protect the town from me? Convince me it doesn't deserve a send-up. She frowned the way she did everything else, wholeheartedly. Her shoulders rolled toward him, her hands fluttered, her eyes narrowed. He realized why he liked watching her. Every expression was a full-body experience, as if to make up for her brevity of speech. I'm not helping you. Ask Mayor Larry or Agnes. He shook his head, not calling Tracy out on what he suspected was the real reason she didn't want to convince him. She'd have to talk, because that was his ace in the hole. With her speech challenges, she'd never win a verbal argument with him. And if that line of thinking wasn't worthy of an entrepreneur trying to claw his way to the top, Chad didn't know what was. The mayor wants to give me the dog and pony show. What makes you think? Her gaze collided with his, simultaneously suspicious and self-conscious. I won't. Earlier in their conversation, she'd been more focused on the battle and less on her vocabulary. Now she was very much aware of this war of words, and she was back to stumbling. Tracy. Chad captured one of her hands the way his father used to capture his mother's hand when he wanted her complete attention. You're the only one in town who read my columns. You and I are from the same generation. And he'd much rather be with her than the hippie mayor. We're in the same place in our lives. You know what singles want. We're not the same. Tracy tugged her hand free. You're having a midlife crisis. We can debate that while you give me a tour. He grinned. Sparring with Tracy and Leona made him happier than he'd been in a long time. At the Lampoon and at home, arguments had been more heated and with higher stakes. Tracy wasn't giving in that easily. She put the back of her hand on her forehead. So young. It's tragic. Early midlife crisis. It skews your perspective. His perspective was fine. But his job would be easier with an inside track. And she was perfect. There was one angle he hadn't tried with her yet. The more I know this place, more than a dog and pony show can tell me, the better chance I have of bringing people to visit your brother's winery. You want to protect his interests, don't you? Her blue eyes widened. Dirty pool. She shook the rail, gripping it with fingers that might have wanted to grip his neck. It didn't take her long to make a decision. Okay, I'll sell my soul to the devil and show you around. But only if I can read your column before you publish it. He'd bet she didn't realize her speech had smoothed out again. Regardless, advanced reads weren't on the negotiating table. She was just like some of Bostwick Lampoon's sponsors. At least the advertisers he'd lined up for The Happy Bachelor Takes a Different Path weren't that controlling. For the first time in over a decade, he had creative freedom. Chad shook his head. Then the deal's off. Tracy crossed her arms and settled her hip against the rail for a third round of drawing lines in the sand. She made him smile, and that wasn't inconsequential in these negotiations. He gave her a once-over. Everything about her looked soft: faded blue jeans, yellow cotton t-shirt, a tan jacket with a suede collar. But she wasn't soft or pliant. She was strong and gutsy. What are you doing working in a bakery? She was parked in the middle of a retirement town miles from anywhere. Tracy bumped her hip against the rail repeatedly as if she was hitting her head against a wall. Not many ad agencies hire the speech impaired. Not in their creative departments. Oh, woe is you. That's no excuse. Chad looked her up and down once more. You're not disabled. It'd be unfair to pit you against someone with a real speech impediment. Her arms waved about. Her feet shifted. Her mouth opened and opened again, but nothing came out. Maybe you haven't noticed, Chad said evenly. You've been talking to me on this bridge more fluently than I heard you speak this morning. He reached over and tapped her temple near her hidden scar. You think too much and about the wrong things, except when you don't think and then the words tumble out. She tried to walk past him toward downtown. Hold on. We're still negotiating. She stopped. And then he realized why. He'd caught her arm and pulled her close. Chad had incredibly expressive brown eyes. In them, Tracy noted a surprised earnestness. He stared at his hand on her arm as if he couldn't quite believe he'd taken hold of it. She couldn't quite believe it either. Or the earnestness. He didn't care about Tracy or Harmony Valley. And he was wrong about her not being disabled, wrong about her speaking easier with him. She'd been struggling the entire time he stood nearby. And now they stood face to face, inches away from being kissably close. Tracy licked her lips and inadvertently stared at his, overthinking, just as he'd accused her. Luckily, her cell phone rang, and Chad released her. She drew a deep breath, filling her lungs with much-needed air. Hello? Ms. Jackson, this is Sue Gaines from 3 Filmers Productions. The woman spoke with a smoothly modulated voice Tracy envied. You sent in an application a few weeks ago for a producer job? Yes. Tracy braced herself for the worst. It was rare for her to get good news about a job application. Congratulations. You've made the short list of candidates we're considering for the position. What? Tracy reached for the railing to steady herself. No. Chad didn't pretend to hide his curiosity. He tilted his head and contemplated her expression with all the seriousness of a doctor she'd once met at a speech research facility. Yes. Sue chuckled. For this next round, we're asking all applicants to create a 3-minute video segment that tells us who you are. You may feature people and things that are important to you or that shaped who you are. But you must be on screen for at least 2 of the 3 minutes. On screen? Tracy did a quick visual inventory of her body parts and surroundings because she felt as cold as if she'd fallen in the river. This was an exercise she couldn't do. She'd have to turn them down. Responses formed in her head: so grateful, have to decline, chickening out. Meanwhile, Sue was barreling on quite happily. You'll present your video in 2 weeks to the interview panel in our offices. I'll send everything you need to know in a confirmation email. Good luck. What's wrong? Chad asked when Tracy disconnected the call. You look like you lost everything in the stock market. Tracy shook her head, still feeling cold. I got a callback interview. At a film production company. Don't you want the job? Yes. Tracy longed for the mental challenge and the sense of purpose the job offered. That was something being a barista could never match. But, be on screen? Impossible. They want me to make a video. About what makes me, me. That was going to be one quiet film. Chad shrugged off her fears. Everybody makes video resumes nowadays. Besides, didn't you say you used to work at an ad agency? This should be right up your alley. They want me to be in the film. Tracy tilted her head back and stared at the sky. It was a clear blue, happy sky. A sky that promised smooth sailing. Not trusting it, Tracy dropped her gaze to her sneakers. Me. In the film. Talking. A sense of foreboding crept up her calves like delicate, determined spider legs, threatening her equilibrium. I'm going to decline. As soon as Sue sent the confirmation email. Because Tracy had been unable to spit out the words on the phone. Words spit about her head now, coward. Fraidy cat. Spineless jellyfish. Loser. She hated those descriptors. Chad bent his knees to peer into her eyes. You're quitting? Quitter. Yep, that was appropriate, too. Tracy clenched her fists, hating that label as well. At least, I'll have my dignity, if I bail on the interview. You, Chad the blackmailer, don't have dignity or respect. Certainly not mine. She dodged around him and his penetrating gaze, heading toward the bakery as she tossed over her shoulder. Besides. Technically, I can't quit if I'm not fired. That smoothly uttered sentence was a fluke, just like that job offer. She'd learned not to get her hopes up over flukes. There'd been the copywriting job last month the recruiter said she was perfect for. Tracy had sat across from her prospective boss, unable to do more than nod her head and offer monosyllabic answers. And here I thought you were brave. Chad matched her escape pace perfectly, his tone just as hard on Tracy as she was on herself. And I thought you were honorable, Tracy flung back at him with a wave of her hand. It was easier to argue with him than to deal with the doubts churning in her stomach. I have a code. I'll take that over honor any day. He hurried ahead, as if he couldn't wait to get back to the town proper and find that story. Do you really want to make coffee the rest of your life? She didn't, of course. And that was what was killing her inside. And then she saw what had him walking so fast. Roxy Knight had parked her old red truck on the corner. The truck bed was filled with small cages. Each one had a chicken in it. Tracy told herself not to worry. Chickens were trendy now. Farm-to-table fresh eggs a bonus in town. But she hurried after him anyway. Because she knew Chad would find a way to make fun of everything in Harmony Valley, including its chickens. Chapter 7. An elderly woman with short, wiry blue hair wearing stained blue coveralls and driving around with a truckload of chickens? This will be fun. Chad's inner voice had him veering away from Tracy and the disappointment he felt over her fear of a challenge. He didn't want to think about Tracy or why he cared what happened to her. Instead, he called out a greeting to the old woman, ignoring Tracy's parting shot of, "Be nice." And introducing himself. I'm Roxy. The old woman adjusted the hang of her coveralls, wheezing as if she'd just run a race. You must be that reporter people are talking about. She tightened a strap that held her cages down with hands that seemed plumper than fit her thin, petite frame. Interest in a story was elbowed aside by his internal health warning manual flipping on an alarm in his head, the warning created during years spent being raised by elderly parents. Roxy's shortness of breath. Her poor circulation. Was her skin pale because she didn't get outdoors? That was the argument his mother had made when Chad had asked her to see a doctor. Too late, it turned out. You don't talk much. Roxy hit him with a sideways glance. Are you a friend of Tracy's? From one of those clinics she goes to? No, Chad drew back. Roxy thought he had speech difficulties? I was distracted by all your chickens. He hoped to be distracted by whatever reason she had a truckload of foul, distracted enough to ignore what he saw as warning signs in her health. I'm taking them to the farmer's market. Getting dotty in my old age. She gasped for breath. Let too many roosters in the henhouse and ended up with too many chickens. Or so my daughter says. She made me promise a wheeze. To get rid of them all last time she visited. Panting, Roxy climbed unsteadily onto the rear bumper and untied a small cage with a small blue-gray speckled hen. The load unbalanced when I came around the corner. I've just got one cage too many. Poor Henrietta. She slumped over the tailgate, balancing the cage on the fender. Phew. You'd think we were at a high elevation. I can't seem to catch my breath. Let me help. He placed a steadying hand at the small of her back. Give me Henrietta. Once the hen was on the ground, Chad took Roxy's arm hand and helped her down. Roxy's fingers were cold. Her grip weak. Up close, her skin had an unhealthy tinge to it. Mom, you don't look so well. Let's go to the doctor. Tension pinched between Chad's shoulder blades. You shouldn't be doing this trip alone. Roxy shouldn't be doing it at all. She should be going to the doctor, seeking medical attention. It's none of your business. That's what his mother had said. I may be slowing down, but everyone slows down at my age. Chad was looking at Roxy, but that didn't stop an image of his mother's face from coming to mind and replacing hers. I could be wrong. I'm not a doctor. It didn't feel wrong. And he would have appreciated anyone who could have made his mother see a doctor. Maybe then she'd still be alive. Maybe then he wouldn't be alone and empty. I'm glad you offered to come. Roxy smiled up at him mid-wheeze. Won't take more than an hour. My friend Marty says he'll sell them for me, so it's just a drop-off. But get a move on. Roxy pressed her keys into his hands, picked up Henrietta's cage, and walked around the truck to the passenger side, huffing and puffing like a six-pack-a-day smoker. Chad was dumbfounded. This was just like earlier when Eunice and Tracy left him, a stranger, with a baby. What was it about Harmony Valley that inspired such trust in their fellow man? Didn't they realize the world was a dangerous place? And yet. His reporter instincts stood on end. This is the story. Chad stood still, rejecting the idea. He didn't write smarmy, feel-good pieces. He didn't do good deeds, like pointing out to someone they might be sick. Or driving them to the doctor. There must be someone in town who'd drive Roxy. Right. Cue sarcasm. No one in the bakery had been willing to drive him a few blocks. Roxy got in with a mighty door slam and a raspy gasp. The chickens in the back startled, clucked, and stared at Chad as if to say, get a move on. The surreal moment continued to fuzz Chad's brain and make him slow to react. Roxy's plump fingers flapped toward the open driver's window. Daylight's burning. Chad climbed in the front seat and inserted the key in the ignition. And then he hesitated, the Good Samaritan debating with the good reporter on a deadline. Before we go, I have a few questions. Shoot. Roxy rested her arms across Henrietta's cage and looked at him with faded gray eyes that matched her wiry gray hair, and nearly matched the gray tint to her skin. Her gray skin looked so much like his mother's the last time he'd seen her alive, that Chad felt pressure in his chest, pressure that forced words out in a rush. Do you live alone, Roxy? Are you asking me for a date? She snorted and then gasped for breath, pressing a swollen hand over her sternum. Biting back a few curses, Chad started the engine. It gave a mighty cough that sounded like a shotgun blast, one that shot down the cold-hearted bachelor columnist who wanted to leave Roxy to her fate. You didn't answer my question. I'm divorced. She frowned. My daughter lives in Cloverdale where the farmer's market is. Can you call her? Roxy's eyes narrowed and her pale lips pinched. If you're thinking of kidnapping me. Gasp and wheeze. You may as well take my chickens. My family has nothing of value to ransom me with. Leave it, the reporter in him said. He couldn't. Each belabored breath Roxy took seemed as if it would be her last. I think you need to see a doctor. Shortness of breath, swollen extremities. He handed her his cell phone, trying to appear confident and commanding, because that's when his elderly parents had been least likely to challenge his decisions. I'm going to take you to the emergency room. Call your daughter and have her meet us there. Roxy gripped his phone. Is this a joke? No, ma'am. Chad turned the truck around, being careful of the chickens in the back. I wish it was. You share some of the symptoms my mom had. He spared her a glance. Before she died. I have indigestion, that's all. Roxy moved sausage-like fingers to cover her mouth. She knew nothing of the warning signs of heart disease. Maybe. The doctor will know for sure. Has anyone ever told you you're the strangest man? I've been called worse. Tracy came to mind, her stubborn chin and disagree with you gaze. But, I can't go to the hospital. My chickens, and there it was. The denial of the need for medical attention. She was just like his parents. She'd probably put off seeing a doctor until her heart felt like it was stopping. Well, Chad wasn't letting another person die on his watch. He'd risk being called wrong and foolish and a meddler. Worst case? He'd pay for her emergency room visit. I'll drop off your chickens at the farmer's market, Chad said through gritted teeth. Call your daughter. Surprisingly, Roxy did as instructed. And then she called Agnes to spread the word about the nice young reporter. Chad may not like small towns much, but he knew how they worked. It wouldn't take long for this to get around. Leona wouldn't bat an eye. Eunice would reassess her opinion of him once more. And Tracy. Tracy wouldn't believe it. That was the only thing that lifted Chad's spirits through the next few hours. Tracy slipped in the back door to the bakery's kitchen. Maybe slink was a better way to describe her entrance. That's what deadbeats did, right? They slunk around, avoided notice, and didn't live up to their potential. Tracy's potential had been totaled along with Emma's car in that accident. She wanted the production job, but she didn't want to appear on film. She wanted to prove to Chad she was brave, but she didn't want to appear on film. She wanted to feel good about herself, but, shoot and darn. She wanted to veer right, up the L-shaped staircase to her mid-century modern studio apartment, which was way cooler than saying she had simple kitchen cabinetry from the 1950s, pink stucco walls, and a pink toilet and tub, accented with pink subway tile. But there was Eunice and her purple curls in the alcove to her left, rocking Gregory between the crib and the shelves with baby toys, books, and diaper supplies. And there was Jessica in the large kitchen with its 4 wall ovens, butcher block counters and a huge island in the middle. The paneling was dark, but windows above the staircase flooded the room with light, leaving Tracy no shadow to slink into. Eunice and Jess looked at her expectantly. Tracy paused near the stairs, feeling clammy from her confrontation with Chad and cowardice at the compulsion to escape. I'd rather be a coward than have no dignity. Except Tracy suspected her fears made her dishonorable. And she'd never been a dishonorable deadbeat in her life. Hi. Tracy shrugged out of her jacket, acknowledging a quick escape was impossible. She flung the jacket over the dark wood banister. You look like someone lost your letter to Santa, Eunice whispered without missing a rock in her rhythm. Twice. Jess nodded, brushing the back of her hand across her forehead. She went back to transferring mini chocolate bundt cakes for El Rosal to cooling racks. The Mexican restaurant had a standard dessert order to be delivered every other day, and Jess changed up what she baked each time. The baby turned sleepy eyes Jessica's way. He was adorable, especially when he was sleeping. Don't grow up, kid. Being an adult is more complicated than making sure you've got a clean diaper at the ready. Tracy struggled with how much to tell them. But heck, why not give up the details and embrace her impending cold feet? I have a job interview. Jess set the bundt pan aside. I should be looking like I lost something. You're going to leave me and boy, will I be in trouble. Stack guilt onto the demoralizing decisions weighing Tracy down. Jess needed her. Don't worry. I'm not going anywhere. Tracy explained about the video. Don't back out. You'll do fine, Jess said kindly, because she could see a silver lining in the darkest of rain clouds. This is the right job for you. I can feel it. Tracy couldn't feel anything but failure, like a gaping chasm at her frozen feet. If she moved toward this job, she'd almost certainly go down, down, down. And splat. My father used to make family movies back in the 50s. Eunice made it sound as if her father was a well-renowned director. Would you like to see some? I bet you could learn something. If Eunice's father had made artistic films back in the 1950s when Tracy couldn't bring herself to make a home video, she might have to give up looking for a new career and become a coffee barista permanently. Better not to risk it. Thanks, but no thanks. Tracy eyed the cooling oatmeal raisin cookies on the center island. Sugar always made her feel better, but sugar solved nothing. I don't see the point in me making the video. They want someone who can talk. Eunice sked. You talk just fine. Not as much as before. You have no problem communicating with me or our customers. Jess wiped her hands on a white tea towel with apples embroidered on it, unaware that her words and Eunice's made Tracy feel better. Nobody's perfect. My teeth are prone to cavities. Eunice needs reading glasses. Eunice bristled. I do not need reading glasses to read. Look at the time. Jess smiled mischievously at Tracy. Can you drizzle icing on these buns while I make Duffy lunch? He'll be here soon. Duffy being Jessica's husband and the winery's field manager. I glob, Tracy warned, passing the cookies on her way to the sink. Squeeze slow, move fast. Jess wasn't taking no for an answer. She removed a tray of sourdough rolls from the oven and set them on the counter. The rolls were destined for Giordano's cafe across the street, for their lunch crowd. Duffy likes my peanut butter and jelly, Tracy said as she washed her hands. Not as much as he likes cream of broccoli soup in a bread bowl. Jess opened a plastic bag full of pumpernickel rounds. And then she stopped, fixing Tracy with a serious look. You have to try. Promise me you'll try and make a video. Your brother showed me some of the commercials you worked on in the past. You were good, really good. You can still be good, just in a different way. It's like me trying a new recipe. Like horseradish doodles, Eunice whispered. Something new, but still by you. With her back to Eunice, Jess exchanged a private smile with Tracy. Yes, it's just like that. Under the influence of their positive words, Tracy felt some of the weight fall from her shoulders. All right, all right. I'll do it. Tracy picked up the icing bag and assumed the ready position, hand over the first mini bunt. And then she hesitated, picturing globs instead of smooth thin lines of frosting. Don't overthink, Eunice said. Easy for Eunice to say. She was better with the baby than with bundt cakes. Jess glanced up from carving a bowl in the pumpernickel loaf. She made a swift back and forth gesture with one hand. Squeeze slow, move fast. Tracy did as instructed, completing the task with a minimum of globs. I can make the deliveries. The bundt cakes and rolls. Okay. Jess gave Tracy a stare she probably thought was stern, but Jess wasn't the stern stare sort. But then you work on your video. No excuses. No excuses, Tracy agreed, trying not to think about all the ways she could humiliate herself during this interview process, on screen and off. Chapter 8. What do you think of Chad? Agnes asked during their car ride back from Mildred's doctor appointment and a pleasant lunch in Cloverdale. I'm impressed that he took Roxy to the hospital. Me, too. Mildred turned her face to catch the dappled sunlight through the passenger window. It was a little thing, but it made her feel alive with the sun on her skin. Most people wouldn't have noticed Roxy was ill, Rose said from the back seat. Her hiking boots scuffed against the plastic floor mats, as if she was tap dancing while sitting, which she probably was. We didn't notice she was ill, Mildred pointed out, still smarting over the doctor telling her she needed to get out and walk more. Walk more. She was nearly blind and in a walker. For her, exercise was an accident in the making. Broken hip, anyone? We haven't seen Roxy in a week or two, Agnes allowed. Hers was always the voice of reason among the trio. It makes me wonder who else we haven't seen recently. Such were the concerns in a town with so many old people. But if they, the town council, didn't worry, who would? Frankly, I wouldn't have noticed anything. Much as it pained Mildred to admit. I'm no good at spotting physical deterioration. Or sidewalk hazards. Darn doctor. I think Chad should stay. Rose's feet kicked the back of Mildred's seat. Maybe he and Tracy will hit it off. She doesn't seem to like him much. Agnes sounded distracted. Mildred was distracted, too. By thoughts of romance and philosophy. If only he wouldn't waste his time on Leona. If only she was brave enough to do something about her attraction. What do you think of Phil? I don't think of Phil at all. Rose was painfully honest, even when her friends didn't want her to be. In what context have you been thinking about Phil? Agnes should have been a private investigator. She always knew just what thread to unravel. It was a general question. Mildred's cheeks felt hot. She shouldn't have said anything. She lifted the binoculars she kept in Agnes' car and looked at the road ahead. Mildred was so sight-challenged, she couldn't tell how far they were from home. This stretch of road looked the same for miles. Eucalyptus trees lined the two-lane highway flanked by vineyards. The asphalt hummed steadily beneath the tires. She put the binoculars down. Where are we? A mile from the turnoff into town. Rose tapped the back of Mildred's seat. I'm with Agnes. Why are you thinking about Phil? He's a very nice man, Agnes said kindly. She was no dummy. She probably knew now that Mildred had feelings for Phil. Mildred's cheeks grew hotter. Phil isn't always nice. Mildred wrapped the binocular strap around her hand. But I think that might be because he's still brokenhearted over Leona. Which made Mildred as brokenhearted as a schoolgirl over her first unrequited crush. What was wrong with her? Phil told Truman that his mother would relapse with alcohol. The disapproval in Rose's voice stung. Maybe that's why she moved away. She moved away because she got married to that horse whisperer. Agnes turned on her blinker. We were all at the wedding, remember? Don't overdramatize. Regardless. Rose sniffed dramatically, because she did so love to overdramatize. Men don't know how to meddle properly. Phil certainly doesn't. Are you sure you should be thinking about Phil? Agnes asked Mildred, slowing to make the turn. You just admitted he's still in love with Leona. There is that. Mildred sighed. I probably just need a change. I thought you already went through the change. Rose might remember every verse from West Side Story, but sometimes she was slow on the uptake. Mildred glanced over her shoulder in Rose's direction. I'm done with menopause, Rose. I'm talking about being in a rut. I don't know. Bored? Well, you've got no husband and you can't read a book or watch television properly. Rose called it like she saw it, with that painful clarity of hers. But you do have us. Mildred was glad she was in the front seat and could hide her pain at being alone by looking out the window. Not that she could see much more than a kaleidoscope of green, gray, and brown. I can't remember the last time your daughter came to visit. Rose was on a roll, flattening Mildred further in her rut. Maybe you should call her. I am forsaken, Mildred murmured. Her daughter was too busy living a full life. And who was Mildred to complain about that? She'd left home at 18 and hadn't looked back. Ever. Agnes turned left toward Harmony Valley. As usual, she hit the pothole with the edge of her right front tire. Let's not get maudlin. At their ages, no one wanted to be maudlin. But at their ages, sometimes you couldn't help it. Mildred might just as well admit what was on her mind. I was thinking I'd like to start dating. Don't tell me you want to date Phil? Rose sounded dumbfounded. He's a good-looking man, Mildred said stubbornly. Or at least he had been 20 years ago when she could see him. Agnes patted Mildred's shoulder. But Phil's emotionally unavailable. Leona has the house. He has no one. Mildred squared her shoulders. These were her friends. They were supposed to accept her fragile feelings and insecurities, not bash them. Maybe if he had someone in his corner, he'd get over Leona once and for all. You're breaking up the band. Rose sighed heavily. We're a threesome. I just want to feel alive again. Before Mildred fell while following the doctor's orders, broke a hip, and died. That was how Kylie Anderson kicked the bucket. 6 months from fall to death. Is that so bad? No, Agnes said, slowing some more as they passed the stark white building that was Snarky Sam's pawn shop. Well, if we're being honest here, there was a breathy quality to Rose's voice, as if the forthcoming admission was as much a cherished secret as Mildred's fascination with philosophy. I've often wondered what it would be like to kiss Rutger. The blonde, bearded, large as a mountain man who lived atop Parish Hill. You probably couldn't find his lips beneath all that beard, Agnes pointed out. They all laughed, just like the trio of silly schoolgirls they'd once been. Chapter 9. Mr. Healy, you cannot bring that chicken into my house. Queen Leona sure knew how to put on a hero's welcome. Leona, it's been a long day. Chad set Henrietta's cage on the porch in the fading afternoon sunlight. Roxy gave me this hen as a thank you gift. And then he raised his voice, when he hadn't done so all day. For saving her life. It scared him that he'd been right. Roxy needed 3 stents for 3 blocked arteries. She'd cried. Her daughter had cried. Chad had left them at the hospital to drop off her chickens. Before he'd left, Roxy had insisted he take Henrietta as a thank you gift. And yes, her daughter had looked at him sympathetically, shaking her head as if giving him permission to refuse. But what could he do? It might be Roxy's last wish. Leona opened her mouth to say more, but Chad cut her off. What I need is a warm, safe place to keep Henrietta. At least until he could figure out who to give her to or how to convince Roxy to take her back. Maybe that shed of yours in back has room. The bed and breakfast owner shook her head from side to side as if the swivel point was the pearl choker about her neck. Unless you want chicken for breakfast, you'll store that thing at Roxy's. He was tired, emotionally wrung out, and the drive-through burger he'd eaten on the way back wasn't sitting well. It wasn't worth arguing with Leona. Where does Roxy live? 3 blocks up Madison. You can't miss the house. She hung fish nets on the fence. Leona shut the door in his face. The wind rustled through the trees, sending leaves fluttering like golden snowflakes to the ground. Grumbling about queens and their royal subjects, Chad picked up Henrietta's cage and returned to Roxy's truck. When he turned the key, the truck shuddered, coughed, and died as surely as he'd expected Roxy to earlier. Several unproductive key turns later, and Chad stood next to his little red sports car. The one with narrow front seats and no room for a walker, a wheelchair, or a chicken cage. Henrietta strutted back and forth in her metal crate, making worried noises. I guess we're walking, Henrietta. Thankfully, his high-end bachelor readership couldn't see him now. Chad picked up the 3x2 cage and started walking. The hen nestled into the corner near his hand. Her blue-gray feathers were soft against his fingers. Henrietta had the personality of a hesitant kitten. She deserved a nice home. Perhaps a nice coop on his townhouse's penthouse's back patio. What is wrong with me? Chad was thinking about adopting a chicken. Where was his big city indifference? The happy bachelor didn't do pets. He didn't drive old ladies to the hospital. And he certainly didn't let a hotel proprietor get the best of him. A block later, he spotted Tracy sitting on a curb, scribbling in a notebook. He didn't like to acknowledge how relieved the sight of her made him feel. If you're counting cars driving by, he teased. I'm betting you haven't counted one. There was no traffic in Harmony Valley. Loyal bird that she was, Henrietta clucked as if laughing at his bad joke. Tracy didn't chuckle. She barely looked up, perhaps hoping he'd walk on by. She wasn't getting that lucky. Hey, I recognize that expression of yours. Chad set the cage on the sidewalk and sat next to Tracy. The cement was cool, but not as cold as a hospital chair. That's your overthinking face. He'd never run into anyone who was as set on defeating herself before the game ever started as Tracy was. What are you doing? I'm scripting my video. Her chin jutted out and her eyes burned hot blue. Isn't that what you wanted me to do? He hadn't really wanted anything. She was a stranger, same as Roxy. And as soon as he left town, she'd be a memory, same as Henrietta. That didn't stop him from glancing across the street, curious as to why Tracy would choose to sit here. And then it was his turn to chuckle. They sat across from an elementary school. Don't tell me you're starting at the beginning of what made you who you are today? First grade teacher as a positive influence, perhaps? From the wash of color on her face, he must have been close. Don't be a cliché, he said tritely. He held out a hand for her notebook. Let me see your other ideas. If she was like other writers he knew, she'd have a list somewhere on those pages. Tracy clutched the book to her chest and glowered at him. Chad worked hard to keep from smiling. She'd never be good at glowering, not with those petite features and big blue eyes. If you won't show me, cough up the next idea on your list. No. Henrietta settled deeper into her corner and made soft noises like a toy train on a circular track. He hoped she was hunkering down from the increasing intensity of the wind and not laying an egg, which would only fall to the pavement. If I had to guess, Chad returned his attention to Tracy. Your other idea would be something by the river. There weren't many things around town that might have shaped who Tracy was. The glower disappeared. Tracy's shoulders drooped around the notebook. She hung her head. Bummer. Chad sighed. I can only hope you'll work through the predictable dreck before you film. Sometimes, often, it takes writing dreck to be inspired. The droop undercut the confidence in her words. She wasn't convincing anyone, least of all, herself. I'm not worried about what my topic will be, so much as how I'll deliver it. There it was. A long sentence. And if her droop was any indication, she didn't recognize it. The know-it-all thing is annoying. Tracy laid her temple on her knee, facing away from him. I was going to do a test video tomorrow morning, at the park by the river. I'll take a break from the bakery at 8 and the light will be fabulous, coming off the water. Henrietta made a derisive noise before Chad could. Tracy had no inspiration, no plan, and at this rate, no chance at grabbing that brass ring. Like me. The burger flipped in his stomach and he shook his head, trying to shake off the doubt. Not like me. Chad had inspiration, Harmony Valley, a plan, a website and advertisers, and a very good chance at grabbing that brass ring. Tracy turned back to him and said begrudgingly, what you did for Roxy was nice. He smiled. I bet you hate to admit that. That won a smile out of her. Harmony Valley brings out the best in even the worst of people. And now you've found your story. Chad shook his head. She didn't understand him or the happy bachelor at all. Chad stood and collected Henrietta. I haven't found my story. There's no reason why people should visit this town. In Napa, the accommodations are more luxurious, the winery choices more numerous, and the nightlife, well, it exists. You're a hypocrite. Tracy got to her feet, stiff from having sat so long on the cold curb. You want everyone to think you're this insensitive. Witty. Self-centered bachelor. And yet, you took an old woman, a stranger, to the ER. And he'd encouraged a coffee barista, in a haughty, superior way, to reach for the stars with more than with a cliched, half-hearted effort. And then there's this chicken, Tracy faltered. 1, because she didn't know why he had a chicken. And 2, because she'd spit out a really long speech, without stumbling too much over her words. Not that Chad seemed to notice. He was walking away from her, broad shoulders tall beneath that black leather jacket. Henrietta is a thank you gift from Roxy. It would break my code to trash a gift. His back was rigid. His tone was frosty. But the indignation in his next words were fluid and hot. and Leona refused to allow Henrietta on her property. What harm could a small chicken in a cage do to the band be? They can dig up a yard worse than a dog after a gopher, Tracy said, marveling at his big city ignorance. But it was the indignation over the chicken that got to her. She wouldn't have expected the happy bachelor to care what happened to a stranger, much less a hen. It made her trail after Chad like she was one of his flock. Not that she cared about him. There was livestock at stake. You don't know anything about chickens, do you? They get up early and they lay eggs. The farm girl in her rolled her eyes. And the care and feeding. Chad's steps slowed to a stop. He turned to look at Tracy, a complete contradiction. A stylish city slicker carrying a chicken. Roxy isn't coming home for at least 2 weeks. What will I? He glanced down at the small bird, concern etching faint lines from the corners of his eyes. I can't even keep a houseplant alive. I can help you get her settled. About her long-term future? Lots of people in town have chickens, Tracy said reassuringly, stopping a few feet from him. Her father had gotten rid of his hens when Tracy went off to college, claiming there'd been too many eggs for one man to eat. But there were others in town with coops. She'd even heard the winery had gotten some recently. For now, she's safest at Roxy's. The sun was setting. For certain, there was still a chicken coop and some grain at Roxy's. Thank you, Humble Chad said. Humble Chad. His eyes didn't twinkle, and his cocky boardroom demeanor was conspicuously absent, but Tracy found this side of him just as appealing. If only he wasn't the happy bachelor. An orange tabby ran across the street, darting beneath the bushes bordering an abandoned house. There were more empty houses and empty lots in this part of town than elsewhere in Harmony Valley. Tracy glanced around. She seldom visited these blocks. And now, with grief thickening in her lungs, she remembered why. A road to the right led to what was left of the grain mill. The silo skeleton rose like an empty castle turret above the swaying trees. A romantic image for such a horrible end. Chad followed the direction of her gaze. That's where my mom was killed. A chill reached deeper into her bones than the brisk autumn wind. They say the explosion happened so fast as Tracy's car accident. They couldn't have done anything. So many dead. Chad nodded as if he understood. And then he said the nicest thing. She'd be proud of you. The cold, thick feeling in Tracy's lungs spread into her throat. She'd be proud of some things, she choked out. Her academic achievements. Her rise in the advertising world. Perhaps not the temptation to settle nowadays. She'd have liked you prodding me to do my best. But not. Let's just leave it at that, shall we? He started walking. Tracy didn't look at the mill again, but she felt her mother's presence, or rather the lack of it. They walked in silence to Roxy's house. Henrietta was happy to be in her large coop. Tracy showed Chad where the grain bin was and told him how much food to give the hen. They latched the gate and went their separate ways. The happy bachelor walked off, shoulders hunched in his jacket. Only then did Tracy remember she'd told him she was filming in the morning and begin to feel guilty because she wasn't taking a break at 8 or planning to film in the park tomorrow. She'd said it as a joke, of sorts. Because the locals steered clear of the park in the early mornings. If he showed up. Well, he was looking for a story. Chad was downstairs in the Lambridge Banby's dining room at 1 minute after 8 on Saturday morning, feeling like a bear awakened too early from hibernation. The formal dining room was as stuffy and stately as the rest of the house, a cherry dining set that could seat 12, dark wainscoting, forest green striped wallpaper, and a large brass chandelier. How different it might feel with other guests at the table. He'd slept restlessly on the lumpy, squeaky mattress that probably hadn't been replaced since the last presidential candidate had come to town 50 years ago. Yeah, he'd looked that factoid up. And during his sleepless night, he'd read about the care and feeding of chickens, had a circular debate with Tracy, in his head, about the happy bachelor's code of ethics in columns, and researched ways to conquer expressive aphasia. He'd also sat at the keyboard for hours trying to start a column on Harmony Valley. His attempts had failed. He might even say they'd failed miserably. Every time he felt he was onto something, Tracy's disapproving glower popped into his head. Not that he was panicking. It was a week until the Harvest Festival and 8 days until his webpage went live. But he was beginning to feel stressed. I like a man who's prompt. Leona wore a brown sheath dress and low black heels. Her hair was pulled back so tightly from her face, it seemed to lift the wrinkles above her brows. She retreated through a swinging door, returning almost immediately with a small white plate, almost a teacup saucer, and a mug of black coffee. Chad stared at the one mini quiche, the one mini bran muffin, and the cluster of 5 green grapes. This is it? Leona had turned to leave him. She spun back, resting a hand on one hip. This is a bed and breakfast, Mr. Healy, not a Las Vegas buffet. This won't hold me. He'd gotten up early and went for a jog. He'd fed Henrietta. He was ready for eggs and sausage, biscuits and gravy, coffee and creamer. I never said I'd hold you. Leona left him, most likely unaware of the double entendre of her words. The quiche was gone in 1 bite. The muffin in 2. The coffee smelled bitter, and the grapes were sour. This would have been a sorry state of affairs if Martin's bakery wasn't within walking distance. Besides, he needed to find a repair shop for Roxy's truck. But first, since he was out, he might just as well go by the park next to the river and see what Tracy was up to. He was learning his way around town. He took the alley behind Main Street to reach the park. It was empty, but Tracy had mentioned the light on the water. Chad veered onto the path across the sparse grass, drawn to the birds singing by the river. He passed a rusty swing set, an equally rusty pushable merry-go-round, a couple wooden picnic tables carved with initials, and lots of trees, poplar, oak, eucalyptus. Finally, he reached the bluff overlooking the water and nearly fell over the edge. Tracy wasn't there, but immediately below him, on a narrow strip of dirt beach, a naked man was doing yoga. He was old, fit, and had a long gray ponytail. Good morning, Chad, the mayor said as if he did naked yoga with an audience every day. Good morning, Chad blurted, backing away from the view. Sorry to interrupt. Want to join me? Larry called after him. Naked yoga with another dude? Nope. That was a definite man code breaker. Chad's pace picked up, not because he was embarrassed, although there was that, but because he suddenly realized that he'd been set up for this encounter. By Tracy. A few minutes later, Chad entered Martin's bakery and drew a deep breath. Coffee. The morning's lifeblood. A glance around the bakery revealed many of the patrons from the day before. The checker match was on between Felix and Phil. Eunice sat in the window seat wearing Easter egg colors that complemented her purple hair. 2 men stood drinking coffee and talking near Eunice. The taller, more solid-looking of the pair held Gregory with the ease of parenthood. There was a line to place an order, and Chad got in it, smiling. He'd left the Lampoon offices wanting to smile and laugh and joke more. With the exception of Roxy, Harmony Valley was giving him that. And now, he had to decide what kind of payback to give Tracy, the prankster. She'd never intended to film this morning. He should have known that she'd be working here. He moved forward and the first pastry case came into unobstructed view. Forget another breakfast quiche. The pastries in the case looked decadently large. They'd hold him. Chad gauged the distance between he and Tracy, playing through different confrontation scenarios in his head. Her arms were slender, but they could hold him as well. Whoa. Where had that thought come from? Granted, Tracy was attractive and engaging, with a good sense of humor. And granted, Chad enjoyed her company when they weren't arguing about him being an evil overlord. But she wasn't his type. She wasn't a polished, driven go-getter. And yet, in that unguarded instant, Chad's perspective changed. Tracy was dateable. When it was finally Chad's turn, guilt was written all over Tracy's face as she stared at his shoulder. The usual? Latte and pumpkin spice scone? Latte and a cinnamon roll, please. The cinnamon roll was the largest item in the bakery case and smelled heavenly when compared to the mini bran muffin he'd had earlier. So, I didn't see you filming yoga down by the river this morning. Tracy had her back to him while she steamed his milk. She spared him a glance, biting her lip. And then she smiled, not in the least apologetically. "I'm sorry?" Chad felt that smile deep in his chest. "You're not." Her smile widened. "I'm not." She returned her attention to his latte. "I read more of your columns." If that was her opening salvo of the day, she'd have to add context and criticism. "My readership might be interested in a place where they can do naked yoga." "You wouldn't dare." She turned. Her eyes were wider than those in the smiley face she'd made with milk on top of his wide mug latte. A fully dressed mayor appeared next to Chad. "I was serious about my earlier offer. Yoga is invigorating down by the river. I'd wear clothes for you, Chad." Chad's mouth dropped open. "He doesn't make that offer to just anyone," Tracy ribbed, not that the mayor paid her any notice. But Chad did. Her banter, her ability to pull a prank. They combined to fill his chest with warmth. "Let me know if you change your mind." Larry set $2 on the counter. "Do you think your article on us will be picked up by the New York Times or any other national papers?" Stress pinched more than Chad's shoulder blades. It wrapped around his chest and squeezed. "I couldn't say," he wheezed, "worse than Roxy had yesterday." Chad swallowed and tried again. "I need to learn about the town's character, the festival, the winery." "Flynn." The mayor waved over one of the men standing near Eunice, the one with reddish-brown hair and no baby in his arms. Larry introduced him as one of the winery owners. "He'd like a tour of the winery, Flynn. He's comfortable with Tracy if you can't spare the time. I'll ask Christine when he and Tracy can taste wine." Flynn didn't question Tracy's inclusion, despite her propping her fists on her hips and huffing at the mayor after she'd given him his coffee and sugar packets. "Excellent." Larry pumped Flynn's hand. "Text Tracy a time to take him over." Before we roll out the red carpet, Tracy held up several sheets of paper. "I printed some of Chad's columns." She offered them to the mayor and Flynn. Chad leaned forward to whisper, "I hope you picked some that make me look good." "You wish," she whispered back. Whatever columns she'd chosen, whatever the mayor's reaction, it wouldn't change what Chad wrote. "I don't need to read those, Tracy." The mayor was in pompous mode and discounted Tracy too easily. And neither does Flynn. Chad's written for the New York Times. The mayor drew Flynn away to talk with the man holding the poop monster. Tracy dropped the papers into the trash with a defeated sigh. Chad's cell phone rang. It was one of his sponsors. A sponsor call on a weekend was never a good thing. "Marty, what's up?" Marty McPherson was the media buyer for an online travel clothing company, No Wrinkles. He'd once been a drill sergeant and his voice rasped with rough peaks and deep valleys. "My boss is giving me grief about our spend with you." Chad gripped the counter and glanced up. His gaze met that of a man in a sepia-tinted photo with his shirt sleeves rolled to his elbows and the heels of his hands deep in dough. Chad hadn't expected Lampoon to lose an advertiser without a fight. The advertising business was a personal one. Chad had a friendly relationship with Marty. Another editor at the Lampoon had a friendly relationship with Marty's boss. But Chad had thought the window to backing out of the sponsorship had closed. "I defended my spend with you, Chad. But without subscription and readership numbers, I'm not in a good position." Marty cleared his throat, but it didn't seem to make any difference in his gruff voice. "You know I hate to ask this, but I could do with some stellar advance content to prove I'm spending the company's money wisely." Chad opened his mouth to say no, but Marty beat him to the punch. "Without it, I may have to back out." Chad's grip on the counter tightened. If No Wrinkles backed out, others might as well. "I need your best stuff, Chad. And I need it yesterday." Nothing he'd written in the past month was good enough. Chad had a sinking feeling his best stuff had yet to be written and it'd be written about Harmony Valley. "Tuesday," he choked out. "I can get you something by Tuesday." He disconnected and scowled at the phone. "Tuesday deadline?" Tracy placed an oatmeal raisin cookie on the plate next to his cinnamon roll. "I thought you worked for yourself." "Advertising supports content websites." One of my sponsors wants a taste of my magazine before I go live. Did you find your story? There was too much superiority in those blue eyes. She knew he hadn't. Did you find what makes you, you, he countered. You found your story yesterday. With Henrietta. That superiority spread to her smile. You're just too stubborn to admit it. She was wrong. That strong backbone of yours has been strengthened by accidents. First your mother's. Then yours. It was a guess, but the words felt right. A woman as soft-looking as Tracy didn't develop a foundation of steel by facing sunshine and rainbows every day. You need help. Her smile hardened. Her eyes narrowed. I could help you write your column. And I could help you write your video script. He knew she wouldn't accept his offer, the same way he knew he'd never accept hers. The mayor clapped a hand on Chad's shoulder. I'm glad you two are offering to help each other. His smile was oil spill slick. Tracy can show you around town, tell you about the festival, and take you wine tasting. And you can help her with that interview video she's stressing about. How did you? Tracy's gaze cut to the window seat. Eunice. You may be talented, Eunice said sweetly. But Chad's been in the New York Times. The room erupted with agreement that boxed up his and Tracy's objections before they'd ever been spoken. You can start now, Tracy. I'll man the counter. Eunice scurried over, immediately brightening the space with all her spring color. Not 2 minutes later, Chad and Tracy stood outside the bakery zipping up their coats. Tracy glowered at Chad. Her expression wasn't so cute anymore. Not when his breakfast and latte weren't outside with them. She took one look at his face and rolled her eyes. Like this was my fault, Mr. New York Times. Chapter 10. I don't need your help. Tracy wanted to make that perfectly clear to Chad, because annoyance was wreaking havoc with the caffeine coating her stomach. Likewise, he said, frowning. But it was easier not to argue. Agreed. Not that they were out of the meddlesome woods. Harmony Valley residents loved to but in where they weren't welcome. But Chad's comments inside the bakery still rankled. I am not shaped by accidents. Chad didn't miss a beat. And I am not writing about a chicken. While leaves danced gracefully down the street, Jessica came out with a tray she'd loaded with Chad's order, plus an espresso and 2 oatmeal raisin cookies for Tracy. I'm surprised you let them bully you into a partnership. I prefer to think of it as a strategic escape. Chad claimed a wrought iron chair at one of the small sidewalk tables near planter boxes with fading flowers. There is no partnership. Tracy dropped into a chair across from Chad. The nip in the air was already creeping around her toes. You don't understand how things work here. These people can be stubborn. What's there to be stubborn about? Chad arched his brows. It's none of their business. They're talking about screening Tracy's interview video for editorial purposes. Jess set their drinks in front of them. The smiley face on Chad's latte had morphed into a wobbly frown. Saturday night after the Harvest Festival dance. Annoyance doubled down in Tracy's stomach. Chad smirked. Their plates came next, delivered with Jessica's remorseful smile. And they want a reading of the article Chad writes before it's released. Eunice offered to read the article for you at the dance, Chad, but I bet as soon as Rose hears about it, there'll be a fight as to who gets center stage. Chad stopped smirking. I'm not giving them anything to read. They'll ask for it. Every morning. Tracy broke a cookie in half. Plus I think, Mayor Larry heard you say, Tuesday. She smiled, mood lightening with Chad being boxed into a corner. I can attest to the fact that residents are a little overzealous. Jess tucked the empty tray beneath her arm. When I first moved here, it was as if the entire town adopted me. If you think about how their kids and grandkids have moved away, it makes sense. They're retired and need more to do every day than play checkers. Mayor Larry opened the door. Tracy, take Chad by Snarky Sam's. And the wine tasting will be tomorrow at 11. He held the door for Jessica and then returned inside. There was nothing carefree about Chad's expression now. He didn't smile or give one of his self-deprecating laughs. His eyes were nearly as black as dark roast coffee beans. We need a pact. You're not. She tapped a finger on the tabletop to emphasize each word. Scripting. My video. Not that kind of pact. Chad pulled his cinnamon roll into, expression grim. Not a creative pact. A defensive pact. We tell them no one sees the finished product but us. Really? Maybe Tracy could work this to the town's advantage. You'd let me read. No, he said flatly. That's just what we say. You'd lie? Why was Tracy not surprised? I won't. Besides, they'll still expect me to be your tour guide. And me your video consultant. The last thing Tracy wanted was for Chad to witness her talking about personal things and stumbling over words. We could make this work, Chad said, shredding his roll into more sections. If we set boundaries. He may have said boundaries, but Tracy saw walls. No. Hear me out. He leaned closer, as if worried the hearing aid crowd within the bakery might be eavesdropping. Which Eunice was. She sat in the window seat, staring at them with those unblinking purple eyes of hers. I could use a tour guide, Chad said in a low voice. But what she heard was, you look lovely today. Shocked at her overactive imagination, Tracy popped a piece of cookie in her mouth. And I could help you with your delivery, he went on in that intimate tone. But what she heard was, I want to kiss you. Tracy nearly choked on the cookie. I'm not following. Now Chad was smiling. Just a little. Just enough to keep Tracy's imagination running away. I know a little about speaking in front of an audience. But what she heard was, I know a little about the language of love. Get a grip, Tracy. What was he talking about? Oh, yeah. Advice for being in front of the camera. Don't tell me. When the camera rolls, you want me to imagine people naked. Her traitorous gaze slid to his broad shoulders before she sought refuge in the depths of her espresso cup. That naked thing never works. Chad wiped icing from his fingers with a napkin, seemingly unaware of the direction her mind had wandered. I notice you pause mid-sentence. You should always pause after the first word in a sentence. Don't barrel forward and then lose momentum. You'll only feel like self-conscious and look as if you've lost your train of thought. That's for stutterers. Tracy tried to hide her disappointment. She'd read as much as she could about speech impediments and treatments. That won't help me. Not that she'd tried it. But why try something that was for those with a different challenge than she had? Chad laid a hand on her shoulder. Look across the street at that shop, May's Pretty Things. In the shop window, one of Eunice's blue baby quilts was draped over a child's rocking chair. Knit scarves and handmade ornaments hung from a dried tree branch. Those things were delicate, frivolous. His hand was heavy, warm. His fingers had a purposeful, proprietary hold on her shoulder. This pact is a bad idea. He was the suave, sophisticated, sinister happy bachelor. She was just plain Tracy. She didn't dare look at him. She swallowed and stared hard at Eunice's baby quilt across the street. Take a deep breath, relax, and say something, Chad commanded softly, using that low, intimate voice that created the impression that they were close, that she meant something to him. Pause after the first word. I can't. How Tracy hated to admit she had a weakness. It made her body draw in on itself, like a hermit crab retreating in its shell. Chad massaged her shoulder, fingers delving deep in her tense muscles. Think Olympic athlete. Nothing comes easy to them. And yet they triumph. Take a. She shrugged him off. Will you stop with the coaching already? That was awesome. Chad draped his arm over her shoulder and gave her an air-stealing side hug. Inside, Eunice said, look at that. No pact. No way. Tracy shoved his arm away. Seriously? You're making a move on me? Nope. Chad grinned. I was happy for you, and I got carried away with my mentorship role. She wanted to slug him. She wanted to shout at him. She wanted to kiss him. Ouch. That last thought made Tracy want to sink into a hole in the ground, but at the same time she was filled with the unexpected realization that she'd delivered some quick rejoinders. Holy moly. It worked. His handsomeness continued to grin. Time seemed to slow. Leaves blew down the street, tumbling like small, gently bouncing playground balls. The wind tousled his short brown hair. Her toes, which had felt cold earlier, felt as warm as the rest of her. Tracy drew a deep breath and said, "That was cool." She frowned, having expected her speech to miraculously be smoother. Should she put his arm on her shoulders again? Like she did with her dad? Heck, no. His embrace wasn't safe. She was just a chess piece in a game he was playing. She refused to be played. She had the town to think of. A job opportunity to think of. Her heart to think of. Practice. It'll take practice, he said encouragingly. The energy you're devoting to self-loathing is better spent outwitting your challenges. Now, let's eat and then get a move on. He may have torn his cinnamon roll into bits, but they were bite-size and he ate every crumb. When he finished his latte and she her cookies, he stood. Which way is our tour? Tour. She'd forgotten all about it. This way. But, no lying to each other. And no pact. She stood and marched down the street. Why, did you offer one anyway? You don't seem like someone who'd cave to social pressure. Not by the reputation of his column. That man was a slick, lone wolf. But his smile said something different. It said, "I'm a team player. Let's play. I've had a lot of experience working with stubborn old people." Chad fell into step beside her. "And I like the idea of helping you. Not helping people. Helping her. Don't get carried away, girl." She paused to gather herself. "Aphasia annoys me. You need to think of it the same way you think of that scar of yours. It's never going away, but over time, it'll be better." This Chad had nothing in common with the Chad who'd written the columns for the Lampoon. This Chad was kind and giving and sensitive. She liked this Chad. But because he was also Chad Healy Bostwick, the happy bachelor, he was untrustworthy. He paused on the corner. "Which way?" "Over there." She pointed to Snarky Sam's, which was across the street and down the block at the entrance to Main Street. Could she believe in Chad? Could she get over her self-consciousness and speak without a hitch? Failures she'd made in front of people over the last year replayed in her head like a high-speed slideshow. Painful, those memories. Tracy stepped off the curb only to have Chad yank her back. A blue, bubble-fendered Cadillac sped around the corner just a yard away from Tracy's feet. She'd been so deep in her own head, she hadn't heard the caddy coming. Lilac Miller waved. The ends of the brown paisley scarf she had tied around her short white hair fluttered behind her. "Slow down, Lilac." Fear of being in another accident made Tracy's legs as weak as melted chocolate. "I thought she stopped driving." And then Tracy shouted, despite Lilac having already disappeared around the corner toward the bridge. "I thought you stopped driving." She should. Chad took Tracy by the shoulders, peering into her eyes. "You okay?" "Yes." And no, she didn't want to acknowledge how comforting his strong hold on her shoulders was. She, who resented her family's overprotectiveness, didn't want to explore why she liked it from Chad. He smiled as he released her. His smile could make a woman forget he was untrustworthy. "Did you notice how well you yelled at Lilac?" "No," she grumbled. "Thank you for saving my toes. And your knees and your hips, Anne. I get the idea." Tracy drew a deep breath, tried to relax and remember to pause after every first word. It was easier when she wasn't looking at him. "What was it you were saying about my scar?" Did I say yesterday there was no traffic in town? He double-checked the street before taking her arm and crossing. I was saying that your scar will always be with you, the same as your aphasia. Was that supposed to cheer me up? She extricated her arm. Shift your thinking. Chad paused to peer into the deserted grocery store window. It's just like going to the gym to stay healthy and keep the weight off. You and your midlife crisis. It was Tracy's turn to grin. Are you drinking light beer, too? He smiled back, meeting her reflection's gaze in the store window. Why are we going to Snarky's? They made an attractive couple in the glass. But it was only an illusion. Snarky, Sam is last year's gurning champion. Chad turned and began walking towards Sam's. Gurning? Making an ugly face. Tracy hurried after him, collecting herself for a long speech. It's a fall tradition. The gurning winner at the Harvest Festival is the town's green pumpkin for Halloween. Woohoo. That was a nice and smooth speech. Could she do it again? Don't think. Pause and go. The green pumpkin used to take candy kids didn't want. And give them pencils or books. The green pumpkin is retired. But, gurning is still a thing. She spoke. She spoke and spoke and spoke. Tracy barely stopped herself from dancing down the street. That's cool. Chad didn't acknowledge her success. He just kept on walking ahead of her. Why no more green pumpkin? There are only a handful of kids in town. Tracy was happy with her speech. We have unusual traditions. No more unusual than your Bay to Breakers run. Hello, naked runners and runners in costume. So, gurning. Tracy didn't have to see Chad's face to know he was smiling. It was there in his voice. Are you competing this year? No. I don't have enough wrinkles. He'd have to see pictures to understand. They'd reached Snarky Sam's. The sidewalk in front of the small, bright white building looked more like a junk shop than an antique store with a side business as a pawn shop, or maybe it was a pawn shop with an antique store on the side. Outside there was an old bicycle, a washboard, a wrought iron gate, and a collection of faded garden gnomes. Chad reached for the door. Tracy pressed her palm against his chest, pushing him back. Don't, oh, wow. He had a firm chest beneath that polo shirt. She drew her hand back. Don't make fun of his, she'd lost her train of thought. She knew the word. She knew the word. He was waiting for her to say it. Stuffed animals. She clenched her teeth. That wasn't right. Chad smiled. I'm not despicable. All evidence from his literary past to the contrary. What about the lampoon, she asked, because she couldn't let him get away with thinking he was nice. Or let herself think it too, for that matter. I wrote what readers wanted. That's it. It doesn't mean that jaded person is who I am. There was a slight crease to his brow, as if he doubted his statement. He opened the door and indicated she should enter first. That's probably because they fear you. That's probably because their reservations and revenue increased significantly after my articles. I'm a man of influence. If that was true, she didn't like his source of power. They stopped just inside the store. Snarky Sam's smelled like Tracy's dad's closet, in need of an air freshener. The merchandise was dated and dusty. The display by the door held electronics, toasters, food processors, a DVD player. Stuffed animals. Chad stared at a squirrel dressed like Sherlock Holmes and chuckled. A blackbird beside it was costumed like Dracula. Its wings spread beneath a cape as if it was about to take flight. You meant taxidermy. She nodded, trying not to grind her teeth. No soliciting. Sam sat behind a display case filled with jewelry. He rested an open comic book on the glass. He was a gnarled wisp of an old man, wearing a faded, brown flannel shirt and an impatient expression. Used to his no-nonsense attitude, Tracy took a breath and said, "We're here to see your gurning trophy." Sam tapped the comic book in front of him. I'm a busy man. I don't have time for idle conversation. You get me? Chad walked over to a shelving unit. Bowling balls? Are you the travel writer? Sam peered at Chad. You can help me. I have quite a selection of wine glasses. He swung his gaze toward Tracy. You know, wine and medicine don't mix so well as you get older. He pinched his face in Chad's direction once more. I could use a mention in your column about the wine glasses. And the bowling balls, too. I'm overstocked. How did you get overstocked on bowling balls? Chad looked perplexed. Is there a bowling alley in town? It's Harmony Valley's official sport, Sam said with pride. Get out of here. Chad grinned. Sam and Tracy nodded. Bowling had been an elective in PE at Harmony Valley High School. We have 3 teams in leagues in Cloverdale, Sam said proudly. It's about a 30-minute drive south. Tracy pointed to a trophy behind the front counter sitting next to a photo of Sam. In it, he wore green face paint and had contorted and twisted and scrunched his face into something unrecognizable as the pawn shop owner. That's, word. Gurning, Chad supplied, moving closer. Won it all last year. Sam's thin chest puffed out. Ed Schallenberg died a month before. He was a 6-time champion of the GIN. Sam glanced toward a photo of Ed on a shelf behind him. He was a real inspiration to me. Don't try this at home, Chad, Tracy deadpanned. Or, your face might stick that way permanently. It's a grand English tradition, Sam explained. A sport only the elderly can dominate. It's why we love it here. You get me? I gotcha. Chad snapped a picture of his trophy and winning expression. They bid Sam farewell and headed back toward the bakery. See? Tracy said as they neared the vacant grocery store. Gurning. Isn't that unique? And nothing your bachelor hipsters could relate to. Chad's grin said he'd found the gurning contest just as unique and special as Tracy did. It was why his next words surprised her. I hesitate to point out that gurning is also a side effect of taking drugs like ecstasy or speed. What? Tracy had gone to college in San Francisco, but she'd stayed far away from the serious partying crowds and had never heard of the term when it wasn't associated with the Harvest Festival. She stopped in front of the grocery store. Her gaze drifted to their reflections in the glass. That was the first thing you thought of when I told you about gurning? They'd stood in the same spot as before. The same spot where she'd told him about gurning. She'd felt a connection and he'd been laughing inside. Her insides weren't laughing. They were burning with annoyance. Yep. Chad rubbed his hands together like the plotting villain he was. You're right. Harmony Valley is priceless. My readers are going to love it. Tracy made a frustrated noise, checked for speeding Cadillacs, and left him on the curb. Chapter 11. Tracy entered the bakery and stopped just inside the front door, unable to take off her jacket fast enough. She felt peculiar. Her chest was too tight and her legs too loose. She liked Chad. She hated Chad. She wanted his life. She wanted to submarine his column. Gurning? Grr. What was happening here? Tracy felt as if she'd stepped onto a battlefield without a gun. She drew a deep breath and tried to forget Chad's skill in turning something innocent into the hugest irony. And then she noticed all was quiet. Why, are you all looking at me? Tracy. Felix brushed cat hair from his black polo shirt and stood. Do you remember the time you helped me collect money for the fireman's fund? Tracy nodded. Every 6th grader had to volunteer. The retired fire chief waved that observation aside. But you never complained. It showed your character. Thank you? Tracy crossed the room self-consciously and put her apron back on. There was definitely something weird going on. No one was speaking. Phil shifted his chair to face Tracy. You used to sit in one of my barber chairs while I cut your dad's hair. Once, I helped you with your spelling words. I remember that, Tracy said kindly. Phil had always given her a sucker and sent her spinning in the barber chair. The town council had come in while Tracy was gone. They sat at their regular table with the mayor. They shifted anxiously in their seats. Tracy. Rose smoothed her white chignon. I taught you how to jitterbug on my front porch. Dancing teaches you confidence. Jess entered the dining room, Gregory on her hip. She took one look around the room and said, "Okay, stop." She dragged Tracy into the kitchen. Over by the window, Eunice sat in the rocking chair. They're auditioning for your video. You know, trying to show how they helped shape you. It's supposed to be about me. But they'd all been mentioning something from her past. Tracy poked her head back into the dining room. No. You cannot be in my video. She let the swinging door swing closed. Conversations in the dining room resumed, along with Tracy's stress level about the job opportunity. She was no closer to determining what her 3 minutes would be about than she'd been yesterday. Jess deposited Gregory in Eunice's lap. He grabbed a rainbow-colored teething ring Eunice held and began to gnaw on it. There were pans and mixing bowls in the sink. The center island was dusted with flour where Jess usually stood. Everything here looked normal. Oddly, everything inside Tracy still felt out of sorts. I saw that devil put his arm around you. Eunice sighed. Her glasses were askew on top of her head and her eyelids sagged, as if she could use a nap as soon as she put Gregory to sleep. Devilish men are the best kind. A few years ago, Tracy might have agreed with Eunice. But this devilish man made her feel inadequate. Except when he was helping her talk without breaks or grinning at her or. Men confuse me. At least, one man did. Tracy leaned on the island counter near Jess. Who ordered these chocolate chip muffins? Christine. Jess picked up a purple sheet of paper. Can you drop them off at the winery later? Sure. Maybe on the walk over Tracy would be struck by inspiration for her video. What are you reading? Eunice has another recipe she wants me to try. There was hesitation in Jessica's statement. She handed the wrinkled purple notebook page to Tracy. Jessica never made my horseradish doodles, Eunice said in mild rebuke. This recipe is for sweet and sour cookies? Tracy scanned the ingredients: pine needles, wild onions, garlic chili powder, sugar, butter, eggs. Don't they sound delicious? Eunice asked dreamily. Mama was a whiz with a budget. She found a use for everything in our yard in the most creative of ways. Eunice, I like the bakery to smell of sweet goodness. Jess took the recipe back. And this is not sweet goodness. Tracy couldn't wrap her head around how the cookies might smell or taste. How did this recipe come about? I told you. Eunice made it sound as if she'd explained herself a few too many times. Mama was a whiz with the budget, Jess parroted. She cast Tracy a wry glance that said Mamaisms explained it all. But, why create a recipe like this? Tracy began filling the sink with hot water and soap. It all started when Daddy trimmed the pine tree in back and refused to burn the needles inside the fireplace. He said they'd smoke up the house. He was right, by the way. Eunice blew a raspberry on the back of Gregory's neck, giving him the giggles. Anyway, Mama hated anything going to waste. She tried putting the needles in potpourri. She tried sticking them under our mattresses. But there were so many left over. Finally, she ground them up and put them in things. Tracy almost hated to ask, in what? Baked chicken. Pot roast. Shortbread cookies. Jessica was just as speechless as Tracy. She looked at the recipe and then back at Eunice. Where did the sour come in? It says, add secret ingredient. Oh, that. Eunice chuckled. It's not very nice and I don't tell a lot of people this, but Mama didn't like Aunt Arlene very much. She paused as if Jessica and Tracy should understand this reference. And then she blinked. You didn't know Aunt Arlene, but Mama said she'd gone sour the moment Granddad wrote her out of the will. but Mama was nice, you see. She didn't argue with anyone. So when Aunt Arlene came to visit, she made these cookies and served them with tea. I would have liked to meet your mama, Jessica said, sounding like as if she meant it. Tracy agreed. Sure, Mama sounded a bit passive-aggressive, but in all the stories Eunice had told about her mother, she hadn't been overtly cruel. Tracy loved listening to the stories the elderly residents told. They were full of human truths and politically incorrect opinions. Jess, you should put Eunice's story on your blog. Tracy marveled at the nearly effortless sentence. Chad may be a scoundrel, but his advice helped. With the recipe. Maybe more people would read it. More than the 10 or 20 people in Harmony Valley who gave Jess recipes for posting and also knew how to find it online. I don't know. Jess took in the bakery with a harried glance. I'm so busy and not much of a writer. Christine asked me to work with Claudia to cater and help organize her wedding, plus I've been getting a lot of wedding cake orders lately. I could do the blog, Tracy offered, feeling a spark of interest. What if all your recipes had stories? Just last week, she'd overheard Rose telling Jessica about the origins of her circus casserole. Before Rose made it to Broadway and later the ballet, she'd worked in the circus and had been given the recipe by the bearded lady. The population in Harmony Valley was diverse for a reason. 50 years or so ago, Flynn's grandfather had spearheaded a letter-writing campaign to attract new residents, sending them to people he'd found to be interesting in one way or another. You think more people would read the blog if recipes had a history? Jess trailed her fingers over Eunice's recipe indecisively. Yes. Tracy glanced at the cooling rack. Cookies were her weakness, but apparently weren't enough to distract her into talking smoothly. Leave that to the dastardly Chad. I can't pay you. Jess had a soft look in her eyes, the one that said she understood Tracy was getting little more than minimum wage when she'd been used to getting a lot more. I don't mind updating the blog for free. Tracy didn't feel Jess was taking advantage. Besides, there was a cookie that hadn't come out flat. Scrunched cookies couldn't be sold and shouldn't have to wait until after lunch to be eaten. Tracy claimed it. I love writing. She'd written advertising copy and news segment scripts. She preferred writing to making coffee and selling scones. Maybe I'll pay you in cookies, Jess said with a small smile. Tracy grinned. That works, too. Hey. Travel writer. A tall man with black hair waved to Chad from the patio of El Rosal. Come on over. I'll buy you coffee. An invitation from someone under the age of 40? Chad hurried across the street to the tables outside the Mexican restaurant. Salsa music, black wrought iron tables and chairs, and tall heaters made the patio inviting and eased the bad feeling Tracy's reaction to his interpretation of gurning had given him. How could she make him want to smile and he make her so annoyed? I'm Slade Jennings, part owner in Harmony Valley Vineyards. Slade had a strong grip and the detached air of a seasoned businessman, despite his attire, a black polo and khakis. Under Chad's scrutiny, Slade rubbed a hand self-consciously at the placket of his polo, drawing Chad's eye to a thin, curved scar at the base of his neck. There were several reasons for a scar like that, none of them pretty. Chad quickly averted his gaze. Slade's smile faltered, but then he exchanged a glance with the other man at the table and his smile returned full force. And I think you met Flynn earlier at the bakery. We did. Flynn had a more casual grip and a more casual approach to life. His t-shirt was dirtier than it had been this morning and sported a beer logo. His black baseball cap proclaimed him a San Francisco Giants fan. While you've been on your tour, we cleaned rain gutters at Eunice's house. Luckily, it's a small house. He brushed some dirt off his t-shirt. Doing some more work around town this afternoon. Chad sat next to Slade. I thought you guys were .com millionaires. Sadly, Slade motioned for the waiter to bring more coffee. We're also the handful of able-bodied men in a town filled with old people living in rundown homes that have seen better days. Chad's story antennae pinged with excitement. He immediately downgraded the feeling. His story instincts needed fine-tuning. They'd been on the fritz since he'd gotten here. What's the nightlife like around here? As bachelors, they should know. Slade and Flynn exchanged grins. We wouldn't know. Flynn flashed a wedding ring. Slade held up his hands. I'm engaged. But before. Chad tried to keep his voice casually indifferent. I heard you were single. Oh, things were exciting here, Slade said with a healthy dose of sarcasm. We sat on Flynn's back patio, drank beer, and watched the river drift past. Don't forget, Flynn added wryly. We also had our handyman chores. Without single women and some kind of nightlife, good wine, gurning and Leona wouldn't be enough to draw Chad's readers to town. If you're both volunteer laborers, why aren't you dirty? Chad asked Slade, curious despite himself. Slade looked rather pristine. The Prince of Wall Street held the ladder for me. Flynn spoke in the good-natured tone of a friend. Be leery of this man. Slade pointed to Flynn. The next question he'll ask will be about your free time and skill with a hammer. So Chad. Flynn didn't miss his cue. Travel writing can't be a full-time occupation. How are your skills with a hammer and what does your day look like? Choose your words carefully, Slade cautioned Chad. I'm under deadline. I need to be writing. The gurning bit was priceless and once he sat down at the computer inspiration was sure to strike. Harmony Valley may be a dud destination-wise, but it'd make for an entertaining column. And no. I don't own tools other than the basics needed to put together a desk from IKEA. A hammer, a wrench, and both types of screwdrivers, all of which were rarely used. He lived in a penthouse suite with a maintenance contract. His dad had been a metrosexual before metrosexual was cool. He'd raised Chad the same way, style before sweat. I'm game for whatever you're asking. Because being game led to good stories and he couldn't totally ignore his instincts. Great. We're patching roof shingles later. Flynn exchanged a private glance with Slade. A roof? Chad really should collect all the details before accepting man challenges. I don't suppose I could hold the ladder. Nope. The new guy always has to go up on the roof, Slade said with complete conviction. Lucky you. Flynn lifted his water glass in a toast. It's only a chicken coop. I'll help, Chad said. But only if I can bring my chicken. Chapter 12. Ladies, welcome to Harmony Valley Vineyard's Chicken High Rise. Slade made a flourish with one hand. The winery owner had a dry sense of humor and Chad had been smiling a lot as he helped the two men, despite being on the roof and bending more than his share of nails. He didn't turn to see who the ladies Slade referenced were, odds being the women were elderly. I had Jess bake some chocolate chip muffins for all your chicken coop troubles. There was warmth and laughter in the woman's voice. 2 stories is impressive, Tracy said cheerfully. Hey, is that Henrietta? The hammer Chad wielded missed the nail and struck his finger. The nails he'd been holding in his mouth clattered to the shingles and off the edge. Later, Chad wouldn't admit he'd howled, but he wouldn't say he didn't either. His forefinger felt flattened and stung like the Dickens. Now I'm even thinking like the elderly. Good thing we didn't use the nail gun, Flynn said with a laugh. We'd be headed to the hospital about now. I knew I should have had Chad sign an accident waiver, Slade teased. Come on down. Happy hour is early today. Christine, where's your first aid kit? Tracy was already backpedaling toward the main winery building. First aid under the sink. Ice packs in the freezer. The cool, attractive blonde juggled a pastry box so she could kiss Slade on the lips. I should have brought wine to make up for the mishaps. You can make it up to me by spending 5 minutes alone. Slade sounded like a man in love as he escorted the blonde and the muffins over to a patio with tables and chairs. Flynn held the ladder while Chad climbed down. I'd introduce you to Christine, our winemaker, but she needs 5 minutes alone with her fiancé. By the time Chad got his feet on solid ground, Tracy was back and breathless. She carried a first aid kit and an ice pack. I wasn't sure if there'd be blood. No blood. Chad glanced at his finger, which still hurt like heck, was deep red, and looked as if it was going to turn a magnificent shade of purple. No blood, no foul. Flynn scampered up the ladder like a sure-footed monkey. No foul, no lawsuit. He surveyed Chad's handiwork. Meanwhile, Tracy had moved closer to Chad. She slid her palm beneath his and laid the ice pack on top of his finger. At his questioning look, she shrugged. I'm a farm girl. We take care of our tools, including our appendages. Thanks. I need my finger to type. He wasn't, and would never be, a handyman. She removed her hand and the ice pack. You can suffer. Tracy wasn't seriously spiteful. She allowed him to swipe the ice pack from her without a fight. I'll add handyman to your list of weaknesses. Tracy smirked. You have a list? She nodded. Sadly. It's a short list. Chad's smile felt too big given he'd nearly taken a digit off his finger. And then he spotted Henrietta lying on her side. Is she breathing? Is she dead? He rushed over and picked the blue-gray hen up, only to have her flap and squawk and fly out of his arms. Tracy laughed. Chickens sunbathe sometimes. She was enjoying the warmth. Chad reclaimed the ice pack, wiping off the dirt to cover his relief. He'd rushed to the rescue of a fowl. Dad would have laughed for hours. Nicely done up here, Chad. Flynn stood on the ladder overlooking Chad's work. Just a few more nails and Henrietta has a new home. Bandage him up, Tracy. He needs to finish. Nope. Tracy gave Chad a critical once-over. He's done swinging a hammer for the day. Again, Chad was struck by the way Harmony Valley residents absorbed visitors into their routines and made them feel as if they belonged. Tracy and Flynn hadn't asked him his preference about continuing work, although he agreed with Tracy about calling it a day. But there was a silver lining. I never counted on learning a new skill when I came to town. Life is full of turns, Mr. Midlife. Tracy shooed him away from the ladder. And before you go claiming a skill, you need to be able to participate without hurting yourself. Chad knew the moment he stepped into El Rosal for dinner that night he was in trouble. He thought he'd come in early, just after 5, and would beat the Saturday night rush. No such luck. The place was packed. No tables were free. No bar stool was empty. And there was a 30-minute wait for a table. The early bird specials were apparently quite popular. He'd only sat outside earlier. He hadn't experienced the full effect of color that was inside the dining room. Red, yellow, blue, green. The primary colors were everywhere: tables, chairs, walls. There was a small convenience store in the lobby selling ice cream, bread, milk, and bananas. If he hadn't had some tasty mole tacos earlier, he might have been worried about the quality of the food. The place felt cheap. Chad. Chad. The mayor waved him over to a small table near the kitchen door. Wearing his green, blue and yellow tie-dyed t-shirt, he'd almost blended into the color scheme like an aged and wrinkled chameleon. Chad had to inch his way past wheelchairs, walkers, and one high chair. Past exposed liver spots, swollen digits and ankles, and deep coughs. Should these people be out on such a nippy night? Many of them seemed so frail. He nodded to the young couple with the baby as he passed and waved to a table with the bakery's checker players. Tracy was nowhere in sight. The mayor invited Chad to sit across from him and his empty plate. You should have come earlier to beat the crowd. It's only 5:15. Chad squeezed against the wall. And by 6:15 this place will practically be a ghost town. Larry chortled. His face was the wrinkled tan of too much sun and too little sunscreen. In fact, there was a spot near his ear that looked troublesome. Chad opened his mouth to mention it, but the mayor beat him to the punch. I officially roll up the sidewalk at 7:30. Really? Is there a curfew or something? No. Larry gave him a look that said Chad might be a disappointment. That was a joke, son. Hard to tell when things were so very different in Harmony Valley. A middle-aged woman with a frizzy black bun and a stained apron opened the kitchen door so wide it almost hit Chad. She surveyed the room with the sharp eye of management. And then she glanced over her shoulder into the kitchen. Luis, tables need more chips and more water. She caught sight of Chad and said in a neutral voice that could have indicated welcome or intimidation, "Who are you?" "He's the travel writer, Myra," the mayor said proudly. "I told Enzo about him earlier." She smiled a welcome. "Ah, we fix you up. On the house." She whisked Larry's plate from the table and disappeared behind the swinging door. But that didn't stop Chad from hearing her yell, "Enzo! Claudia! There is a travel writer at table 1. Work your magic." "Oh, boy." The mayor leaned forward and said conspiratorially, "You're in for a treat. I hope you don't mind sharing a bite or two. I ordered the early bird special, enchiladas, which are good, but when Chef Enzo and Chef Claudia get to work." "Oh, boy. Chefs?" The tabletops were covered in low-end, colorful, square tiles. Everything about El Rosal said cheap butt-filling Mexican food. "This place has chefs?" "Yep. Enzo and Claudia got married last spring. They run the Italian-Mexican cafe next to May's Pretty Things during lunch. And they cook dinner here." Impressive. Although Chad didn't have high hopes of being impressed. The checker squad pointed Chad out to a mountain of a man with a full, gray-blonde beard. When their eyes met, Chad nodded in acknowledgement. It was good to see a healthy old man in the throng of not-so-healthy-looking elderly. The mayor noticed the exchange. "That's Rutgar. He lives up on Parish Hill. On a clear day, the view on top of the hill is spectacular. But if Rutgar doesn't know you, he might be." Rutgar scowled at Chad. Moody. Or was this a sign that Rutgar was losing his grip on his faculties? Moody. "That's it exactly." The mayor nodded and deftly changed the subject. "I wish I'd known you were coming. I'd have brought you a t-shirt." Larry tugged at the tie-dyed cotton of his shirt. "I'm in the business. T-shirts, scarves, towels. You name it, I give it a kaleidoscope of color and a lot of good karma." Chad loaded a chip with salsa and took a bite, saving himself from commenting. Tie-dye was so retro. And retro wasn't in. "Have you fallen in love yet?" Larry asked. Chad nearly choked on his chip. "With who?" "Tracy." "With the town." "Who did you think I meant?" "Tracy?" The mayor shook his head. "You're a man of the world. And Tracy doesn't know it yet, but she's never leaving. Not that that's a bad thing." Chad sure thought so. "At one point in our past, we were a refuge for misfits," the mayor went on. Chad glanced around the room once more. The residents didn't seem like misfits. They just looked old. Arthritic fingers that held forks awkwardly. Sallow complexions that indicated disease. Coughs that could be traced to pneumonia or cancer. Weak legs that needed help standing. Poor eyesight, balding pates, cancerous skin growths. Chad felt their fragility press in on him the same way it had when he'd watched his parents fade into their twilight years. He may be finding the residents quirky, but they were people who had their expiration dates clearly showing. What was he doing here? 8 more days? There were a handful of people in this room who could kick the bucket by morning. Chad started to sweat. He tore off his jacket. A glass of red wine appeared before him and he took a generous gulp, gripping the glass too tight with his injured finger, making it throb in protest. "Excuse me, Chad." Larry stood. "I see a constituent who needs my help." He hurried across the room to help someone into a wheelchair. And then he wheeled them out the door. A plate of bruschetta appeared before him. Instead of Parmesan cheese, it was sprinkled with finely shredded Colby Jack. The tomatoes had been coated in a light green sauce. Chad took a bite. Bread, cheese, tomatoes, and pesto with a hint of jalapeno. It was delicious. It went with the red wine. The blending of tastes rivaled 5-star restaurants in San Francisco. But the culinary excellence couldn't distract him completely from his surroundings. From the gaudy colors and mortality. His heart beat like a snare drum in his chest and he had the distinct urge to flee. Chad stared at the royal blue wall, trying not to see the end facing some of the restaurant patrons. His mother used to say he'd been a sensitive child. Not exactly the way a man of 35 liked to think of himself. But, yeah, he could remember battling an opponent for a soccer ball on the elementary playground. His strike at the ball swept the boy's feet out from under him. Instead of taking the ball, Chad had helped the boy up. And then when he was 10, he'd spent Sunday afternoons playing card games with retirement center residents while his mother visited her friends. He'd felt like he belonged. Until Chad's favorite card player had died. Bo. He hadn't looked much older than Chad's father. After that, Chad couldn't bring himself to go back. Once Chad left Harmony Valley, he didn't think he'd return here either. Tracy sat down across from him, panting. Mayor Larry said you needed help. Right away. Chad came back to the present and shook his head slowly. He called me. Tracy looked at him more closely. Are you okay? Compliments of the mayor. Myra set a glass of red wine in front of Tracy. Chad's mental notebook, the one that never shut down, made note of Harmony Valley's matchmaking tendencies. Quaint but unappreciated. What's wrong? Tracy lowered her voice. You look as if someone just died. Chad made a weak gesture that encompassed the dining room. My parents had me at a very advanced age. What are we talking? She hung her jacket on her chair. 30s? 40s? 50. That's not much younger than my dad is today. Comprehension dawned on her face. That would make your dad 85 when he died? Chad nodded. My mother passed a few years before Dad of heart disease. His eyes found the one person in the room who had gaunt features and a sallow complexion. How long did that man have? When I was a kid, maybe the 3rd grade. I noticed my friends assumed my parents were my grandparents. And when I was in middle school, my friends' grandparents started dying. It was disconcerting, to say the least. Tracy made sympathetic noises. Chad concentrated on steadying his breathing, on the sky blue of Tracy's eyes. I was afraid every time I said, goodbye, would be the last. Tracy took a sip of her wine. So? You look around. And see the Grim Reaper. No, he pushed the plate of bruschetta and the wine glasses toward the wall and leaned forward, letting the words and his fears tumble out. I see kids and grandkids losing sleep over these people and their health, every cough, every stumble, every forgotten word. He noted Tracy's grimace and hurried on. I see stubborn, independent streaks that put their health at risk. I see hospital beds and bedpans and the responsibility of unraveling the finances of years of neglect. And then he saw his father's manifesto, the one that had relieved him of a job, and felt a surge of anger, still so fresh, it pushed his fears for others aside. I see the best of intentions of a family support network being ignored because the elderly don't recognize they can no longer live as they once did. Or worse, I see those who offer to help being feared, as if there is some scheme at play to lock them away. Was that why his father had written his postmortem manifesto? Because he'd felt Chad had overstepped his power at Bostwick Lampoon when he'd fallen ill? Tracy pushed his wine glass back to him. You need another drink. He took her advice and downed some more. It was good wine and deserving of slow appreciation. But he wasn't in the mood. Tracy reached over and lowered his glass. You went through most of your life expecting your parents to kick the bucket. Before you saw them again. Her gaze was as soft as blue velvet. That's scary. You're still grieving. No, a grief was the last thing Chad felt. It lagged behind loneliness and anger. The good thing about the anger was Chad was feeling more in control as he took in the other restaurant patrons. I haven't been surrounded like this. Faced with so much inevitability and loss. Welcome to Harmony Valley. Tracy's mouth tilted up on one side. I never thought mortality would be your weakness. Chad sat back in his chair and crossed his arms. I know. It's not funny. It's a hang-up. Her smile blossomed and her hands rose above the table to accent each word. Just like me. And the passenger seat. And like my scar. She pointed at him. You think too much. About old people dying. Yes. But he didn't know how to stop. He raised his wine glass. Here's to accepting scars and living life. She accepted his toast by clinking her glass to his. What? Myra slid plates in front of them. She jabbed her finger at the uneaten bruschetta. Our food is so horrible you can't eat it? It's delicious. We were having a conversation, Chad said. What felt like an important one. Talk later. Eat now. So they did. Chapter 13. A bottle of wine and a shared mini bundt cake later, and Tracy was talking like the Tracy of old. Wine always helped her speech. It didn't hurt that she felt comfortable with Chad after talking for an hour. I can't figure you out, Tracy told him. Or why she found him attractive on so many levels. The dining room had nearly emptied. There were only 2 other patrons, 2 elderly men sitting at the bar. The music had been turned up while the staff cleaned the room and set up for breakfast. I'm a man of mystery. Chad was leaning in the corner, a content smile on his face. Such a difference from the tense man she'd found here earlier. The lost look in his eyes had hooked her, and the subsequent warmth in them when he calmed had reeled her in. What was your first article about? She asked. The very first you ever wrote. For the Lampoon? She nodded, determined to sort through his layers the way Jess sorted through Eunice's crazy recipes. I did a piece on VIP nightclubs in Las Vegas. Pride rang in Chad's words. She supposed he deserved it. He'd risen to the top of his field. But something about nightclubs nagged at her. That's how you knew. Knew what? He stared at the bottom of his wine glass and then swallowed the last of the red wine. About gurning. He smiled. Smart. What was the slant? She added, what did you make fun of? Because he always made fun, in the same way he always seemed to be smiling. She'd read more of his articles. Not all of them made fun of his topic, which was heartening. I contrasted the conversation and the quality of clientele at the nightclub with a dive bar off the strip. Clever. She'd have to look that one up. It sounded like a column she'd enjoy reading, unlike many of his more recent ones. The 2 old men at the bar put on their jackets and left. Chad and Tracy were the only remaining customers. Tracy wanted to ask Chad about the inconsistent slant to his bi-monthly columns. Many were scathing, some weren't, but try as she might, she couldn't bring herself to ask him kindly, not when her town was at risk of becoming his target. When did you become the subversive happy bachelor? He frowned. You have to know. Your writing isn't just clever, it's often merciless. Because of the wine and the need not to think so hard about her speech, she refused to filter. Your last column put down people who camp in national parks. I'm sure your article had no impact on the number of visitors to Yosemite or Yellowstone. When did you write it? What was going on in your life? Are you serious? Very much so. Your sarcasm level varies. I want to know why. Tracy leaned forward and stared into those coffee-colored eyes. It was like you had a vendetta against campers. You wrote it 7 months ago. Chad shook his head, looking away. My dad's organs were failing. His normal bravado, that smile, that twinkle in his eye, was missing. And the column about the frequent flyers who would do anything to achieve their status? They'd even fly red ice over the weekend for no reason other than to log the last few miles to the next level of membership rewards. That one probably didn't encourage more frequent flyer signups. Written when Dad had a setback in his treatment, I think. Chad looked almost as shell-shocked as he had when she'd first arrived. It means nothing. I disagree. And the one about the cat lady you met in Istanbul? The tour guide who had 10 cats in a 500-square-foot apartment. She'd shown Chad nothing but kindness, and he'd ripped her to shreds on a personal level, not with anything that had to do with the quality and enjoyment of his tour. And wasn't that a lesson Tracy needed to take to heart? That one, I wrote after my mom passed away. His face seemed unusually pale. I remember because I wanted to cancel the trip, but Dad wouldn't let me. It was part of a special edition at the Lampoon. I don't think the tour guide's bookings went up after you wrote the article, do you? But it was as if a door opened and she had a glimpse inside Chad's soul, to the boy who feared he'd lose his parents too soon, to the man who saw death in the feeble, to the writer who vented his fears with sarcastic words. She wanted to take Chad's hand and squeeze it until all the fear and the frustration and the biting sarcasm were forced out of him. But she couldn't go soft on him. Chad was grieving and therefore still seeking targets. He'd said it himself, he was searching for a story. If he could be made to see his own reflection in the mirror, maybe he'd go away. You point out insecurities in others when you feel insecure, she said in a gentle voice. I reject that. But he frowned. If you feel bad inside, go to the gym or take a drive, but don't pick on a target that can't defend itself. Don't pick on Harmony Valley. You're reading too much into this. For a moment, she wondered if he was right. But she'd read through several years' worth of his columns. Go back and read your work. Place them against the timeline of your parents' health. And then, because she couldn't resist, she asked, what would you write about El Rosal? His dark brown gaze studied the restaurant the same way he'd done upon arriving at Martin's yesterday morning. I'll tell you what you should write, Tracy said, still in her gentle tone of voice. It was excellent. The service, the diversity of the menu, from traditional Mexican to high-end Italian-Mexican cuisine. And the dessert was superb. She couldn't help adding, especially the drizzled icing. Which she'd added. You're missing the contradiction. He tapped the royal blue wall with his knuckles. What are your expectations when you enter this place? About the same as when I approach a food truck with folding tables and chairs. I'm hopeful. It felt so good to talk without constraints. Her words flowed. But she couldn't let herself be lulled into forgetting why Chad's attitude was dangerous. His influence could help bring new residents and tourists to town or send them away. You can't judge a book by its cover. I can. People like it. He shrugged. Write that and Myra will come after you. The restaurant owner had harbored a long-standing feud with the owner of Giordano's across the street until recently. Nothing gets past Myra. Did I hear my name? The owner of El Rosal pushed open the kitchen door and smiled. See? Tracy reassured her they were fine. Well, it's been fun. But I've got to get up at 4 a.m. I'll walk you home. He stood and reached for his wallet. Oh, no, you don't. Myra swatted at him with a dish towel. I told you it was on the house. And Mayor Larry paid for the wine. Then consider this a big tip. He tossed 2 big bills on the table. My compliments to the chefs. How could a man so generous be so unaware of his own feelings? Tracy headed for the door. Chad caught up to her easily on the brick sidewalk. The old lamps were lit, bathing Main Street in soft light. The wind rustled the remaining leaves on the oak in the town square. Go home. I'll be fine. She walked past the bakery. Going around the back? That alley looked like it'd be dark at night. I'll be fine. There was a light over the back door. And she'd left so fast, she hadn't taken her purse or her keys. The door was unlocked. Did I say something wrong? Chad asked. She turned the corner and quickened her steps. I don't want Chad Healy Bostwick to write an article on Harmony Valley. End of story. I notice you. Don't say how you've helped me speak better. I had wine. Everything is easier with wine. And easier when she was mad at Chad, which had nothing to do with him helping her. But I won't drink my way through life. And Chad wouldn't be around forever. Chad sat at the desk in his room later that night and stared at his list of ideas for his column. A starched band B owner who lived by old-school rules, a mayor who did naked yoga in public, a gurning competition. He smiled. There was humor in those topics. He'd have fun writing about the town and its cast of characters. That's what made Harmony Valley unique. So why wasn't he writing anything? The column was due in 3 days. I don't know all the facts. If it was good, he'd need to write that the wine was worth the drive, especially if you enjoyed quirky experiences. Of course, the dinner he'd had at El Rosal was top-notch. A combination of Mexican-Italian cuisine was intriguing. He'd need to have lunch at the Italian place to discover the quality there. He wouldn't lean so far into the quirkiness of the town if the quality of food and wine were excellent. Tracy won't be happy if I lean into the quirky. And perhaps, he'd feel a bit guilty, too. He never really connected on a personal level to the residents of a place he was writing about before. He liked Tracy, but it was the elderly people whom he understood. He didn't need a psychiatry degree to realize who they were replacing, his parents. But Tracy was different than most women he met. She was trying to find herself. Or perhaps reinventing herself was a more apt description. Tracy was a good metaphor for the town. She'd lived life one way. And now she was trying to find a new path to happiness and fulfillment. She represented the promise of what the town could be to a younger generation. That might be an interesting angle to take. Except the quirk was what he needed to generate buzz for his new venture. Tracy wasn't quirky. The cursor blinked on the blank page. If it was Morse code, he didn't understand. Although the more he stared at it, the more it seemed to urge him to type, "Welcome to Harmony Valley," because that's what most people said to him. And they said it with more sincerity than a hostess at a fine restaurant. He began typing. "Welcome to Harmony Valley. Love to debate? Come verbally joust with the band Be Ice Queen. Want to add some adventure to your yoga? Come commune with nature, clothing optional. Looking for a unique place to propose? Bring your engagement ring to the town square." Chad slumped in his chair and pressed the delete key. That had to be the worst thing he'd ever written. He'd crafted a better column for the Seattle Underground. And the tour was lackluster. Seattle. That seemed like a lifetime ago. In fact, it had only been a few months. He'd gone there the week after Dad died. You point out insecurities in others when you feel insecure. Tracy's voice. She couldn't be right, could she? He didn't want to examine her argument too closely. Admitting defeat, Chad closed his laptop and stood. He needed some fresh air. Tracy sat in one of 2 kitchen chairs in her small apartment. She'd set the chair back against a pink stuccoed wall. Her video camera was on a tripod several feet away. Running. Recording Tracy in all her silent awkwardness. Dinner with Chad had left her torn. The man wreaked havoc on a woman, so pretty to look at, so charming to talk to, so annoying in his beliefs and lack of self-awareness. She'd come home and set up the camera in the hopes of being inspired. Inspired? No such luck. Doubts clung to words and stuck in her throat like peanut butter on crackers. What did she know about producing videos? She had 2 years' experience writing 30-second commercials and complimentary digital ads. She had 6 months' experience writing 30-second news pieces. It wasn't as if she'd made a name for herself at either place. This sucks. Her words reverberated in the empty space. She'd have to record a voiceover in her closet. It had a shag carpet and all those clothes minimized sound bouncing off flat, pink surfaces. Tracy's fingers curled. She longed for a paintbrush and the absence of pink. Pink was optimistic and pristine and feminine. Not jaded or scarred or solitary. I haven't worn a push-up bra in nearly 2 years. How was that for putting on record who she was today? She stared the camera down, feeling feisty. I haven't worn lipstick. Or blush. Or mascara. All the armor women regularly used. She'd let herself become vulnerable. No heels. No boots. No dresses. No necklines with a hint of cleavage. No dangly, sparkly earrings meant to catch a man's eye and show him how put together she was. At least, in that she was honest. Forget Rose's warning about her single status threatening to be permanent. I'm an old maid in the making. She was broken. A female Humpty Dumpty. No man wanted a woman who wasn't sure how to put herself together again. Something struck the front window. In the summer, moths flew into windows when lights were on at night. But it was too cold for moths, and when something hit the window again, she had to assume something larger was outside. Tracy shut off the camera and opened the sash. Her windows were original to the bakery building. There were no screens. She stuck her head out, but it didn't take long to spot the culprit beneath her. Rapunzel. Chad was bathed in the warm glow of a streetlight one story below, looking like a modern-day prince. Rapunzel, you cut your hair. If you're looking for nightlife, you won't find any here. Tracy groaned. She even sounded like an old maid. What's the matter? Chad took a step closer. Indigestion? Keep your voice down. Myra might hear you. El Rosal was only a few doors away. I'm not sick. I hate that I'm broken and different. Different than she was before the accident. She hadn't meant to say that to him. But she still felt some of the effects of the wine. Chad considered her for a moment. You've been working on your video, haven't you? Yes. A word laden with self-loathing. And then suspicion struck. Did you try writing? Yes. He stuffed that short word with the same disgust she had. We suck. He grinned. Someone once told me it takes dreck to be inspired. That someone had been her. Wise words. Back to the dreck then, in the hopes of being inspired. He took one step toward the town square, and then turned back. You're a good kind of different, Tracy. His words wrapped around her like a thick stadium blanket on a chilly night. Her family, her friends, and even folks in town, had told Tracy that her aphasia didn't impact their love or respect for her. She'd appreciated those sentiments. Appreciated, but she hadn't completely bought into them. But somehow, when Chad said she was a good kind of different, she finally believed it. All the way down to her toes. Tracy stood at her window, watching Chad until he disappeared around the corner. She was different. Harmony Valley was different, too. And different was good. Tracy turned the video camera back on, sat in her seat in front of that pink wall, and began speaking. I'm not put together. Just saying it should have undercut her confidence. It should have had her running to stop the recording. It didn't. Tracy's voice strengthened. I'm a woman in pieces. Trying to see how what was me, and what is me, fit together. Most people tell me I'll be okay. Someday. That, life is a journey. But few people tell me that who I am today is good. But Chad had. Chapter 14. Chad had 2 days left before he had to send Marty something. All he had was a disappointing first draft. Everything hinged on the wine tasting today and lunch. A part of him wanted to be disappointed. The column would be so much better if the wine and lunch cuisine were as rotten as the pages he'd written. And a part of him hoped he'd be pleasantly surprised. Breakfast at the Band B was as abysmal as his mood. Leona offered Chad a high-fiber bowl of cereal with non-fat milk. The coffee had the same bitterness as Leona's attitude. He'd left without touching anything, walking over to Martin's bakery. He stopped to chat with Flynn and Slade, who were having coffee on the patio at El Rosal with a man called Duffy, the father of the poop monster. Little Gregory had also been at their table, bundled up like he was going on an expedition to the Himalayas. They'd invited Chad to join them, but he declined, preferring to see what the bakery had to offer. And, if he was honest, preferring to hear how Tracy had fared with her video last night. The usual crowd was at Martin's, minus the trio of town council ladies. The mayor sat at their table, looking a bit adrift without them. There was no line and Tracy greeted Chad with a secret smile.
Ah,
Chad said, reading more into that look than he should be able to given he barely knew her. You moved past the dreck phase on your video. Jealousy pricked at him, stung, and receded, leaving a gentle feeling of something almost like pride. Her smile blossomed for the world to see, and her fingers skimmed the countertop. There was a different kind of energy about her today. A spark of color. "You're wearing makeup," Chad blurted, as suavely as any middle schooler. He took a second look, leaning over the counter to see she had on knee-high, low-heeled boots, a feminine, flouncy blue blouse that was anchored by her black apron, and skillfully applied makeup. She'd transformed from a pretty, small-town girl to a sophisticated, big-city woman. "Did you do this for me? To try and get his attention?" He never should have tossed pebbles at her window like Romeo clambering for Juliet to come down. He liked her, but he had goals, and he'd be moving on in a week. Tracy frowned at him. "I was feeling good about myself." She stepped back from the counter and crossed her arms over her chest. "Never take credit for that." Chad was going to say he missed her approachable prettiness, but caught himself just in time. "I'll have a latte and a breakfast quiche. Keep the change." He set a 20 on the counter and retreated to his usual spot next to Eunice. "I'm disappointed in you, Chad." Eunice blinked at him, lowered the fuchsia quilt pieces she'd been working on, and set her glasses on top of her head. Women don't need a reason to dress up, even if there is a handsome man in town. Chad wasn't going to argue. "How pretty you look today, Eunice," he said instead. She wore a lime green tracksuit and neon orange sneakers. The colors nearly made her purplish-gray hair look normal. Eunice sked. "With lines like that, you must not date much." Never mind that this had been true most of the past 3 years. Chad had to argue. "I'm the happy bachelor. You're misusing your articles." "Articles?" For a moment, Chad thought she knew who he was. Eunice leaned closer and lowered her voice. "You're a happy bachelor. And really, your skills are so rusty with the opposite sex, you're probably one unhappy bachelor." "Oh. Articles." She meant adjectives. Chad kept himself from rolling his eyes. Flynn poked his head in the front door. "Chad, can we count on your help later?" "You mean now?" Chad stood, more than ready to escape, despite not having had breakfast. "No. After your wine tasting with Tracy and Christine." Flynn disappeared as quickly as he'd come, not waiting for his answer. Chad sank back into his seat. "You're tasting wine with Tracy?" Eunice leaned Chad's way once more. "Let me give you some better lines to use. Compliment her eyes. My heart always melts when a man tells me how pretty my eyes are." She batted her lashes nearly as fast as a hummingbird's wings, perhaps waiting for Chad to compliment her. He didn't. At least, he held out from doing so until her expression fell. Chapter 15. Seize the day. That was Mildred's motto. Or at least it had been when she'd been racing. But she was ready to hoist the banner once more. Agnes held the door Sunday morning so Mildred could enter Martin's bakery and begin her campaign to win her man. Mildred wore a sparkly blue blouse over her black polyester pants and white orthopedic sneakers. Rose and Agnes had helped her pick out her jazzy ensemble and apply lipstick, Rose's cranberry surprise. Mildred spotted Phil's familiar gray head and strong nose and wheeled her walker his way. Seize the day. Mildred was going to ask Phil out to lunch. She stopped next to the checker table. As luck would have it, Felix had gotten up to use the facilities as she came in. "How are you today, Phil?" "Worried about Leona." Doom and gloom were Phil's co-pilots. But Mildred could change all that. She sat down across from him. This was perfect. Only a checkerboard separated them. Seize the day. Or maybe it wasn't so perfect. Phil may have been frowning. How about a match? It felt as if Rose's lipstick was on her front teeth. Mildred rubbed her teeth clean with one finger. "Mildred," Agnes scolded in hushed tones. "Sorry." This was why Mildred didn't wear lipstick. Seize the day. Be feminine, like Leona. Be decisive, like Leona. Be confident, like Leona. Can you see the board? Phil asked, not unkindly, but it deflated Mildred's confidence. Mildred stiffened, afraid to look at the board. Of course. Then let's play. It quickly became obvious that Mildred couldn't see the board. That's my checker, Phil said for the third time. Mildred apologized. Her smile had wilted, and her sparkly blouse itched her collarbone. She didn't dare scratch at it. She barely dared to try moving a checker. Jessica was making something with chocolate in the kitchen. The warm smell should have comforted, but Mildred would need more than familiar smells to feel better. Like this, Mildred. Rose stretched an arm between their tables and moved Mildred's piece. See? I've got this, Mildred said through what were almost certainly lipstick-stained teeth. Seize the stinking day. Phil sighed and jumped one of her checkers. You're taking all the fun out of the game, Mildred. Mildred bent so far over the table, her nose nearly touched the board. She moved a piece forward. Hers this time, because Phil said nothing. I used to play checkers all the time when I was younger. While waiting for a race to start. You won the holiday checker tournament one year, Phil said absently, studying the board. You remembered. Her words came out on a dreamy sigh. Phil puffed his chest out. I can recite all the checker winners going back 40 years. Please don't, said Rose. Quit eavesdropping. Tracy bussed Chad's dirty dishes. No sneakers for her today. Tracy wore hard-soled boots that struck the floor confidently and called out where she was in the dining room. Mildred's love life is none of your business, Rose. At Tracy's words, Phil plunged backward in his chair. He stood quickly on unsteady legs. I have an appointment. Phil quickly righted himself and left the bakery. Oh, bother. Mildred scratched her collarbone, unable to harbor any ill will toward Tracy since Phil was, well, philosophy. He didn't even finish the game. I'm sorry, Mildred, Tracy said. That was on me, much as I'd like to blame Chad. For the record, Chad said in a loud voice. Tracy looks great today. Mildred looks great today. In fact, all the ladies look great today. I knew you were coachable, Eunice said to Chad. Phil's loss is my gain. Felix sat down across from her. There was a smile in his voice. He set a small plate of what looked like chocolate cookies to the side of the board. In the table's share zone. Mildred couldn't believe it. There was still a day to be seized. Chapter 16. Around 10:30, Tracy showed up at Chad's table. Let's go taste wine. I have a video to make. She marched out the door. Is it bad to hope the wine is horrible? Chad couldn't resist teasing Tracy when he caught up to her. Otherwise, he might spend too much time thinking about how pretty she looked today. The wine is fabulous. Tracy led him to the bridge where he'd found her singing the alphabet song the other day. There was a slight breeze that gently rustled the leaves in the trees above them. You're just trying to annoy me. He was. Chad liked it when she argued with him. Besides, his public apology for assuming he was the reason she'd upped her appearance hadn't been accepted. Do you want to tell me about your video? You won't like it. So certain. Chad smiled, wanting some of her confidence. Try me. Like most creative types, she couldn't resist the chance to share. It's me, trying to figure out me. Chad's smile faded. You're admitting your weakness? In an interview assignment? No, Tracy's delicate hands danced passionately through the air. I'm showing where I am. In life. Creatively. Verbally. A red-winged blackbird swooped across the road ahead of them. I'm not sure honesty is a good idea in a job interview assignment, Chad said. I don't care. And Tracy didn't. Surprisingly, she was smiling broadly, staring at the pavement beneath her feet. The emptiness Chad had felt after his father died returned. Oh, not as vast, not as deep, but it was there, nonetheless. Tracy, a woman he'd only met a few days ago, didn't care about Chad's opinion. And yet, he was struck by the desire for her to care. "I won't be defined by aphasia," Tracy said, voice ringing with confidence. "I will find a creative outlet." Had Chad believed Tracy was adrift? He couldn't imagine her so anymore. The dappled sunlight through the trees. The gentle gurgle of the river. The confidence of the woman next to him. Suddenly, Chad wanted to capture the moment. "Stop," he said in the middle of the bridge. Tracy turned and frowned at him. "I'm not singing for you." "I wasn't asking." But Chad liked how she understood his humor, because he might have. He guided her back against the railing where he'd found her singing before, facing upstream. "I need a picture for my column. Something that promises beautiful women can be found here." It's mostly a lie, of course. His reasoning was a lie. Tracy was beautiful, inside and out, and he wanted something to remember her by when he was gone. Beautiful women fill this town. Tracy crossed her arms, looking as if she wanted to push him off the bridge. Mildred, Eunice. It's the Happy Bachelor column, not a self-help magazine. Surely, Tracy, who'd worked at an ad agency, would understand why he had to write to his target market, bachelors, and be true to his brand. "I won't acknowledge the beauty everyone has within. Think shallow." She made a derogatory sound. "Words," he gently chided. "You're filtering your words." He'd read somewhere that was good for aphasia patients. "Spit out what you're feeling. You are still looking for irony." Tracy turned her back on him. Her blonde hair lifted in the breeze. "You don't believe in the magic in Harmony Valley. That's a nice, sappy sentiment. Give me the reality and bustle and lifestyle of the city any day. That's what my readership is looking for." Tracy glanced at him over her shoulder. "Is there anything you like about this town?" He snapped her picture. "I like Martin's Bakery and El Rosal. I like some of the old geezers in town, too. Especially the ones that didn't seem about to kick the bucket. And I like you." The image of having Tracy's arms around him rose to prominence in his mind. Chad almost stepped forward and held her. But she'd only see that as a come on. "Come on." Chad walked quickly away from temptation and toward the other side of the bridge. "I bet you're a wine connoisseur, what with your brother being part owner of the vineyard." On this side of the river there were no sidewalks. Fields of corn bordered neat rows of vineyards. Squirrels scampered with enthusiasm. Birds flitted about. Everything was idyllic, a Norman Rockwell version of a small town. Tracy lagged behind him, booted feet dragging. "How far away is the winery?" Chad kept walking, wondering what was bothering her. "About a mile and a half." "Do your feet hurt?" "We could have driven." Chad turned to see Tracy's lips pressed firmly together. She wasn't dragging her feet because they hurt.
Ah.
So it's not just being a passenger in a car that bothers you. It's driving, too? He hadn't seen a car parked near the bakery last night, not in the front or the back. He wondered if she even owned a vehicle. "I liked driving your car," she said, nose in the air. He waited for her to catch up to him. "Does that job you want require driving? Or is it in the city?" "It requires driving." Her voice was filled with weary resignation. "Don't worry. I'm a long shot." "Meaning you won't worry about driving until you think you'll get the job?" "Correct." A white truck that hadn't seen better days turned onto the road ahead from a graveled drive. It pulled up next to them and the driver cranked the window down. "How's it going, sunshine?" "Good," Tracy beamed. "Dad, Ben, this is the travel writer." "Chad." "The travel writer." She told her father about me. Her father had the tan face of one who worked outdoors, and the wrinkles earned by middle age. His blonde hair was a shadow of Tracy's brilliant gold. By the hard look in his eyes, what she'd said about Chad hadn't been flattering. The older man gave Chad a thorough inspection. "I don't know if I like what you're selling, son." Ouch. Dad, Tracy said in the same tone a teenager used to reply to her father when he told her to behave and be home by curfew. He looks like he's bothering you. Ben angled his jaw to the side. Is he bothering you? Tracy's hands came up as if to ward her father away. Nothing I can't handle. I'll be watching you, Chad. His blue eyes narrowed. Tracy laughed as her father drove off, heading purposefully onward. He fell into step next to her. What's so funny? He thinks you want to date me. Tracy chuckled. You and me? As if. I have no patience for midlife crises. Or falling into a relationship with a man who's still grieving for his father. I'm not midlifing or grieving. What he was angry. The person who was my dad left 6 months before his body gave out. And I'm not much older than you are. Maybe 8 or 9 years. Not nearly old enough for a midlife crisis. The car says differently. The car says nothing, Chad snapped, suddenly empty of patience. When did you buy it? Months ago. When the doctors told him there wasn't much left of his dad, but his legal wishes were to be kept alive, regardless. Chad's steps slowed. Midlife? It couldn't be. Tracy stopped and turned, waiting for him to say more. I'm an only child and taking care of Dad through his battle with cancer was demanding. Standing there on that country road, Chad felt older than his 35 years. I lived with him after Mom died. 3 years. The car was just something I needed to breathe. A breath of youthful vigor in a life focused on old age. That car was my grief outlet. I'm sorry. Tracy pulled Chad into a fierce hug. I don't like you half the time, but losing a parent is awful. My mom died when I was 11. It was so unexpected that it took years for me to get through it. A friendly hug always helped. Chad and his brain were momentarily on overload. No one had hugged him after Dad died. He didn't have huggy friends, and Dad hadn't wanted a funeral or memorial service. A feeling of contentment settled over him. Tracy took a half step back, probably intending to release him, but Chad held on to her. She felt soft and warm in his arms, but because she was speaking so fluently, and he wanted both his contentment and her fluency to continue. Did all those words come out of you? Did you spike your coffee this morning? No, Tracy stared up at him. It's a proximity thing. You can talk easier when someone hugs you? Just. You and my dad. Apparently. She bit her bottom lip, which did nothing to stop the blush blooming on her cheeks. Unfortunately. About the you part. Chad brushed the hair from her forehead, letting his fingers linger over her scar. He was discovering more depths to her by the hour. And those layers. They made him want to kiss Tracy. I'm honored that I have that effect on you. I'm annoyed. Tracy shrugged, but remained in the circle of his arms. I can't go through life hugging people just so I can talk without stumbling. You must feel safe when I hug you. His male ego liked that. So much so that he gave in to temptation, drew her close, and kissed her. Chapter 17. Tracy hadn't dated since the accident. She'd missed small touches, someone's arms around her, and kissing. Boy, had she missed kissing. Boy, does Chad know how to kiss. Tracy was glad her father had driven into town. She was glad the road was empty. She was glad that kissing didn't require talking. All too soon, Chad ended the kiss. Now would come the hard part. The talk. But after one look at his face, Tracy took a few steps back because his was the face of a man about to apologize for kissing her. She frowned. I feel like I should tell you that your car is a midlife crisis. And a band-aid for your grief. She waved a hand. Don't argue. He didn't. Tracy marched toward the winery, wishing the rising heat in her cheeks would dissipate. He didn't really want to kiss me. But that saved me from an awkward conversation. I'm not ready to date anyway. But a few more casual kisses would be nice. Arg. Tracy tossed her hands. And then she gave Chad a frown over her shoulder. We aren't talking about that. She walked without talking the rest of the way to the winery because apparently, Chad agreed with her. Hey, guys. Christine greeted them from the winery porch, looking sophisticated in a slim-fitting tan jacket and black jeans tucked into black boots. Her blonde hair was in a smooth ponytail. The chickens were pecking the ground at the bottom of the steps. The smallest chicken hurried over to greet Chad, circling his feet like a cat demanding attention. Hey, Henrietta. Chad gave her a few pats before Christine invited them inside the winery. It was warm and farmhouse elegant, fitting since they'd converted the historic farmhouse into a small tasting room and upstairs offices. No one else was inside. There were wooden tables for two, dark granite countertops, and wine bottles stored in the racks on the wall. 2 empty wine glasses were set on the bar. I don't need to taste, Tracy told Christine. Since her brother was 1/3 owner, she'd had some of Christine's wine already. Not that I don't love it. No one likes to drink wine alone. Chad nudged Tracy's shoulder as if he had every right to, bringing to mind the feel of his arms around her and the wonder of his kiss. Besides, wine smooths the road for good conversation. I agree. Christine's smile was wide and welcoming. We have 2 blends to taste today. A white and a red. She poured a half glass of white wine and waited for Chad and Tracy to take a sip. This is a young wine made from grapes harvested last year. Crisp. Chad tasted like a wine snob, sniffing and swirling while Tracy just swallowed. Pear and maybe a hint of brown spice. Cinnamon, Christine said happily. Tracy was feeling out of her league. The wine tasted like wine. Like the kind of wine she could easily drink a glass or 2 of. Tastes good. She was afraid she sounded stupidly chipper. Was this how it would be if she landed that job with 3 filmers? Other employees talking up a storm and Tracy waiting for an opening to add a useless word or 2. Chad sat tall on the bar stool like he owned the place. He gave Tracy what felt like an indulgent smile, one that made her realize he was several years older than she was. As long as you enjoy the wine, who needs to list all the nuances? He did. Clearly, he did. Tracy gulped what was left of her wine. And the red blend. Christine filled each of the larger wine glasses halfway. Chad swirled his glass. Tracy was afraid to follow his lead for fear she'd spill. Everything about wine intimidated her, the same as public speaking now intimidated her. It's quite round. Chad swirled the glass again and watched the wine drip slowly down the side. And it has good legs. Now he was speaking French. Liquid, people. It's just liquid. They both looked at Tracy expectantly. Tastes good, Tracy said, on cue. Chad should buy some. I definitely need to. He rubbed a hand back and forth across Tracy's back, as if they were close. As if he didn't regret kissing her. Tracy wished Christine was pouring seconds. No such luck. The winemaker was moving on. Christine gave Chad a folio with more information on the wine and winery. And then she gifted him a red and blue tie-dyed t-shirt with the black Harmony Valley Vineyards logo on it, a running horse on a weather vane. Mayor Larry had made the shirts. And one for you. Christine pressed the soft cotton into Tracy's hands. I have one already. From Will. But I didn't give you one. Christine's smile demanded she accept. And if I'm really nice to you, you'll volunteer for harvest again if I'm short-handed. I'd do that anyway, Tracy assured her, taking the shirt, feeling the mellow smoothness that a little bit of wine gave her. Christine led them outside to the huge barn and began using more foreign terms. Free run juice, punch the lees, ambient yeast. Chad smiled and nodded, giving as good as he was getting in wine terms. Wine barrel tasting, tannic strength, malolactic fermentation. Tracy drifted over to the big barn doors where she could listen, but not need to engage in conversation. Henrietta came closer and pecked the ground at her feet. She knelt and stroked her little back. Let's hop in the truck and head over to the wine cellar. Christine produced a set of keys from her pocket. We can do some barrel tasting. We'll walk. Chad gave Christine a brilliant smile. Or it could have been the sun streaming in the barn doors that lit him up like an angel. I had a big breakfast. I could use the extra steps. Tracy fully expected Christine to say she'd walk with them. But Chad didn't give her the chance. I'll buy a couple of bottles from you and you can take them back to town in your truck. Okay. Christine beamed and said to Tracy as she passed by on her way to the winery, he's nice, isn't he? He was nice. When it suited him. Didn't make Tracy want to kiss him again any less. More's the pity. About that kiss. Tracy waved her hand, trying to keep a step ahead of him on the walk back. If you apologize, I may never speak to you again. He hadn't wanted to apologize, not when it had felt so right to hold her close, but because she'd practically looked at him in horror afterward, he'd felt the need to. He pivoted. Apologize? I was going to tell you how much I enjoyed it. She gave him a glance over her shoulder that refuted his remark. And thank you for it. He stretched his stride to come even with her and filled his voice with sincerity. After all, you sprung that on me without warning. Not true. So not true. He'd been unable to resist her. Dude. You are so full of it. But at least now, she was smiling a little. I just wanted to say, what? Exactly? I just wanted you to know, again, Chad floundered. Frustration tapped at his temples in ever-increasing intensity. He was never at a loss for words. And he was flirting. There shouldn't be any pressure. And yet, there was. Would you like to have lunch with me at the Italian place across the street from the bakery? The wine had been as good as promised. He had high hopes for lunch. What that meant to his column was yet to be determined. This was my lunch. My tour guide duties are over. And kisses, too, by the sound of it. The happy bachelor doesn't need a tour guide. He needed to learn more about points of interest in Harmony Valley, and one intriguing woman. But whatever he needed, his choice of words was all wrong. Tracy rolled her eyes at him. I'm not interested in a fling. And the happy bachelor isn't interested in anything long-term. Chad supposed that was true. But he also supposed he couldn't be the happy bachelor when he was old and gray. That just wasn't good marketing. And the way Tracy put on more speed to her pace, it felt like she thought he'd be the happy bachelor until the day he died. Chapter 18. I can't believe you lost my recipe for horseradish doodles. Eunice reached into her purse for a sheet of purple-lined notebook paper. So I wrote it out for you again. Oh. Tracy glanced up from her laptop in the bakery's kitchen. As in, oh, no. Oh, Jess said, shifting Gregory in her arms so she could accept the recipe from Eunice. Tracy felt sorry for Jessica, wondering how she was going to lose Eunice's recipe twice. She considered escaping upstairs, using her video project as an excuse. Instead, Tracy remained planted on a stool at the island with her laptop open to Jessica's blog. The master baker had made some story notes on different recipes and given them to Tracy, but something didn't feel right. Tracy was missing an element to make the stories and the recipes come together. And it was easier to be around people than to go upstairs and think about Chad. Jessica scanned the recipe. Tell me again. Why did your mother create horseradish doodle cookies? Daddy was on a horseradish kick. He wanted it in everything. Eunice held out her hands, palms up to Gregory. He fell into them, and she carried him to the alcove and its rocking chair. So, Mama gave it to him in everything, on chicken, in his clam chowder, and in these sugar cookies. She didn't experiment in small batches. She went whole hog and expected Daddy to fall in line. I love Mama. Tracy sighed. Mama would have known how to handle Chad and what to put in a video that said, hire me or you'll be sorry. Why was your dad on a horseradish kick? Jess wasn't as enamored of Mama's story. Or maybe reading the ingredients had put her off. I think the doctor recommended it for his lungs, Eunice said absently. Did he eat the cookies? Tracy wondered. Of course. Eunice rocked Gregory with intensity that would soon have the baby sleeping. His soft blue sweater clashed against her lime green tracksuit. Daddy ate a dozen with a big glass of water, right out of the gate. I'm curious as to how your mother presented the cookies. Jess gazed up at the cake decorating photograph on the wall. I can't see putting them in the case and labeling them as horseradish doodles. They won't sell. What did she tell your father they were? Nothing. Daddy ate everything Mama ever set in front of him. Eunice was fiercely proud of her parents. He loved her enough to eat without question. What about you, Eunice? Tracy drummed her fingers over the keyboard without pressing any keys. She glanced at the time. Christine was dropping by soon to talk about what she wanted the bakery to provide for her wedding. Did you eat any horseradish doodles? Oh, I don't like horseradish, Eunice said, unperturbed that this poked a hole in the appeal of her recipe. I like wasabi. I've always heard that if you like one, you don't like the other. I'm not sure anyone who reads the blog will be interested in making them, Jessica said in a gentle voice. I know I'm not. Oh. The disappointment in Eunice's voice tugged at Tracy's heartstrings. It's got elements of a good story, Tracy said just as gently as Jess. Well, I left out the part where we harvested the horseradish. Eunice looked a little sheepish. We went up to Parish Hill at night when it was a full moon. It's not trespassing if you go at night, Mama used to say. Eunice's sheepish expression turned downright guilty. Anyway, Mama fell down the bank and landed in a patch of poison oak. She was itching for a week. She'd do anything for Daddy. Including trespass and pilfer. Maybe there was something to the story after all. I want people to use the recipes I post. Jess wrinkled her brow. Can you change it somehow? Tracy asked. Maybe take out the horseradish? Oh, don't do that, Eunice said. Jess was still lost in thought. Maybe, I could make sweet horseradish biscuits using Mama's recipe as a base? That's an interesting angle to a recipe post. Tracy felt a thrum of excitement, despite stumbling over words. It was the same adrenaline rush she'd had last night while filming, the same thrill she'd experienced when she'd helped create advertising and found the perfect slant for a client. It's the flip side, like my dad's vinyl records from the 1970s. You've lost me. Jess blinked at her. Me, too, Eunice seconded, still rocking as if there was a competition going on for the fastest rocking chair. What if you post the original recipe along with the story behind it? And then you click to the modern version of the recipe. The story needed to have heart. Not that a little humor wouldn't help, as long as it wasn't the cutting style of Chad's sarcastic articles. So horseradish doodles to sweet horseradish biscuits? With a smile, Jess reached for the flour canister. That's worth a try. Eunice perked up. Do you want me to go up Parish Hill and pick some fresh horseradish? No. Jess and Tracy chorused, causing Gregory to startle. But the last thing they needed was Eunice tumbling down a bank into poison oak. I'll use horseradish extract, Jess said in a quieter tone of voice. At least while I experiment. The bakery settled into the quiet noises of Tracy's fingers tapping the keyboard, Jessica's measuring and hand mixing, and Eunice's humming to Gregory. Eunice stopped humming. Do you think people will like my story? Eunice sounded uncertain, which was most un-Eunice-like. It makes me smile. And it's unique. And charming, something Chad wouldn't be interested in. Tracy sighed. Why did she have to be crushing on the happy bachelor? I like sweet stories. Jessica folded the ingredients together. Lillian Harrington had a darling story behind her pancake recipe. She made pancakes for the entire town. She made so many, we ran out of syrup. Eunice was rocking in big swoops. Her sneakers landed on the hardwood with a slap as she came down. But Gregory seemed to be snoozing. Maybe you'll make so many biscuits that we'll run out of horseradish. A dog growled a warning that Flynn and Duffy ignored. They had that luxury. They weren't under Nina Valpizzi's kitchen sink, on their back, trying to fit a wrench around a pipe connector in a position where the wrench wouldn't fit. All to find Nina's wedding ring, which she swore had fallen down the drain. Chad might have chosen his afternoon activities poorly. His time would be better spent trying to polish some life into his column. Now that he knew the wine and lunch offering were excellent, he had a better idea of how to slant the piece. And if he chose not to work on his column, he could have been arguing with Tracy. Or maybe not arguing. Chad smiled, feeling very much the happy bachelor. The growling increased in volume. 2 toothbrush-sized paws took up residence on Chad's stomach. Nina's fluffy white chihuahua continued to disapprove of Chad's presence. "Hey, guys." Chad kept his voice calm. "The dog? The one that might bite his chin or nose. Don't look Farkle in the eye." Duffy gave a wry chuckle, the kind that said he thought Chad was as clueless about dogs as he was about wrenches. Small dogs considered that a challenge. I thought all dogs considered that a challenge. Flynn scuffed the toe of his boot on a bubble in the linoleum. Chad lost the wrench's grip on the pipe once more, banging his elbows against the cabinetry and making Farkle growl louder. The sides of the narrow opening cut into his ribs, and the increasing feeling that Flynn and Slade were trying to teach him a lesson cut into his temper. "I'm not even looking at the dog." Chad shushed Farkle and tried again with the wrench. He'd told Flynn he had no plumbing skills. Flynn's response? "Everyone needs plumbing skills and there's no time like the present to learn." Chad suspected Flynn just didn't want to crawl under Nina's sink, which smelled of mothballs and damp. "Are you sure there isn't a better wrench for this job?" Chad had heard the right tool made all the difference. "There's definitely a better wrench for tight spaces." Flynn sounded far too pleased with himself. "Basin wrench," Duffy chimed in helpfully. "Great. Give it to me." Chad extended his hand, causing Farkle to jump back to the scuffed, brick-patterned linoleum. "We don't have a basin wrench." Chad hoped that was embarrassment in Flynn's voice. He repositioned the wrench and tightened his hold. The dog crawled on Chad's stomach without missing a growly beat. Duffy knelt down and picked up Farkle, who immediately quieted. "Have you ever had a dog, Chad?" No, they'd been an indoor cat household. "Dogs sense fear," Duffy said. "I'm not trembling with fear down here. More like frustration." Chad was about ready to toss in the towel when he gave the pipe connector one last yank. Amazingly, it moved. He loosened the second connector until he could swing the bottom elbow outward. Uncapped, the upper pipe spit gunk everywhere, including Chad's face. Several uncharitable thoughts came to mind. He bit them all back. Desperate to wipe the slime from his body, Chad did an army crawl on his back until his shoulders were clear of the cabinetry. Or so he thought. He sat up and hit his temple on the upper cabinet frame, hard enough to see stars. He fell back in the cabinet as the world became foggy. Someone grabbed hold of his ankles and yanked him out. "Are you okay?" Duffy's voice. Farkle growled near Chad's ear, which didn't help the ringing. "Is there blood?" Flynn's voice. The room came into focus. The dark browns and reds of the 1970s. The velvet wallpaper with a forest scene on the wall by the kitchen table. "No blood, but there's a bruise." Duffy got a paper towel, filled it with a couple of ice cubes, and handed it to Chad. "Hey, Nina. We need a plastic bag." The ice hadn't made the towel cold yet. Chad's forehead stung and throbbed. "I'm not cut out to be a handyman." Truer words were never spoken. Duffy bent to peer into his face. "How many fingers am I holding up?" "None." Edging Chad aside, Flynn made short work of loosening the pipes and removing them from the cabinet. He stuffed a paper towel in the pipe elbow with a screwdriver, forcing the gunk out the other end and onto a newspaper. The smell almost made Chad gag. "But I'm seeing every gucky thing Flynn is doing." "Go easy on him, Duffy." Flynn poked the gunk with the screwdriver, possibly trying to find Nina's ring. We've all had our share of fix-it mishaps.
Yeah.
When I was 12. Duffy was what Chad had always thought of as a man's man. He probably came out of the womb carrying a wrench and a nail gun. Do you see the ring? Chad couldn't. Flynn flattened the gunk some more with the screwdriver. It's not here. He peered into the pipe. Boys, you won't believe what I just found. Nina entered the kitchen in a loose black top, hot pink leggings and white heels that looked impossible to walk in. She held up her hand and fanned her fingers. My ring. It was on the bedside table the entire time. Farkle pranced over to her elderly mistress and danced on her back hind legs. Put it back together, boys, Duffy said. At least, we cleared the drain, Flynn said. If Chad hadn't already hit his head, he might have given himself a serious head thunk. As it was, he held his tongue until they were outside by Duffy's gray truck. Please tell me this doesn't happen often. Which part? Flynn hefted a large toolbox into Duffy's truck bed. The lost ring? The skanky clogged drain? Or the overly affectionate dog? It all happens. That's part of living here. Duffy opened the door to the truck. A shaggy, golden dog not much bigger than Farkle wiggled excitedly on the passenger seat, demanding attention. And just like that, Duffy's masculine image was deflated. Points to you for not walking out on us, Chad. That shows character. Duffy's grin was pure joy, the spitting image of Gregory's. It made Chad forget he'd been the butt of most of Duffy's jokes. It made Chad envious. And now, since I said that, I bet Flynn will go into his speech. Great segue, Duffy. Flynn slapped Chad heartily on the back. You know, you can be a travel writer and live anywhere you choose. Chad took a step back and clenched the ice pack with his hammer-flattened finger, the one he'd injured while putting a roof on the winery's chicken coop, because the pain had to make this nightmare go away. Are you asking me to move to Harmony Valley? With its plethora of old people. And Tracy. I am if you're interested, Flynn said brightly. Chad wasn't interested in anything but the Tracy part. How could he not? He smelled of Nina's dank drain. He was banged up and his head throbbed. If he moved here, they'd expect him to tag along on these handyman expeditions. Chad wasn't cut out for that. And so, he tried to make light of Flynn's offer. You just want me for my mad hammer skills. You have a long way to go for that to be a true statement. Duffy lifted his foo-foo dog out of the truck and into his arms. I heard about the chicken coop. Maybe I'm a wrench man. Chad felt the need to defend his handyman skills, despite not having many. I got that pipe fitting off, didn't I? And without the special wrench. Duffy stared at Chad and didn't say a word. Duffy's dog stared at Chad and didn't growl. Flynn stared at Chad, but he was smiling. Chad scratched his head, not knowing what to say.
Yeah.
Well. Back to the invitation. Flynn settled his black baseball cap more firmly on his head. I promised my grandfather we'd do something to bring this town back to life. We'd love to have you as a resident. He began ticking things off on his fingers. We have no crime to speak of. A couple of gourmet restaurants. A friendly bar. No commute traffic, Duffy added. No noisy neighbors. Well, the old guard can be nosy, Flynn allowed. And the new guard can be pushy. Chad couldn't let that go. He had a flattened finger and a lump on his skull because of them. We appreciate you giving back to the community. Flynn was a good statesman, perhaps better than the mayor. We're moving on to Mildred's dripping faucet if you want to come along. And learn something, Duffy pointed out kindly. Something that might come in handy someday. I've learned enough for today, thanks. Chad needed some quality time alone with his ice pack. Chapter 19. Monday morning, Leona set Chad's breakfast in front of him at 8:05. You aren't taking care of yourself, Mr. Healy. I can see that by the look on your face. Chad blamed the saggy, lumpy mattress. He scowled at the small plate and the trio of small, powdered donuts, the kind that came from a box. He tilted his head, squinting at the plate, but the donuts were still as small as silver dollars. Maybe he'd hit his noggin too hard yesterday. That would explain his inability to write last night. He had one more day to send Marty something that would knock his socks off. What is this? Martin's is closed today. Leona stood with her hands clasped piously. Too bad her expression was that of a serial killer gazing down on her naive and unsuspecting prey. I thought you had a sweet tooth. Chad wasn't naive or unsuspecting. He was frustrated. Bacon, Leona. I like bacon. He pushed the plate away. That's bad for your heart. The Ice Queen whisked his plate away, along with the mug of coffee. El Rosal serves breakfast with bacon. He stood so fast his head spun. This isn't a bed and breakfast. He clung to the table for balance. This is a bed, no breakfast. He headed for El Rosal, muttering the entire way about sadistic bed and breakfast owners. Once more, the restaurant was packed, and not just with overwhelming color. Does everyone have a ride who needs a ride? Mayor Larry was saying as Chad came in. He glanced Chad's way, and then did a horrified double-take, pointing to Chad's forehead. What's that? Chad waved his concern off. The large purple lump on his forehead made it look as if he had a third eye, but he wasn't dead. Felix, the big, burly man who always seemed to have cat hair on his shirt, nodded a greeting to Chad, unable to pull his gaze from Chad's third eye. You here for the cemetery run? It wasn't a polite query. It was a question of disbelief. No. I'm here for the bacon. He could smell it and all its greasy goodness. I don't jog. And he couldn't imagine any of the assembled doing so either. The Asian man they called Takata sat in his walker seat and rolled his dark eyes. It's not a race. We're doing a remembrance in the cemetery today. He gave Chad a piercing look that never strayed from his two God-given eyes. Are you afraid of ghosts? No, Chad was afraid anyone who stayed at the Lambridge Band B would starve. Tracy walked by on her way out with her dad. Chad caught her arm. Nobody told me about this event. Are you going? You didn't tell him? The mayor moved closer, looking at Tracy as if she'd dropped the ball. Tracy slipped from Chad's hold, only to take his face in her hands, turning it back and forth and inspecting his bruise. What happened to you? I introduced myself to Nina Valpizzi's sink. He hadn't gone out to dinner last night because of the way he looked. This morning he didn't appear much better, but he was starving. Behind Tracy, her father chuckled. The cemetery run? Chad said through gritted teeth. Is it something my readers would enjoy? No. It's private. Tracy hesitated and then said, we go to remember our loved ones. To the cemetery? The entire town. Chad took in the standing room only crowd. Anyone who's got someone buried there. Tracy's voice was softer than silk, reminding Chad that her mother had died when she was just a kid. Immediately, Chad felt guilty. At least he'd had his mother most of his adult life. We need to go, her father said gruffly. We're holding up the rest. With one last glance at Chad's headlight bump, Tracy left. Ben gave Chad one of those intimidating stares he seemed so fond of. I should thank you for helping Tracy speak easier. Ben tapped his own forehead and grinned. Take care of yourself. That was no thank you. Chad was beginning to think he'd been sent to Harmony Valley by a higher power to be taken down a peg or two. More people funneled past Chad with walkers, canes, and boxes of tissue. Chad couldn't deny he was curious, but he was fairly certain a visit to the cemetery wouldn't be any fun. Besides, with everyone gone, he'd have all that bacon to himself. Did Tracy leave you? The mayor asked. Without waiting for an answer, he shooed Chad out the door. You can ride with me. Reluctantly, Chad got into the passenger seat of Mayor Larry's Volkswagen bus. It was vintage mint green with a white top and an engine that went put. I thought you didn't drive. The day I arrived you mentioned something about your back. Chad hid a smile. If the mayor took his yoga seriously, that wiry body was strong and flexible. Of course, he could drive. I only drive on special occasions. The mayor sent the bus lurching forward, lacking the seamless shifting skills that Tracy had. The line of cars headed to the cemetery moved as slowly as a funeral procession. I'll drop you at the front of the cemetery so you can experience the entire process. Larry made a left turn beneath the arching cemetery gates. It's hard to bury someone. Harder still to visit them regularly. Once a year, we lend each other support and listen to each other's remembrances. Chad hadn't been to his father's grave since his death. Hadn't checked to make sure the headstone was engraved correctly and installed properly. Hadn't been able to face the symbol of the man who'd fired him from the grave. My wife is all the way in the back. Larry pulled to the curb. You can catch up to Tracy and Ben over there. Ben and Tracy stood near a cluster of headstones. Ben's arm was across Tracy's shoulders. Chad couldn't remember his parents holding him that close as an adult. What little physical affection his parents had given him as a child had disappeared when he reached puberty. Watching the Jacksons now, Chad felt empty and envious. He had no family. He had no one. Cars were parking along every curb. Larry pulled away with his put engine and the smell of burnt oil. Tracy glanced up and frowned. Ben didn't look up at all. He walked with heavy steps to a nearby bench and sat down, staring at his hands. Chad felt like an intruder. He'd much rather be eating bacon. But he was here and there was a story. And besides, Tracy looked in need of a strong shoulder to lean on. Tracy had a tissue clutched in one hand. When Chad reached her, she gestured toward a headstone. This is my mom. She never took a handout. Never took no for an answer. And she gave the best hugs. She rolled the tissue around one finger and pointed to the next headstones over. And these are my grandparents, the Jacksons. They were farmers here, like my dad. Grandma was a great card player. Grandpa knew he always had to lose to her. That way, she'd believe she was the best card player in town. Smart man. Chad draped his arm over her shoulder and drew her to his side. I hope Grandma passed along some recipes for your blog. Angel food cake with pistachio icing. There was something touching about Tracy retelling her memories. Chad felt bereft of love and memories. He knew he'd had good times with his mother over the years, and the rarer moments of connection with his father. But he had no time to dwell on them as Ben began speaking. These are my grandparents. Ben's voice sounded like a preacher reciting an oft-read eulogy. His words were rote, meant to keep the emotion at bay. When I was a boy, we farmed with a team of horses and a plow. He stood and held a hand out to Tracy. She took it and told Chad, it's tradition to walk to the next visitor and listen to their stories. She curled her free arm around his waist, towing him along next to her. Ben spared Chad a put-upon look but didn't protest his inclusion or Chad's arm around his daughter's shoulders. Now Chad understood why no one in town had told him about this. These losses, these stories, they were intimate. Instead of leaving, he accompanied the Jacksons to the next group. Ben put a hand on a headstone, leaning heavily on it as he nodded to Nina Valpizzi. Your mother made me a green bean casserole for Thanksgiving a few months after my wife died. She helped me keep up the pretense that everything was normal. Oh, Ben. Nina's smile for help with her sink hadn't been as thankful as it was today. Your sweet wife made me a pine wreath to hang on the door when my son was born. She decorated it with blue plastic baby buggies. I still have it in a box in the attic. Ben smiled softly. Tracy sniffed, and Chad pressed a kiss to her temple. Nina came to Chad, reached for his face, drew it down and kissed a spot to the side of his bruise. You were kind to a panicked old woman, and you were hurt trying to help me find my ring. She patted his cheek. My mother would have said you were a keeper. She gave Tracy a tender smile. Ben's blustery protectiveness had been left outside the cemetery gates. He said nothing. And they all moved to the next group. And so it went. Small favors were mentioned. Tiny acts of kindness, generosity, and honorable acts. The crowd built as they walked to the rear of the cemetery. Chad wondered if his father was buried here, if anyone would say anything nice about him. He'd been a tough boss and a tougher parent. Finally, the session ended with lengthy remembrances of Flynn's grandfather, who had been instrumental in starting the tradition. There were more tears. More hugs. And surprisingly, more laughter as cars were brought around. "I'm going to walk back, Dad." Tracy smiled up at Chad. She held his hand now. Ben pointed 2 fingers at his eyes and then turned those same 2 fingers toward Chad in the universal sign for, "I'm going to be watching you." "Oh, Dad. He's harmless." Tracy shook her head. Chad wasn't harmless. But he was feeling like a shallow man who didn't honor his parents like these people did. He wanted to crack a joke to lighten the mood. A priest, a rabbi, and a travel writer walk into a cemetery. He wanted to write a satirical piece on the reverse correlation between headstone size and the number of graveside visitors. But mostly, he wanted someone to talk about his father as kindly as others had talked about Harmony Valley residents. And he wondered, would someone talk about him with fondness when he passed away? Maybe only his father's assistant, Doreen. But given she was as old as some Harmony Valley residents, she might not outlast him. Cars slowly filled with people and drove away. Chad and Tracy walked through the empty graveyard in the autumn sunlight in silence for several minutes. "I don't remember much about my mother's funeral." Tracy's voice was a fragile thread. Her grip on his hand strong. "I know people spoke, but it's what they tell me here that I remember. My dad didn't want a funeral or memorial service." At the time, Chad had been grateful. His mother's service had been difficult, filled with speakers who were younger work colleagues rather than friends or family. Most of Mom's friends had already passed on or were too frail to attend. It had all felt so odd. Tracy draped his arm over her shoulders. At first, he thought it was because she wanted to be close to him. And then he realized she wanted to talk. According to Agnes, Tracy began. "Funerals are for those left behind. But they happen too soon." She spoke in nearly a whisper as if they were in a crowd and she only wanted Chad to hear. "I couldn't have stood up and talked about Mom then. I couldn't have told my dad and brother how much she meant to me." She gripped Chad's hand at her shoulder as if she needed to keep from slipping too deeply into memory. "There was this one time she took me grocery shopping. I must have been 5 or 6. She wanted me to get in the car, but I wouldn't. I'd stolen a sucker and I suddenly knew I couldn't leave without returning it, but I didn't know how." Tracy's hesitation wasn't to prepare for her next words. She swallowed, but she couldn't swallow back the raw emotion, the grief and regret. "I started crying. Mom could have spanked me and put me in the car, but she knew there was something wrong. She knew." Tracy pressed her lips together and blinked rapidly. "She hugged me. I gave her the sucker and confessed. She told me she admired my honesty. She told me I had to be brave and honest with the store clerk. She hugged me and told me good people make mistakes." Tracy looked at him with tear-filled eyes. "All I want is to feel her hug me again." Chad drew her closer, hugging her as if she was fragile. "This is a difficult day in so many ways." Tracy sighed, sinking closer still. And then she drew a shuddering breath and began to ease away. Chad felt as if she was pulling away from who he was on the internet, Chad Healy Bostwick. When she should have been trusting of Chad Healy's embrace, of his ability to give and take in conversation like friends often did. He gathered her close once more and did something he rarely did. He spoke about his father. "My dad was firm. Did he ground you for breaking curfew? Or using the credit card he gave you only for emergencies?" Tracy smiled up at him, clearly pleased that he was sharing as so many people had shared today. "Not anything that simple." Chad should have gone into town with Ben. It would have been easier than speaking these words aloud. But he didn't regret staying. Tracy needed company. And maybe he needed to share. Dad canceled Christmas once. And that was all he planned to say. That's extreme. The smile and teasing note in Tracy's voice disappeared. She kissed his chin, almost as if she was worried about him. It had been so long since Chad had anyone worried about him, that he took a moment to let the warmth of that kiss sink into his chest. And in turn, that warmth loosened the hold he had on the past. It was after my mother divorced him the second time. Yes, Chad had an unorthodox upbringing on many levels. I went to spend the holiday with Dad. Mom had given me my presents beforehand, and I happened to gripe on Christmas Eve about getting up early for church service on Christmas Day. I'd planned on playing with my video games all night long. That rebellious statement hadn't sat well. Dad took everything away, the video game, the cell phone she'd bought me. And the funny thing was, neither one of us went to the service. Her gaze was as soft as that kiss. I can't see reading that in the Happy Bachelors column in the Bostwick Lampoon. Dad's life was full of contradictions. It's probably why the Lampoon was so successful. Dad recognized irony when he saw it. Chad saw no irony today. Only long-buried truths. I haven't read any of his columns. What section did he write for? The news of the day. Front and center. His dad's columns took on issues with meaning. He wrote about a third-world dictator who touted a simple life but owned a fleet of luxury cars. That had won Dad many awards. He wrote about a dog breeder who cropped tails and stitched ears, like a canine plastic surgeon in search of physical perfection. You loved him. She patted his chest over his heart. I can hear it in your voice. He was my father, Chad said simply. His father may have made his life difficult, demanding perfection even when perfection wasn't possible. He was my father, he repeated. He taught me about business and writing. And that post-mortem, it had taught him to pick himself up after a setback. Tracy allowed his words to settle and him to breathe. She was a caring, compassionate woman. Just holding her, he felt caring and compassionate. Not at all like the man who wrote the Happy Bachelor columns. What would your father have written about in Harmony Valley? Tracy asked. That was easy. Dad would have liked what happened today. But he would have returned next year to see if the recollections of people had changed and were still sincere. He wasn't very trusting of his fellow man, Tracy surmised. He trusted them to stretch the truth and lie, even to themselves. A glass half-empty approach. Tracy sked. And your glass? I'm trying for half full. Chad was surprised to realize he meant it. He touched the bump on his forehead. It hasn't been working out so well for me. It will, Tracy promised. And then she kissed him. Chad's second kiss was nice. Safe. Nothing like the last kiss had promised, light-hearted and teasing, and nothing like his articles promised, a complex man with depths that might make a woman nervous. It was just, there was no zing. So disappointing. But it was better this way. Tracy began to pull back, thinking that first kiss had been a fluke. She hadn't been thinking when she'd wrapped her arms around him, at least not thinking any more than she wanted to embrace half full of optimism Chad. The lips part? Well, that just kind of happened. But then Chad moved. Suddenly closer. His arms. Tight around her. His breath. Mingled with hers. Tracy's heart pounded out signals as foreign to her as the French language. Her legs were threatening to melt like butter. And her brain seemed to have forgotten why kissing Chad was wrong. Just as suddenly as things got interesting, they ended. There was sun shining on her closed lids. There was a soft wind lifting the ends of her hair over her scar. And there were strong hands on her elbows, holding her steady. Tracy needed those hands to keep from falling either to the ground in shock or back into his arms. She kept her eyes closed, afraid of what she'd see. Suddenly, I feel like it's me that's having a midlife crisis. Let's hope not. Chad tilted her face up with a finger beneath her chin, and then kissed her nose. Regrets? Yes. Lots. He sighed. Do you think El Rosal is still open for breakfast? She opened her eyes. You're thinking about food? After that kiss? There's not much to the Lambridge bed and breakfast's breakfast. Chad rubbed his stomach and turned toward the road. His expensive loafers began the trek back to town as if they hadn't embraced, as if their lips hadn't touched, as if they hadn't exchanged the same air. He was walking away. He'd been the one to deepen the kiss, turning something that was vanilla into something that was tempting and to be taken as seriously as the quality of chocolate, in Jessica's Death by Chocolate Cake. He was walking away. That's when it hit Tracy, the painful turn to her stomach, the sickening taste in her throat. This was just like the time she'd belly flopped in Mayor Larry's swimming pool. The only difference was there'd been no witnesses this time when she'd flopped. Chad was walking away. Because she wasn't good enough for him. A man like Chad, who had the world at his feet, would want a woman at his side who people would look at and say, wow. She's perfect for you. Perfect. Chad moved in circles she could only dream of. She was sure he was embraced by cliques formed by power players, big deals, and bigger exposure. Tracy embraced gurning, pumpkin bowling, and cemetery runs. She moved through life at walker speed. She needed crutches and concentration to talk without much hesitation. Tracy wasn't perfect. She was scarred, and scared, and just a big mess. Whereas Chad came to the cemetery run and said all the right things to people he barely knew, kissed a woman nearly 10 years younger than he was, and then wondered about breakfast. He was walking away, not even looking back. Oh, she'd belly flopped, all right. She might just as well sink to the bottom of the pool. Chad didn't look back, not once on the way into town. Yep, he'd kissed her. There were more important things for him to be focusing on than a pretty girl. His future was at stake. His travel magazine was at stake. His pride was at stake. None of which seemed as important as that kiss with Tracy. Still, he kept walking. Because being with Tracy made him feel his wine glass was half full and she planned to top it off. He knew there was no happily ever after. Just look at his parents. They'd fallen in love late in life. They somehow managed to have a kid when they should have been having grandkids. They loved each other. They hated each other. They married and divorced and married and divorced and married. All that pain. All that drama. It had all started with a kiss. It all could have been prevented if one of them had just walked away. It had been in Tracy's arms that he'd realized he and Tracy were the mirror image of his parents. They smiled at each other. They laughed together. They argued about fundamental principles. He'd recognized the signs, danger ahead. And so, he left. Chad's loafers pounded the pavement down Main Street. El Rosal was in his sights. Agnes and Rose stepped on the sidewalk in front of him. Agnes regarded him like a kindly aunt spotting a nephew she doted on. Chad, have you eaten at Giordano's cafe yet? Lunch. Yesterday. He didn't want to pause. Bacon was within reach. Rose and Agnes had other plans. They moved on either side of him, took him by the arm, and led him across the street and into the cafe. He thought about telling them no. But Agnes' nose was red and her eyes watery. She'd talked about her husband at the cemetery. Bacon would have to wait. Claudia is serving an early lunch because of the ceremony. Rose squeezed Chad's arm as if this was the best news ever. Or at least of the morning. Look at the special. There was a sandwich board sign near the door with a chalkboard. On it someone had written with thick blue chalk, turkey chipotle flecked panini with cheddar cheese, guacamole, and bacon. Bacon. Maybe Chad wouldn't have to wait for bacon after all. He opened the door to the cafe for the ladies. They took the last open table in the front corner by the window. In the kitchen, a man and a woman, both with dark hair, both with chef's jackets on, were laughing. They'd served him yesterday. They exchanged a glance that was filled with the kind of love Chad just walked away from. I walked away from a kiss. Not love. Chef Claudio welcomed them to the cafe and took their order with a smile. Chad made a mental note to research her background online. He'd forgotten to do so last night. It might add some much-needed meat to his article. Grief makes me hungry. Rose tore into her second rosemary wheat roll. It was a nice morning. Agnes sniffed. I hope we didn't seem too sentimental, Chad. It was sincere, Chad said, meaning it. What are your intentions toward Tracy? Rose demanded, having eaten 3 rolls and drank 1 glass of water. She grew up with my granddaughter. She's almost like a granddaughter to me. She's my tour guide, Chad said sternly, hoping he didn't give anything more away with a smile fueled by a remembered kiss or 2. Really, ladies? What would Tracy say if she heard you grilling me? She'd tell us to mind our own business, Agnes said with a sparkle returning to her eye. But we never do. Rose lifted the bread bowl and shook it at Claudia. Time for a change in subject. Where's Mildred? She's breaking up the band, Rose lamented. You guys play instruments? Now there was a spin to the story he hadn't considered. We sing to horses. Rose answered with the air of one who'd misunderstood the question. It's like therapy. Her statement was about as clear as mud. There was a racehorse recovering here in town, you see, Agnes said with the patience of a saint. And it calmed him to have us sing to him. On Sunday nights, Rose puts on one-woman shows. She sings all the parts herself. Alto, bass, and tenor. I dance and I have costumes, too. I'm quite talented. Rose stated things matter-of-factly, without pretense or grandiosity. Well, maybe a little grandiosity. She had her snowy white hair in a tight bun at the base of her long neck, similar to the way Leona wore her hair. But with Rose, the air was one of accomplishment and comfort with herself, rather than the cold unhappiness of Leona. I'd love to see a show, Chad said politely. You must come by next week. Rose held her head high. I'm doing Annie. Chad's curiosity switch flipped on. Is this a public viewing? At a theater here in town? Rose harumphed. Who needs a theater when I have lovely hardwoods at home? So much for her productions being column-worthy. You don't sell tickets? No, Rose said, sinking a little. Their lunch was delivered, and their table fell silent as they dug in. Chad's panini was excellent. The bacon thick, smoky and satisfying. Let's get back to Tracy, Agnes said after she'd pushed more food around her plate than she'd eaten. And your intentions. Rose dabbed a napkin to the corners of her mouth. You're almost too old for her. What are you? 38? 40? 35, Chad ground out past a bite of bacon stuck in his throat. 9 years. Rose met Agnes' gaze. What do you think? Is he robbing the cradle? When he's 80, she'll be 71. The trip to the cemetery must have hit Agnes hard. She always seemed so upbeat. But now, she was doom and gloom. 1 foot in the grave. That's a little dark, Chad protested. Not necessarily. I was a pip at 71. Rose stared at Chad as if he was a costume she wasn't sure she should wear for one of her productions. Not so spry at 80. You're still moving around. And she was putting on one-woman shows. Yes, but at 89, chances are you wouldn't be. Agnes stared out the window as if seeing Chad as an old man. Maybe this isn't such a good idea. Chad didn't like her reasoning. He was a spring chicken compared to the age his father was when he got married. Rose picked up the remains of her panini. Back in my day, if a man was interested in a woman, he tossed pebbles at her window late at night. If the woman was interested in the man, she came outside with him. And did what? Chad had a good idea, he just wanted to see what Rose would say. There were all-night dance halls in New York. Rose took a bite of her sandwich. Moonlit drives. Agnes sighed. Parking and talking. Chad glanced up at the second-floor window above Martin's bakery. I have a feeling you're not too old for her, Rose said, noticing the direction of his gaze. We'll expect a progress report tomorrow. He decided not to tell them he'd already tossed pebbles. Partly because Tracy hadn't come outside with him. And now, she never would. Chapter 20. Chad sat at the desk in his room at the Lambridge Band B and stared at the blank screen on his laptop. There had been words there last night about how forgetful old people were with their possessions and their pasts. He'd erased those this morning. Not because he imagined Tracy's frown, but because it wasn't something that would make readers want to visit the town. And maybe that was the point, he realized. Maybe Harmony Valley was so saccharine sweet, it wasn't worth visiting. His chest felt empty at the thought. There was something to Harmony Valley. There was quirk and irony. There was open-armed welcome and belonging. Why couldn't he put it on the page? Chad stared at the blank screen, changed his font style, typed the words, "Welcome to Harmony Valley." Erased them. And stared at the screen some more. Maybe if he looked at the previous columns he'd written this past month, he'd be inspired. His hand hesitated over the mouse. What if he began reading them and he discovered Tracy was right? That he'd written his most cutting work when he felt grief. He'd rather not know. Tracy would disapprove of his cowardice, especially after he'd helped talk her out of her own. Although, she'd approved of his kiss. Which was just a kiss. And she was just a woman. But when he combined that kiss with that woman, Chad was exponentially in trouble. He wanted to be with her. But they weren't compatible. She hated the way he wrote. And he was determined to carry the happy bachelor forward, even if it meant losing an opportunity of a future with Tracy. There was a sound outside. And then another. A shovel cleaving dirt. Leona was digging in the garden. His grave, he thought wryly. Chad wasn't going to check on the Ice Queen. He had a column to write. The blinking cursor laughed at him.
Ha! 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 Ha!
For every blink. He knew what that meant. No words would be written until he nailed down the proper angle for his story. He had about 18 hours to figure it out. Leona shoveled more dirt. She was worthy of an article all on her own. And he was desperate enough to give it to her. Chad grabbed his jacket and hurried downstairs. And there was his muse, in pressed blue jeans and a green crewneck sweatshirt, wielding a shovel like a pogo stick. She positioned the shovel and hopped on it with both feet. She'd harvested all her vegetables. Several baskets were filled with them off to the side. But her shoveling technique. Should you be doing that? There were so many ways her execution could go wrong. A slipped foot. A turned ankle. Lost balance. Broken bones. Quit looking at me as if you've never seen someone dig in the garden, Mr. Healy. I'm not burying a body. Chad took a step closer, fighting the urge to take the shovel from her and complete the task. Dimly aware that his story radar wasn't pinging about Leona, he couldn't stop himself from asking, "Do you need any help?" "I'm an independent woman." Leona jumped and missed the shovel with her right foot. She stumbled back with a soft cry. Chad took the shovel from her. "You won't be so independent when you break a bone." He slid the shovel blade into the dirt, no small feat since the soil was clay. The clump of dirt he turned over was heavy. Had she just had plants here? It felt more like she hadn't harvested anything from the ground in years. The shovel creaked. It was old. The blade was rusted. The handle had cracks running down the wooden shaft, as if it had been left outside for decades. His smashed finger twinged and throbbed in protest. "Stop shoveling." How like Leona to refuse help. "I'm not going to charge you for my services." He kept digging, levering up heavy clods of soil so quickly the wood handle expanded as he levered it down and contracted when he eased it up, pinching his palms. He eyed Leona's gloves. She'd taken them off and was swatting her leg with them as if she were irritated, and the gloves were a riding crop. Regardless, he wasn't stopping. There was only another 4 square feet of dirt to turn in the garden. He had a rhythm down. He had speed. He had. Crack. The shovel handle broke. The wood pinched his palms. He tugged his hands free of the handle with a hiss of pain. Thin red slashes of color crossed his palms in 4-inch lengths. Another good deed punished. Now look what you've done, Leona said in that nefarious voice of hers. She picked up the shovel pieces. It's ruined. I'm looking, all right. At blood blisters forming on his palms. Chad didn't have the ability to help this woman or others, not the way they needed to be helped. Not like Flynn or Slade or Duffy did. I give up. But not on his column. He left Leona in the garden and hurried upstairs. He forced words on the page with just as much determination as he'd forced the shovel into the clay. He only hoped the words wouldn't break him. The bakery smells like Christmas. Every day. Tracy had the camera set up in the kitchen. The lens captured Tracy on a stool next to Jess, who was kneading dough. Tracy had tried scripting things out, but she found words came easier if she had ideas and conversation starters to work with. Besides, when she'd sat down to script things out yesterday, all she could think about was Chad walking away from her. And then her chest had felt too tight for her heart. And then her spirits had sunk, taking her ability to speak with them. It was barely 5:30 in the morning. A new day. All the lights were on in the kitchen. The smell of yeast and freshly brewed coffee filled the air. Set on preheat, the ovens ticked and hummed. It was warm and intimate, and words oozed from Tracy like frosting from an icing bag, slow and steady. The bakery doesn't care if I lose a word. The bakery doesn't care if I muff a job interview. Tracy paused and glanced at Jess. It's true. The bakery doesn't judge. I felt it the first time I came in here. Jessica's gaze ran lovingly over the kitchen's interior and the many sepia-tinted photos of the Martin family on the wall. Generations of Martins had worked the bakery. The bakery doesn't care if you make oatmeal raisin cookies or a multi-layered fondant wedding cake. Jess nodded, turning the dough again and again. It just wants to be kneaded. Useful, Tracy added softly, suddenly feeling a strong sense of belonging as if some of the pieces of herself fit here. With Harmony Valley. With Martin's Bakery. With this new Tracy she was becoming. Wow. She got up and turned off the camera. The bakery doesn't care if you aren't perfect. Jessica placed the dough in a bowl, covered it with a piece of plastic wrap, and moved it to proving drawer. Speaking of useful, do you know who might have keys to the Veterans Hall? Christine wants to have her wedding reception in town. I think that's the largest venue around. It's the only venue around. At least one for a large wedding reception. However, given the way unused properties were falling apart in town, Tracy shuddered to think about the condition of the place. Last I heard, Rutgar is in charge. Rutgar? Jessica's gaze turned thoughtful. I haven't seen him in town in a long while. I can go ask for the keys, Tracy offered, knowing how much Jess hated to leave the bakery in case a potential order came in. Tracy couldn't sell a bride a cake over the phone. Tuesdays are always slow. Tracy had planned to fill her day by collecting the stories behind the recipes on Jessica's blog. Besides, you might not like what you find. Inside the hall. Chapter 21. I was played, Mildred said when Agnes and Rose picked her up for coffee and asked how her date with Felix went the day before. He took me home from the cemetery. And then? Did he suggest something frisky? Rose demanded from the back seat. No. That sounds nice, Agnes said absently. What does? Rose demanded. Agnes, what are you thinking of? Agnes shook her head, making a turn onto Main Street. My mind has wandered. Sorry. What are we talking about? Felix. He drove me slower than Agnes does to his house. Mildred hitched around to face Rose, not that she could see the details of her friend's expression. He drove so slow, I could have driven. Using the curbs as rails. His house. Now it gets frisky, Rose said knowingly. Can I stand the details? Rose. Agnes and Mildred both cried foul. Mildred turned to face forward. Agnes parked the car in front of Martin's Bakery. The wind had been intense last night and had blown away the clouds. Mildred squinted more than usual in the bright sunshine. Rose unsnapped her seatbelt and scooched forward, eager for details. You said you were played. He made a lovely brunch. Mildred had expected as much. Felix had been a fireman, and the firemen in Harmony Valley had been known to be good cooks. Wait. Agnes plucked something from Mildred's blouse. Is that cat hair? Mildred said miserably, brushing at her blouse, not that she could see the hair. He invited me over to get me to adopt a cat. Not that Dusty wasn't a lovely cat, a champion purrer, a wonderful cuddler, and a warm bed hog. But she'd wanted something more than a cat in her life. She'd wanted someone who could hold a conversation as well as her hand. That big hairball. Rose cried indignantly. I see Felix inside. I'm going to give him a piece of my mind. Please don't. I'll be mortified. We'll stay silent, Agnes promised, glancing back at Rose with what Mildred could only hope was a threat in her eyes. But we won't forget. Mildred was no longer going to seize the day. She was going to walk in Martin's and survive the day. Because that's what one did after embarrassment in a small town. You held your head up and carried on. Mildred repeated the words as she pushed her walker inside. A few minutes later, survived the day. Didn't matter that she'd had her romantic hopes raised by Felix only to have them crushed. Didn't matter that Phil had run away from her a few days ago. Didn't matter if she looked their way now or not. She couldn't see if they were uncomfortable by her presence. She couldn't tell if they pitied her. Mildred, Tracy said kindly. You look like you could use a pumpkin spice latte today and biscotti for dipping. I could, Mildred said, hopes lightening as she reached for her purse. Considering what happened the other day, Tracy said in a hushed voice. Today's order is on me. You don't need to do that. She's old, Rose said right behind Mildred. She doesn't remember what happened yesterday, much less 2 days ago. So true, Mildred murmured. Her memory wasn't what it used to be. She hoped in time this episode would fade from the annals of her mind. I'll bring your order out, Tracy said firmly. Has your talking improved? Mildred asked. It seemed as if it had. Tracy might have blushed. My confidence has improved. Mildred wished she could say the same. She had to sit in the same seat she always took, directly across from Phil at his checkerboard. She sighed and pushed her walker with her head held high. Big storm last night. Hiro Takada sat one table over. He used to be the town undertaker. His deep, even voice had been a comfort to many a grieving family. It was a comfort to Mildred now. Yes. She and her cat had slept through most of the windstorm. A couple of fence boards blew down at my place. Hiro cleared his throat. How about at yours? Not that I noticed. Not that she could see. She had a relationship with a cat instead of a relationship with a man with 2 good eyes who could see if her fence blew down or her rain gutters needed cleaning. I'll check when I get home. She pulled out her chair and leaned on the table as she made the balance transfer from walker to chair. I could come by later and look. Hiro cleared his throat again. I mean, if you don't mind Becca driving me over. Becca was a local caregiver. She also helped Mildred. Mildred looked up in the vicinity of Hiro's face. Why would I mind? Shades of like love-struck 16-year-olds, Mayor Larry mumbled. Was Hiro? No. Hiro couldn't be flirting with Mildred. They'd known each other for decades. He'd been widowed for more than 10 years and had never said anything even remotely to Mildred that hinted at him wanting something more. He was just being nice. Wasn't he? She only knew one thing for certain. He didn't rescue cats. Chapter 22. Rutger lived on top of Parish Hill. It was about a 45-minute walk to the top from the bakery. The alternative to walking was driving, but the safe, boxy sedan Will had bought Tracy was at the farm. And if she went to the farm, she'd want to paint something, because Chad's rejection stung. So Tracy set out on foot. She hadn't even reached the town square when Chad came roaring up in his red convertible, like a handsome prince on his mighty steed, smiling as if he'd just slain a dragon. The image was marred by the bruise on his forehead and the reason behind his smile. It was Tuesday. You wrote your column, Tracy surmised. His grin widened. Sent it off this morning. Pardon me, if I don't share in your joy. You should. Harmony Valley will draw lots of tourists. All I need to do now is finish the piece after the festival on Saturday. Tracy's heart shrank back, struggling for each beat. Were you kind to everyone? Can I give you a lift? He asked instead of answering, leaning across the center console and opening the passenger door. Are you kidding me? Her heart came roaring back to life with a vendetta. You kissed me, walked away, and wrote a cutting article about my hometown. She slammed the door shut. And now you expect me to hop in the pickup mobile? Yes. But Chad's smile vacillated from cocky to confused to, was that hurt? Oh, don't play the hurt card. Tracy drew a deep breath, prepared to breathe fire. You kissed me. And left me. Because, I'm not worthy of the mighty Chad Healy Bostwick. He sat back against the driver door. You think I'm that shallow? Yes, Mr. Midlife. Tracy crossed her arms over her chest. I don't trust Chad Healy Bostwick. I thought I trusted Chad Healy, but I'm just Chad to you. He ran a hand through his brown hair as if he was frustrated. When I'm Chad and you're Tracy, everything is fine. How she wanted to believe that he could separate himself from his public persona. How she wanted to trust the tenderness she'd felt toward him yesterday wasn't a complete misread on her part. Because Chad was like the bakery. He didn't care if she lost a word or a job. He just cared that she tried. The trouble is, Chad began, staring at his palms. I like you. And I like this town. But the happy bachelor makes a living pointing out the ironies in destinations. The look he gave her reflected vulnerability. I like it when it's just Chad and Tracy. I'd like to be Chad and Tracy for a few more days. But I'm leaving come Sunday. And when I leave, I'll be Chad Healy Bostwick, the happy bachelor. He was offering to ease a little of her loneliness and allow her to ease a little of his. Temporarily. The Tracy who'd struggled nearly 2 years to fit in was tempted. But the Tracy who was fitting the pieces of herself back together knew it was too late. Too late for kisses or the shelter of his arms. And yet, Chad had a soft spot for the elderly. And chickens. He helped others when he didn't have to. She'd never heard him complain about getting banged up while volunteering. And he'd been nice to her from the start, despite her speech challenges. I'll spend time with Chad. Tracy opened the passenger door. But no kisses. No hugs. No hand-holding. As long as you're Chad, we can hang out. His expression became hooded. He revved the engine and smiled that no worries smile of his, a front, she was sure. Where to? Tracy didn't move. She didn't get in the car. She felt the way she had the day she'd been called about the second interview, as if she stood on a high ledge and was suddenly struck by vertigo. A fall here would be disastrous. He hadn't agreed to her stipulations. If you don't like my terms, move on. Let's negotiate. His eyes twinkled and tempted. 1 kiss a day. It'd be like an apple. Keeping things healthy between us. She drew a too quick breath. If you don't like my terms? Okay. Where to? The twinkle was gone, but he was still smiling. To talk to Rutger. About Veterans Hall. It was a long walk up a steep hill and she was woefully out of shape. And that was the poorest excuse ever given for getting into a man's car. She hesitated once more. Rutger? The guy from Parish Hill? Chad gripped the steering wheel and immediately released it, as if burned. I thought I'd drive up there this morning and see if the boogeyman myth is true. It is. He's as territorial as a junkyard dog unless he likes you. Finally, Tracy got in the car so Chad wouldn't go up there alone. Go slow. And, if you make me nervous, you have to stop. Chad waited for her to buckle in and then drove slowly down the block in first gear, which meant every time he slowed down the car tried to lurch to a complete stop. Please shift. Before you give me whiplash. Work on pausing in the beginning, he reminded her before shifting into second. He drove carefully down the next block, but second gear wasn't for cruising either. Is this better? You're killing me. Tracy risked looking at him. I can go whatever speed you want me to. He spared her a glance, one that said he meant both the speed of the car and their short-term relationship. Despite their different backgrounds and beliefs, they shared a bond. It stretched between them like a tangible thing. Empathy for others. A creative bent. He had hang-ups. She had hang-ups. But in the end, there was something real, something she'd threatened to break by overstepping the boundaries of friendship. Instead of asking him to stop and let her out, she asked him to shift into a higher gear. Soon they were going 40. The wind whipped her hair and tugged at her jacket, but she didn't care. She trusted him to pull over if she needed him to. She trusted him to respect her wishes, when he was Chad. He slowed to make the turn toward Parish Hill as if he were a driver of 85, not 35. The car could handle speed and corners. It was 10 switchbacks to the top. They slowly climbed up the first one. Tracy didn't feel as if the world was ending. She loosened her grip on the door handle. Thank you for going slow. Half the fun of driving this road is going fast. I'm not here to have fun. I'm here to take you safely to the top. True to his word, they drove conservatively on every switchback. At her direction, he turned down a driveway with a sign that said, "Trespassers will be shot." That's a joke, right? Chad's smile wasn't that bright anymore. In theory. Tracy drew a deep breath. Don't show any fear. When you see his shotgun. They drove farther down the drive and the house came into view. It was a log cabin, built of logs and planed wood. It had been built on stilts and was painted a dull brown. The porch stretched from one corner to the other. Why did I ever think this was a sleepy old town? He parked the car behind a beat-up green truck. Before they even got out of the car, Rutger appeared on the porch with his shotgun. He looked like a Viking had dropped into the Wild West, tall, muscular, long gray blonde hair and a full beard. State your business. Rutger cocked his gun, but didn't point it at them. I thought everyone was pulling my leg about this guy. Chad reached for the key in the ignition, intending to start the car again. Wait. Tracy snatched the keys away before he could do so and got out of the car. Hey, old man. It's Tracy Jackson. Last time, you threatened to shoot me, I was in high school. She and Emma had left a party and come here trick-or-treating on a dare. No birds sang. No squirrels chirped and scolded. There was only the rising wind rustling the towering pines and the pounding of Tracy's pulse. Tracy, Chad said in a low voice, hurrying around to her side of the car and stepping in front of her. Get back in the car. Rutger walked to the edge of the porch, his booted feet pounding on wood. State your business. The Veterans Hall. Tracy peeked around Chad's shoulder. Jessica sent me. We tried calling. But no one answered. That's the same line the sheriff used yesterday. He narrowed his eyes. What do you want with the hall? Jessica wants to see if Christine and Slade can hold their wedding reception there. Do you have the keys? Tracy should have just broken into the hall. Chances were even she could kick the door down after it being unused all this time. Rutger pointed his gun at the ground. Why didn't you say that when you first got here? He stomped into the house. Tracy made to follow, but Chad held her back. I didn't hear him put the safety on the gun. Would you know what that sounds like if he did? No, Chad frowned. Would you? No. But he's never shot anyone. Even Eunice and her mama, who had trespassed and stole horseradish, although Rutger had probably only been a teenager back then. Yet, Chad emphasized. He hasn't shot anyone yet. The big man returned and lumbered down the steps, the gun nowhere in sight. He shook a ring of keys. You found them. Tracy hurried to meet him halfway, Chad at her heels. Rutger held them to his chest. I want them back as soon as you measure or whatever it is you need to see. We take pride in that place. Tracy hoped there was something left to take pride in. She'd seen enough of the neglected insides of buildings in Harmony Valley to know that time wasn't always kind. But she promised and took possession of the keys. Do you want us to check your phone? Chad asked, making Tracy to do a double take. So we can call ahead before we bring the keys back? What happened to your face? Rutger stared at the bump on Chad's forehead. Looks like someone took a hammer to your skull. Nah. Nothing that easy. Chad pointed at Tracy with his thumb. She hit me with the kitchen sink. Tracy resisted rolling her eyes. I like you. A beefy hand landed on Chad's shoulder. Don't make me regret letting you in my house. What are you doing? Tracy asked quietly, hanging back at the steps when Rutger went inside. His shirt is buttoned wrong. His bootlaces are frayed. And his fly is down. There were worry lines on Chad's face where she hadn't seen any before. He needs help, Tracy. He's isolated out here and probably too proud to ask anyone to help him. Okay, Tracy whispered back. But, you have to tell him his barn door is open. She wasn't going to point out the old man hadn't zipped his pants. And her smile wasn't for Rutger's fashion faux pas. It was because this was the Chad she adored. Wait here. Chad went in first, murmured something she couldn't make out, and moments later called Tracy inside. Phone's dead. Rutger's stormy bluster had reduced to a mild squall. The house had the feel of a hunting lodge. Exposed wood. The heads of elk, moose, deer, and bear hung from the walls. There were cobwebs across antlers and thick layers of dust on the coffee tables and television screen. Chad was fiddling with the phone. Tracy sniffed. What's that smell? Seed medley. Rutger's eyebrows shot up and he hurried down the hall. I didn't hear the timer go off. He was cooking. Curious, Tracy followed him into the kitchen. It was a galley kitchen that opened to a small breakfast nook. It smells delicious. He removed 2 baking sheets covered in sizzling seeds from the oven. What are those? She asked. Rutger smoothed the beard around the corners of his smile. Pumpkin and winter squash seeds. I seasoned these with garlic. He loosened them from the sheets with a spatula. I'll send some home with you if you like. I'd like. Jessica would like, too. Do you have any 6-volt batteries? Chad appeared in the doorway holding a small oblong battery. Looks like your plug isn't getting power and the battery backup is dead. I'm going to use the outlet farther down the wall. That bum plug is where a tree fell on the house last winter. Rutger made a huffing noise and rummaged in a drawer. Didn't think to test it. He handed Chad a battery. Your hall light is out, too. Chad backed into the hallway and pointed up. I'll change it if you have a light bulb. He returned to the living room. I like him. Rutger rummaged in a cabinet for a bulb and set it on the round kitchen table. So you've said. He seems reliable. Only on the outside. He'd walk at the first sign of trouble, just as he'd done when they'd kissed. There were several jars of seeds on the counter. Tracy picked one up. Are all these the same seasoning? No, Rutger separated the jars. This one is nutmeg and cinnamon. These are Worcestershire chili lime. And the ones with the darker seasoning are chocolate powder, powdered sugar, and sea salt. He tugged at his beard. I plan to make some with horseradish tomorrow. He grinned. You should have been here last week. I made squirrel jerky bites. Froze some for winter and ate the rest. Sorry I missed that. Not. Rodent wasn't on her edible meat list. Where did you learn to make these seeds? She hoped there was a story behind them. My father was an outdoor enthusiast and he wanted foods that didn't spoil. A hollowed-out pumpkin and winter squash gourd sat on the counter. Are you going to do something else with these? I am. He smiled wide enough to flash his teeth past all that beard. I'm going to put a little milk, spices, and honey inside, then triple wrap them in foil, and put them in the fire pit out back for a few hours. Comes out tasting just like pie. Do you want to come by for some tomorrow? He looked as eager as a child waiting for a piece of birthday cake. It would have to wait until I finished work. Tracy would prefer his pie to squirrel jerky. Did your dad come up with that recipe, too? Oh, no. He reached for a picture on a shelf in the china cabinet. Based on the grainy quality and yellowed paper, it appeared to have been taken around the same time as some of the old photos hanging at the bakery. That was my great-grandmother. She was Native American. The only thing I remember about her was her cooking on the fire pit in back. We've had a fire pit long before they were ever considered trendy by you young folk. Tracy peered at the faded and out-of-focus picture. His grandmother was bundled in a woven blanket and stood next to a big fire pit. The landscape was blanketed with snow. Jessica would love to have these recipes for her blog. Why don't you bring them down tomorrow? Coffee's on the house. Rutgar's eyes shifted, and his feet shuffled. He looked frazzled. I don't come down much anymore. Everyone's noticed. They miss you. She patted his arm. And coffee's on the house. Rutgar's gaze steadied. He stopped fidgeting. And he smiled. Chapter 23. After being shown the majestic view of the valley from the top of Parish Hill, Chad drove slowly to the bottom, wondering why Tracy was so quiet. Aren't you going to ask me what my column was about? Nope. You don't want to let me read it. Tracy had her left hand on the door handle and her right elbow on the windowsill, riding the wind with her right hand. She was looking to the side of the road. Chad wanted her to look at him. He wanted her to renegotiate their deal. If they only had a short time together, he really thought one kiss a day was fair. I thought I was going to add being shot to my list of Harmony Valley mishaps. Now, you're just being dramatic. Her lips turned up a bit at the corners. You haven't had mishaps. I disagree. He held up his left forefinger, which was black, and pointed to the third eye on his forehead. Then he showed her one of his palms, which had the blood blister streak across it. All a thinly veiled attempt to win her sympathies. My elbows are black and blue from climbing beneath Nina Valpizzi's kitchen sink. And now I've almost been shot. Unless you walked on 4 legs. And had fur or antlers. You were safe with Rutgar. She did a double take. You're not going to write about Rutgar, are you? Your readers won't come here and experience Rutgar. He's not a ride at an amusement park. Tracy was working herself up into full glower mode, adding circular hand gestures for emphasis. She was right. I wouldn't do that to the old man. Now Leona. She could take it. Where is the Veterans Hall? It's near the highway. She instructed him where to turn. Once you make the turn from the highway, you can either head straight to Main Street or take the North Fork toward the eastern side of town. He turned onto the fork before they reached the highway. There were large overgrown trees between the hall and the road. Their branches hung far out over the pavement. The wind was picking up again. A storm was blowing in. The trees closer to the building scraped the roof and walls of the hall. Berry vines had grown through open windows. The parking lot was torn up in spots from roots pushing up the asphalt. The beige building looked dingy and unwelcome. I haven't been by here in a long time. Tracy sounded disappointed. For Christine's sake, I hope it's better on the inside. Berry vines had grown through open windows. Chad glanced through the main double doors. Cobwebs draped the open doorway to the main hall. The floor was layered in dust and dirt. Tracy unlocked the door. Something scuttled inside. And the smell. That's not promising. Chad grabbed a broom in the corner and brushed the cobwebs in the doorway clear. He followed Tracy through the next set of doors into the main hall. It was as large as most hotel banquet rooms he'd seen. The lighting was fluorescent and dim. The walls unfinished cinder block. The stage at the far end had moth-eaten, black velvet curtains. Too bad, Chad said, turning toward the exit. This looks like a bust. That's what they said about me, I bet, when I first was brought into the hospital. I kind of like lost causes. She laughed, but it was one of those what have I gotten myself into laughs. Jessica said the wedding is nearly a year away. You'll need more time than that. Might be easier to tear it down and start over. He waited on the main walk while Tracy locked up. Pessimist. The blue, bubble-fendered caddy that had almost run Tracy over the other day sped by. There goes what's her name. The scarf tied around her white hair today was red and fluttered behind her like the tail of a kite. Lilac. Tracy shaded her eyes and surveyed the dump once more. With work. It could be a charming place for weddings. Indoors or out. She scanned the overgrown grounds. Across the highway, neat rows of vineyards marched toward the hills. It could be a conference center. Or a retreat. Or something. Chad shook his head. You'd need another hotel. More restaurants. More shopping. He could have added to the list. The point was, Harmony Valley didn't have the infrastructure. But it would be cool. Wouldn't it? Tracy met his gaze squarely for the first time since they'd left Parish Hill. Hers was hopefully naive. This place could become a destination. Not in her wildest dreams. It was too remote and lacked too many amenities. You should concentrate on Jessica's blog. You read it? I did. Tracy had some skill with the written word. And the transformation of the old recipe to the new one was brilliant. She glowed. It was my idea. See? You should listen. When I make suggestions. About your column. He was listening. She'd taken up residence in his head without an invitation. He didn't know how to get her out. He'd only been able to shut her out for a short while, long enough to write the column for Marty. He was beginning to think he didn't want to leave her. But that was short-term Chad thinking. The happy bachelor had to think of the long-term, earning respect, and the bottom line. Nina Valpizzi came into the bakery first thing Wednesday morning. She had on a belted leather jacket and a pair of false eyelashes. If Chad saw her high heels, he'd worry she might tip over and break a bone. Tracy hadn't seen Chad since they'd inspected Veterans Hall. They were only friends, after all. That hadn't stopped her from searching the internet for Chad's new site to see if he'd posted the column about Harmony Valley online, for his advertisers to see. No dice. Nina asked to see Jessica. When Tracy's boss came out of the kitchen, Nina explained the purpose of her visit. I was reading the blog this weekend and loved the story about Eunice's mother. So, I went back to look at my recipe and remembered a story about my mother. Nina launched into a long-winded story about the tradition behind her mother's recipe. That's so sweet. Thank you for sharing. Jess glanced toward the kitchen because a timer was going off. If you'll excuse me, she hurried back without waiting for Nina to answer. It was a lovely story, Tracy told the older woman. You must be so proud of her. I am. So fitting to remember her after the cemetery run. It's like she's still here. Nina ordered a matcha latte. You're my one progressive drinker in town. Tracy grinned. No one else drinks matcha but me. My daughter got me hooked. With her midnight hair color, the caterpillar eyelashes didn't look so bad. They distracted from her pale wrinkles. Can I get that to go? Certainly. I'm driving to Santa Rosa this morning to see my grandbabies perform in a school play. Nina studied her reflection in the bakery case and tugged down her leather jacket. Do you think if I bring Jessica another recipe that I might make her blog again? I don't see why not. Tracy leaned forward and said in a conspiratorial voice, "I'm the one who updates the blog." Nina glowed. "Give me a dozen chocolate chip cookies to go along with that matcha. The kids will love them." She glanced around the empty bakery and then leaned on the counter. "What's with you and Chad?" "Nothing." Tracy snapped a lid on a to-go cup and then handed Nina the coffee. "I saw you together at the cemetery run. I think you make a cute couple." Nina did a little head and shoulder bobble. "Farkle likes him. You should keep him. He's not a stray up for adoption." And wow, didn't that comeback snap out of her? Her speech was so smooth today. Nina waggled a finger with purple polish. Men don't always realize what they need. In Chad's case, there was no arguing with that. No sooner had Tracy folded the top of the bag on Nina's cookies than Lillian Harrington came in asking for Jessica. She'd washed her hair with uniform gray dye. It hung in a straight bob that only emphasized how long her long face was. She'd run the post office once upon a time. On lazy summer afternoons, her tall figure delivering mail at the end of the drive had signaled a race to the mailbox between Will and Tracy. "I can only spare a minute," Jess said when Tracy interrupted her in the kitchen, Lillian on her heels. "I've got pizza bagels in the oven and the timer's ready to go off. I love the new blog. It's like I'm a superstar." Lillian handed Jess a stack of recipe cards. "See if any of these recipes inspire you and I'll come back by to tell you my story. Love the blog. It's like I'm a star. No need to drop by again." Ever efficient, Jess did a quick perusal of the recipes. "Wow. Corned beef and maple syrup pot pie? Is this a breakfast item?" Tracy's stomach recoiled. It was a good thing the culinary vision was Jessica's. "It's better than it sounds." Lillian's blush added a nice touch of color to her washed-out cheeks. "Can I tell you how it came to be?" The timer went off on the counter. "Why don't you tell Tracy? She's collecting the stories." Jess hurried back to the ovens, smiling to soften her words. "She's a better writer than I am. She'll do the story justice." Tracy took that as her cue and led Lillian to the front, producing a notebook and pen from under the counter. "What's the story behind corned beef and maple syrup pot pie?" Lillian hesitated, blushing. "Can I get you something while you collect your thoughts?" Tracy was getting good at the upsell. "A non-fat latte and a vanilla scone." Seeming to make a decision, Lillian unzipped her white windbreaker over her white t-shirt and looked down at her white sneakers. She said tentatively, "I got that recipe from a pen pal in Ireland, from a man I never met." There was a wistful note in her voice as she talked about her international friend. Lillian's story didn't have that spark. Nor did she have an answer to the recipe's origins. But she promised to write a letter to her pen pal to uncover the origins of the recipe. Before Lillian left, she proved her Harmony Valley roots. "I hear you've got a beau, Tracy. I can't wait to meet him." Technically, Tracy struggled to keep the sarcasm and hurt from her voice. "He's not mine. And didn't want to be. It can always develop into something more." Lillian zipped up her white jacket as Rutger arrived. The big man gave Tracy scribbled seasoning recipes for winter seeds and his instructions for squirrel jerky. He was probably one of the few people tall enough in Harmony Valley to lean over Lillian's shoulder at the counter. And then he leaned over the bakery case, closer to Tracy, and pointed to Lillian's drink. His booming voice couldn't quite hit a whisper. "What is that?" "A latte." Tracy grinned at the idea she was bringing Rutger into this century. "Steamed milk and coffee. I think I'd like to try one." He sniffed and checked out the contents of the bakery cases. "Are you cooking pizza?" "Pizza bagels. Fresh out of the oven." "I can get you one." "I'll take two." He surveyed the room. "I like it when it's quiet like this. You can almost hear the wind outside." "Speaking of, did you hear the wind last night?" "It was raging up on the hill." "I tend to sleep like the dead," Tracy said. A hazard of rising at 4 a.m. every day. Do you mind if I keep your keys another day or so? Jessica and Christine haven't had a chance to see the hall. Take your time. It's a great place. Tracy managed a wan smile. And then the regulars dribbled in. Phil and Felix arguing over who was the better checker player. Tracy poured them extra-large mugs of black coffee. Mayor Larry entered wearing a red and purple tie-dyed hoodie. By the time he got to the counter, Tracy had his coffee with 2 packs of sweetener ready. Good to see the business is growing. The mayor paid and moved to his regular table in the center of the room, waiting for the town council. Big storm last night. So much wind lately. Heard a tree blew down on the highway. Flynn's wife, Becca, entered with old man Takata. Becca placed their order, bran muffin, no croissant. And then she left. Tracy saluted, smiling as the old man worked his walker to the counter. Black coffee and chocolate croissant? You betcha. Takata glanced around the room. No town council? Not yet. Tracy carried his order to a table near the checker game. Quite a storm last night. They say the wind will die down later today. Takata made his way slowly to his regular seat. Blew a few more fence boards down at my place. I called Slade to see if he'd heard of any other damage, but I was the first to call. We drove by Mildred's place on the way in. Part of her fence blew down. No one commented that Takata and Becca had gone out of their way to the bakery if they'd driven by Mildred's. The mayor repeated his information on the downed tree on the highway. Lillian wondered how the mail was going to be delivered. And Rutger surprised them all by sharing that a tree had fallen at the turn to Parish Hill. The news was being delivered the old way. Word of mouth. It wasn't cosmopolitan or fast-paced, but it was friendly. Let Chad Healy Bostwick write what he will. Harmony Valley didn't need his approval. Tracy liked it just the way it was. Chapter 24. Where are you going, Mr. Healy? Leona said in her sourest tone of voice. You missed breakfast yesterday and now today. 9 o'clock. Who sleeps until 9 o'clock in the morning? I thought we agreed that this was a bed, no breakfast. Chad headed toward the front door. I stayed up late trying to write a new column about Harmony Valley. He hadn't been able to capture the snark and sarcasm of the column he'd written for Marty. He hadn't heard a word from Marty either. Had he lost the account? He needed to call. If you're hungry. Chad paused at the door, curious as to what the Ice Queen would offer him. The farmer's market starts in the town square at 9. There are baked goods, fresh fruits and vegetables, and lemonade. That was almost nice. Like a recommendation expected from a Band B owner. Chad stepped onto the front porch and zipped up his jacket. The wind had abated since last night, but still blew hard enough that he had to lean forward to walk into it. Leaves blanketed Leona's lawn and several other lawns on the street. He hunched into his jacket, pausing to check out the down fence in Leona's backyard. It looked as if the wind had blown tomatoes and peppers from their vines, too. He supposed he should tell Flynn about it. Of course, if he did, Flynn would want him to help. His finger throbbed in response. Chad walked toward the town square. Past Nina's house. Past Mrs. Beam's house. Past Duffy and Jessica's house. Around the corner to the town square. There were about 10 tables set up in the town square. It was a chilly day, despite the sun being out. A few residents roamed from table to table, talking, laughing, making purchases. There was a craft table with knit items. And shocker. There was a pile of knit scarves very similar to what he'd seen at May's Pretty Things. He took a picture of a wool knit lampshade. Unusual, to say the least. And since he was writing another article about Harmony Valley after the festival, it would make an intriguing photo. Can I interest you in a lampshade? The woman sitting behind the table looked as if she'd be blown away if she stood up. She made Agnes look like a giant in comparison. My lampshade wearing days are over. She frowned, sending her wrinkles turning in on themselves, not understanding his reference. I'm past my wild days when I would have worn a lampshade as a hat. You're never too old to be wild. Her smile had probably charmed many a man in her day, but she was missing a couple of front teeth. Chad held onto his smile even as he registered the sickly tone of her skin. Was it cancer or kidneys that had taken her health? He moved on to a table with health aids, canes, walkers, bandages, and the like, from a medical supply store in nearby Cloverdale. Not much traffic today, Chad said to the man working the booth. His thin gray hair blew in the breeze. Wait until they finish their coffee. He wrapped a knit scarf around his neck. It'll be busy in another 15 minutes. Chad agreed and moved on. There were several tables with produce, but one caught Chad's eye. It had baskets filled with big ripe tomatoes, plump gourds, and shiny bell peppers. He'd seen those baskets when he broke Leona's shovel. And here she'd have him believe she didn't care about the town. What a hypocrite. All proceeds benefit the harvest festival. The elderly woman sitting behind the table smiled at him as if he just offered to buy her entire stock. Chad bought a tomato and tucked it into his pocket. Most likely, it'd have a poisonous pit, but that was the only way he'd get to try something from Leona's garden. He wandered over to Martin's bakery. While his creative juices were lacking, Tracy was writing some good stuff for Jessica's blog. Just to torture himself, he'd read more of them this morning. And she was fast. She'd revised 20 yesterday. When Chad entered the bakery, people nodded his way and called out greetings. This was more of a welcome than he'd had while working at the Bostwick Lampoon and more than anything he'd received from Leona. He got into line behind a couple of old women who had lost most of their hair. Made him wonder if it was age or health-related loss. Felix asked Chad if he'd like to play a game of checkers later. I wouldn't if I were you, Chad, Rose said with unusual snappishness. You might end up adopting a cat. Mildred and Agnes shushed her. Unfazed, Felix chuckled. Rutger waved to Chad from a table at the back. Try the pizza bagel. The last time Chad had felt this type of camaraderie, he'd been in school. Where's Jessica? The first woman in line asked. I loved how she took my recipe for coffee gelatin and made it into something I'd serve for dessert. Chad had liked that one, too. It was a recipe born from a sugar shortage during World War II. Since there were already gelatin packets in the store, they'd been mixed with coffee, giving it a fruitier taste. Strawberry coffee? Wasn't his cup. Jessica had come up with the idea to replace the amount of water added to gelatin with coffee to make a coffee gelatin mold. Great with whipped cream. Jessica's in the back. Tracy's gaze caught on Chad's. Her smile brightened, making Chad feel 10 feet tall, and then she toned that smile way back, leaving Chad feeling bereft. Can I get you anything? Jess will have a moment when your order comes up. That empty feeling returned to Chad's chest. In the few days since he'd arrived, Tracy was talking smoother, she was writing sharp, and she was probably healthier than he was, unbruised and with glowing cheeks. She doesn't need me. Chad sagged against the bakery case. Tracy doesn't need me. It shouldn't have hit him so hard or hollowed him out so deeply. But it did, and he moved forward very much aware of his limitations as a man. If it wasn't for the happy bachelor, they might pursue a relationship. The entire premise of the column was targeted to smart, single men enjoying the single life. He glanced at Tracy again. At her sunny hair and soft smile. How had she snuck up on him like this? How had she captured a corner of his heart? Why did he care that she was independent and capable? He looked away, at the elderly clientele. They all needed someone. They relied upon the community here in town. This is the story. Chad rejected it, dug deeper, thought about Tracy and his parents. The needing. The not needing. He'd rather be loved than needed. He'd rather be loved by. His gaze cut back to Tracy, but Chad wouldn't allow himself to complete the thought. He was an idiot. He was at a tipping point in his career, And she did something to his writing that could undermine every bit of the reputation he'd built. When it was his turn, he needed to play it cool. When it was his turn, he needed to keep things impersonal. When it was his turn, he turned on the charm. Loved what you did with the blog. Thank you. Tracy blushed, which only made her blue eyes seem bluer. What can I get for you today? He didn't like being treated like other customers. She'd kissed him. Shouldn't that mean she'd looked at him with longing? Shouldn't that mean she'd smile at him as if he hung the moon? Or make excuses to touch his hand or his shoulder or his face? He pretended to study the offerings in the case, even though he'd already decided on the pizza bagel to go with his homegrown tomato. There's a gentle humor in your blog delivery. That's the way I approach life. Her smile. It was one he'd seen her give Rose while he was in line. He didn't want that friend to all smile. Regardless, it's good writing. Not the type he'd contracted for at the Lampoon, but she had a knack for telling a cohesive story. Not everyone did. She frowned as she rang his order. You don't have to sound so surprised. She moved her hands to emphasize her displeasure, but she managed to take his money without touching him. I'm not surprised. I'm envious. Chad was taken aback to find that it was true. Your page visits jumped up when I checked them this morning. Really? There was the smile she'd given him right before they'd kissed. I'll have to check. Their conversation felt mundane. He wanted to remind her he was leaving in a few days and exchange contact information. He wanted her to slip into his arms so she could talk up a storm. He sat at a table near Eunice and sent Marty an email, asking if he liked the column. When Flynn came in for a coffee refill, Chad told him about the fence down at Leona's. Flynn didn't invite him to help. Chad had to volunteer. Chapter 25. Mildred hadn't owned a pet since she was a girl. Being a race car driver, she'd never had the time to care for one. And when she'd moved to Harmony Valley, she jumped into life with both feet and created a busy one. It was nice to have Dusty around the house. He wasn't much of a talker except when he wanted to be fed. The rest of the time he laid claim to Mildred and the house like a king to his castle. Currently, he was wrapped around her neck like an orange, purring muffler. Agnes and Rose knocked on the front door, and then let themselves in. They'd only dropped her off an hour ago. Mildred stayed in her recliner, lest Dusty be disturbed. The king had conquered her. Rose came to stand next to her chair. She touched the cat with one finger. Dusty stopped purring and lifted his regal head to stare at Rose. I had to make sure he was real. Satisfied, Rose took a seat on the couch. Did I forget something on the schedule? Mildred tried to keep all their activities straight in her head because she couldn't see calendar notations. Her vision had gotten so bad, Agnes had begun paying her bills. Agnes petted Dusty. That windstorm last night blew the fence down between your backyard and Leona's. Flynn, Slade, and Chad are coming by to fix it. She reached in her purse and pulled out something gray, waved it beneath Dusty's nose, and then threw it toward the hearth. Get the mouse, kitty. Didn't you smell the catnip? Dusty sighed and laid his head back down on Mildred's shoulder. Rose went over to pick it up. She sniffed it. How old is this toy? I just bought it at the vet's this morning. Agnes huffed, which Mildred took as an indication that the mouse was going back to the veterinary office. Rose gave the mouse to Agnes. Let's hope that travel writer doesn't hurt himself again. He means well, but he doesn't have much experience being handy. Agnes tapped her forehead and sked. That bruise. They're going to be mending fences, Mildred murmured. Between Leona and me. She didn't like the metaphor. She and Leona would never see eye to eye. Mildred was a stout supporter of Phil's. Here they are now. Rose sounded excited. Look at all that equipment. Power tools and compressors and the like. It's warm enough to watch with a jacket on. Agnes disappeared to the rear of the house. I'll wipe off the patio chairs. Dusty perked up when he heard the back door open and close. I'm supposed to keep Dusty inside for a week so that he knows this is his home. There were other reasons Mildred had wanted Dusty to stay inside, but she didn't want to say them out loud for fear of appearing more foolish than she already had for taking the cat home. Cat stays indoors. Got it. Rose waved at the men out front. I'm glad you gave up the idea of dating philosophy. Why? Mildred hadn't given up. She'd just been busy with Dusty. We're the band. Rose played air guitar. Seats are ready, Agnes called. Dusty leapt off Mildred's chest. Don't let the cat out, Mildred shouted apprehensively. Oops. Agnes tskd. Here kitty. Shoot, he's running across the grass. Mildred was struck with fear. It had only been a few days. What if Dusty ran away? Is he coming back? She lurched to her feet and reached for her walker. I've got your coat. Rose trailed behind her. He's heading for Leona's big tree. Agnes provided the play-by-play. Mildred saw the open doorway and the sunlit yard with brown leaves scattered about her grass like confetti in Times Square on New Year's morning. The brisk air washed over her. The tree, the huge pine, was in Leona's yard. That tree was to cats what an 8-cylinder 5-speed was to a rookie racer. Back when she could see better, she'd watched cats climb up that tree and sit, waiting for squirrels or waiting for the courage to get down. There he goes. Up the trunk. Agnes' announcement was demoralizing. Oh, bother. Mildred slowed to lift her walker carefully over the threshold. Felix said Dusty loves climbing trees and hates getting down. He's up pretty high. Maybe 30 feet. Agnes shaded her eyes from the sun. Mildred's spirits sank. She wheeled her way across the patio, wishing for her binoculars so she might try to spot the cat in the tree. All her eyes registered was a big fuzzy tree. And then she heard a heart-wrenching meow. Call Felix. Call the volunteer fire department. Call the sheriff. What's up, ladies? Flynn appeared from the side yard, carrying something big, red, and bulky. Runaway cat up Leona's big tree, Rose summarized. Felix said Dusty can't get down from trees, Mildred wailed. Flynn set down the big whatever it was on the patio. Ladies, let's sit. No reason to panic. No reason to. Mildred's voice cracked. My cat is stuck up a tree. Worse, it was Leona's tree. He could fall. He could break something trying to get down. He could have a heart attack from the stress. Mildred's heart was beating overtime. Chad appeared before her with a calm touch on her arm. How about we sit down? His voice was as calm as his touch. Tracy really shouldn't let this one go, even if reporters didn't make much money. Mildred, Chad said. I've never seen a dead cat in a tree, have you? The cad. Tracy shouldn't waste her time with him. He was a callous lout. My cat is different. But Mildred let him help her sit in a chair anyway. The wind mixed up the leaves on the lawn and snuck up Mildred's ankles. Where's my coat? Rose helped her put it on. Dusty's a brave one. He went up higher. Rose dragged a chair next to Mildred, as if Dusty's demise was going to be good viewing. Dusty meowed, a cry for help if Mildred had ever heard one. Maybe there's a bird in that tree, Agnes said. Squirrels mostly, Chad said infuriatingly calm. I've seen them from my window. Maybe he'll kill something and come down. Agnes wasn't giving pessimism a chance, bless her. Birds. Critters. That was another reason Mildred had wanted to keep Dusty an indoor cat. Felix claimed he was a mighty hunter. Her vision was so bad, she didn't think she could see gutted mice or plucked bird parts if Dusty brought them to the back porch. Or worse, she shuddered, inside. I never should have taken that cat. Nonsense. Agnes sat on the other side of her. You love that cat, and he loves you. But he doesn't love me enough to stay. Mildred lowered her voice to a whisper. I need to rethink the Phil thing. Let's not start that again. Rose patted her arm. The band. Think of the band. I should have had another child when I retired from racing. Mildred was on the pity train, seated in first class. Then I wouldn't be lonely, and I wouldn't need a disloyal cat. Didn't you retire when you were 40 because of that wreck? Rose clasped Mildred's hand. I remember when I first saw you, I thought you looked like death. Chad's injuries look like he's been tickled compared to what you looked like after your accident. My injuries were bad, Mildred admitted with stiff lips. Alistair McKinney had forced her into a wall to prove women shouldn't race. All he'd done was prove he was pond scum and should be banned from the circuit. You moved here when you were still recovering. Agnes took her other hand. You wouldn't have been able to care for a child. You could barely take care of yourself and your baby girl. I know. She was 5 and deserved a brother or sister though. Mildred's voice sounded as shaky as Phil's hands. I could have adopted later. 45 isn't too old to raise a baby nowadays. Chad knelt in front of Mildred. But you wouldn't have always been there for a child you had late in life. You wouldn't have been there for the majority of their lives. She knew where he was going with this. Is it selfish to want to give love unconditionally? Is it selfish to want someone to love you unconditionally in return? No, he said. But the word was so faint, Mildred wasn't sure he'd actually spoken. If I thought like you do, Mildred said, gasping because she was on the verge of crying. I wouldn't have taken Dusty for the simple reason that I couldn't guarantee I wouldn't die tomorrow. But now I've come to love him and he's going to die up there in that tree. Calm down, Agnes soothed. Chad will get Dusty down. Won't you, Chad? He stood. I will. Mildred sniffed. If you get him down, I'll put a good word in for you with Tracy. He hesitated. And for a moment, Mildred thought he was going to reject her offer. Instead, he said, "Thank you." He walked off and Mildred squeezed both her friend's hands. It's back to philosophy. Because Hero hadn't said anything to her since their talk about her fence yesterday morning. And at least with Phil, she could be sure he wouldn't climb a tree and try to kill himself. Chapter 26. What should we do about the cat? Flynn stared up into the branches, which swayed in the wind. He'll come down in his own time. Chad wasn't keen on waiting. Mildred's words had touched him. Yes, his parents were selfish to have a child so late, but they hadn't made the choice lightly. He'd been loved the best way they knew how. And yet, he hadn't given his love to as much as a pet hamster, much less a pet cat. He'd held on to his feelings for fear if he gave love to someone, they might disappear too quickly, the same as his parents. Or that they'd experience the same roller coaster of emotions his parents had. He thought of Tracy's determined approach to life and its challenges. He recalled the joy he felt at her smile and the promise he'd sensed in her kiss. He'd walked away from Tracy because of his stance on a column? Yes. And despite what he felt for Tracy, he wasn't sure he wouldn't do it again. His writing defined who he was and where he came from. That should have had him zipping up his suitcase and heading out of town. His writing defined who he was, and it would show the Lampoon they'd made a mistake. He had to prove his father and the Lampoon wrong, didn't he? Kitty might go all the way to the top if we turn on the compressor, Slade said. I'm not hammering nails the old school way. Chad had enough scars and bruises to last him a while. What's going on out here? Leona demanded, standing in the doorway to her sunroom, looking as if they disrupted a most important business meeting. Mildred's cat is up your tree, Chad said, noticing that Flynn and Slade had retreated, hopefully to lug the fence boards from Flynn's truck. He didn't fancy adding splinters to his list of woes. Leona returned inside, leaving Chad to call for the cat beneath the 60-foot-tall tree. Chad wasn't worried about the cat. He was worried Mildred might work herself into a tizzy. And the tizzy would lead to something more serious. He was worried he'd continue to let the opportunity for love with Tracy pass him by. And that emptiness would be a permanent state of being. Leona reappeared. She carried a can of tuna. She banged the can with a fork the same way a wedding guest tapped their wine glass to encourage a kiss. Kitty, 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 she crooned in a voice that sounded almost warm. Well, what do you know? Chad chuckled. The Ice Queen has a heart. She scowled at him and kept up her kitty calling. That cat was no dummy. There was the urgent sound of claws ripping through bark. The big orange tabby leapt to the ground and circled Leona, rubbing against her legs. The trio of women on Mildred's patio applauded. Mildred shouted her thanks. Pick up the beast, Leona commanded. Chad hurried over and scooped the cat into his arms. Now take him back. Leona shoved the tuna can into his hand. The cat contorted itself to stay in Chad's arms and keep eating from the can. Unfortunately, it dug its claws into Chad's arm and hand, hooking them just beneath his skin. Add another set of injuries to his mounting Harmony Valley scars. You're not so bad, Chad said softly enough that only Leona would hear. Don't be so sure, Leona replied, just as softly, but with a hard note. When the cat was safely inside and the nail gun compressor had been plugged in, Chad stood back and held up his hands so Flynn and Slade could see his blood blisters and bruised finger. I'll hand you to the boards. No way was he getting near that nail gun. Flynn and Slade exchanged glances in that way of theirs that spoke of secret wavelengths no one else could read. Nope, Flynn said. You'll operate the nail gun. Given my track record, that's not wise. He clenched his hands to stop them from trembling. You've got to learn sometime. Slade had the oddest way of looking at a man. His gaze tallied, totaled, and summarized. His gaze said Chad could handle power tools. Chad had no reason to add power tool wielding to his list of accomplishments. Not unless he stayed in Harmony Valley. Not unless Tracy ever truly forgave him. Not unless he redefined who he was and reevaluated the risks of loving and gave Tracy his heart. There were a lot of conditions to him staying. Okay, I'll work the nail gun, but you guys are driving me to emergency when I nail myself to a board. As it turned out, Chad didn't puncture any of his appendages with a nail. He shot a nail into Slade. Chapter 27. This is a mistake. Agnes glanced out her windshield at Phil's barbershop a few hours after Dusty had been rescued from the tree. Mildred's heart thudded painfully in her chest, like a big block engine that needed oil. They'd watched the men fix Mildred's fence while they plotted the seduction of philosophy. Their planning had been cut short by the nail gun incident. Who knew hands could spew so much blood? But when they realized Slade would live, the trio had decided to seize the day. You shouldn't let Phil cut your hair, Rose said for the 100th time. His hands shake like the Dickens. Admittedly, the only plan they'd come up with was extreme and Mildred's. But it was a plan, and they were putting it into action immediately. You can't talk me out of this. Mildred had failed with the checkers match. She would not fail with Phil this time. It'll just be him and me. And his sharp barber scissors, Agnes muttered. Rose wasn't as subtle. She practically shouted, he'll cut your ear off. Fear and longing jolted through Mildred in an unbearable rush. She wasn't sure anymore which was stronger. She had to keep telling herself, this is philosophy. Phil was a professional. He wouldn't hurt her. At least, not on purpose. You don't have a cell phone. Rose squeezed Mildred's seat back. How will we know if you need a doctor? You'll hear my screams. It wasn't as if she could see the numbers on a cell phone anyway. Now, get my walker, please. Mildred got out of the car and stood, holding the door frame for balance. Mildred. Rose got out of the back. When I was a teenager, the circus came to town. I fell in love with a man who was suave and sexy and a high flyer on the trapeze. Agnes set Mildred's walker in front of her. For once, Mildred was grateful she couldn't see very well. If she could have seen the fear on her friends' faces that was in their voices, she might have lost her nerve. I, on the other hand, Rose said, her voice unusually somber, was young and stupid. Enrique put me in tights, put me on the trapeze, and caught me midair. I thought my heart would burst from my chest. What a lovely memory. Mildred felt her fear recede. This was the right thing to do. She just knew it. She was going to take a leap of faith just as Rose had done. "Thank you, Rose." Mildred gripped the handles of her walker with sweaty palms. But Rose wasn't finished. "My parents refused to talk to me after I put on those tights. And Enrique dropped me at a show in New York City. I lost everything over a man. Think about this, Mildred. Sharp objects. Shaky hands." Mildred's palms seemed sweatier. Forward motion halted at the curb. "Can I help you, ladies?" Phil appeared in the barbershop doorway, looking tall, probably because he didn't hunch over a walker and Mildred stood in the gutter. For once Rose and Agnes were silent. That must have been a sign. Mildred gathered her courage and said, "I need a haircut." "Excellent." Phil's voice sounded like the mad scientist on the old black and white movie she'd watched last night. "Come sit in my chair." He held the door open for her. Agnes gasped. "Mildred? Did you hear nothing I said?" Rose sniped. "I'll be right back." Mildred concentrated on the cadence of forward progress. Lift walker. Move it forward. Step, step. Repeat. In no time, she was through the door. Phil directed her to sit in the red chair in front. After she was settled with her walker to one side of the cutting station, he put the barber drape over her, snapping it too tightly at her neck. Mildred was too petrified to say anything. Besides, if she spoke, her voice might sound like the lagoon's shadowy creature on that movie last night. Thick, pained, crazed. "Just a trim?" She nodded, making the collar of the drape cut into her Adam's apple. Phil turned on the clippers. Chapter 28. "I thought I might find you here." Chad walked onto the bridge toward Tracy. After the nail gun incident, he needed to talk to her. He felt like Tracy was important. But he couldn't quite prioritize her importance in his life, not without seeing her. Tracy was on the bridge with her camera set on a tripod. She sent him a guarded look. She looked more drained than he'd ever seen her before. The afternoon sun was drifting to the mountainous horizon to the west, turning a deep pinkish orange that made Tracy's hair sparkle like a newly minted gold coin. "We need to talk about those kisses," he said, heading her off at the pass by adding, 2 out of 3 of those kisses were great." Tracy had been opening her mouth to say something. She snapped it closed and crossed her arms over her chest. He took that to mean he should continue. "I just spent the last few hours with Slade at urgent care." He pointed out the blood stains on his shirt and pants. "You almost killed him." He wasn't surprised she'd already heard about the accident. But he was surprised that she almost seemed to be smiling. In fairness, Slade's thumb wasn't where it was supposed to be. Chad hadn't figured out what he wanted to say to Tracy or what he wanted to do where she was concerned. He just had a feeling that if he kept talking to her that everything would work itself out. "I shouldn't have walked away the other day from the cemetery." Tracy pressed her lips in a flat line. Chad paced the area of the bridge where she stood. He'd been so certain that finding her and talking this through was the answer, but I am confused." Tracy made a huffing noise. "I haven't had time to just be me in years." The truth of the statement resonated, filling Chad with a confidence that lifted his shoulders and planted his feet before her. 10 years ago, my father challenged me to get serious at the Lampoon. He wanted higher quality articles more in line with the voice of the magazine. I stepped up my game. I packed away my laugh, my smile, my appreciation of a joke. I became a writer in the image of my father, sarcastic, cutting, ironic. When we named the column The Happy Bachelor, that was sarcasm. But there was more to what he asked me to do. Increasingly, I was becoming more involved in managing the Lampoon. And then my dad got sick and it was all I could do to hold the company and him together. Being compassionate was impossible. In person or on paper. He ran a hand through his hair. Am I making any sense? Tracy's brows drew together. So that's your excuse for shutting down? And hurting me? No. It's an apology. I like who I am when I'm with you, Tracy. I like who I am when I'm here. In Harmony Valley. But this is me saying I'm sorry for leaving. Because in a bolt of clarity, he realized that's what he had to do. I don't understand. Tracy took a step toward him, blonde hair rumbling in the breeze. Chad shook his head, taking a step back. I don't want to live in my father's shadow anymore, but I'm not sure I know how. She turned away, but he caught her hand. It was small and soft, but cold. He placed his other hand over hers to warm it up. I'm not sure what I want anymore, except I want to show the lampoon they made a mistake. And I think I want you. You think? So much derision. She faced him, her features drawn up tight with tension. You don't know? The way she uttered those words spoke volumes. She knew how she felt about him. She cared. Of that, he was certain. My heart wants to be with you, Tracy. But my head. I still have things to figure out. And I hope you'll go with me on this. Chad had a long way to go, and only a vague idea of how to get there. He needed time, no matter how much he wanted to take her into his arms now. Acting now solved nothing between them long term. Will you give me a chance to make yesterday up to you? To surprise you with something romantic? In the hopes that she'd wait for him to get his act together. After a painful moment of silence, she nodded. Chapter 29. Clippers? Mildred didn't recognize her own voice. I'm gonna clean up the hair on your neck. Phil was wearing a strong dose of musky cologne. It made it hard for Mildred to breathe. Or maybe it was the clippers buzzing behind her. Oh. I like my neck hairy. He snapped off the clippers, set them on a side table, and then picked up a spray bottle. No shampoo? I don't do shampoos unless you need a dandruff treatment. He ran his fingers through her hair, and then parted it in spots as if looking for lice. You don't need shampoo. I haven't washed my hair in weeks. Just water. Oh, my. Mildred was sorry to hear that, but glad Agnes and Rose hadn't heard. Let's take off your glasses, and I'll get to work. He removed her glasses and, by the sounds of it, set them on the counter beneath the mirror. Now she couldn't even see shapes. Mildred heard him open and close a drawer, snip the air with scissors, and position himself behind her. She didn't have to see to visualize the way his hands shook. I changed my mind. Mildred scooted forward, reaching for her walker. Where was it? Rose would never let her live this one down. Finally, her hand connected with a handle. In no time, she was up and headed toward the door, mortified, but both earlobes intact. I think I'll grow my hair long. Phil scurried after her like a 6-foot-tall mouse with big shuffling feet. He stood in the doorway. Was he going to trap her here? Rough her up for refusing a haircut? Or take her into his arms and profess his undying love? Mildred's heart pounded out a desperate tango. She had to stop watching those old black and white films. Your glasses, Phil said. He put them on her nose and opened the door. Sorry it didn't work out. Mildred trundled through to freedom and safety and continued singlehood. The band was staying together. Oh, and Mildred? Yes? She didn't dare turn around. I need my drape. He unsnapped it from her neck, nearly choking her again. Chapter 30. Tracy came in the rear bakery door, holding Chad's words closer than her video camera. Chad had apologized. Chad liked her. Chad had once been a real, happy bachelor. She wanted to dance across the kitchen like Rose. She wanted to execute a 3-jump checker move and say, "King me." She wanted to say something totally outrageous the way Eunice did and get away with it. But there was a quiet voice in her head that cautioned, be careful. Someone came in the front of the bakery, ringing the bell. Was it Chad? Can you get that? Jess whispered, rocking Gregory in the break area. Tracy hadn't noticed Jess was there. Of course, she whispered. She ran to see if Chad was at the front door. He wasn't. Crowing, Rose grapevined across the dining room, just as Tracy had wanted to do. Smiling, Agnes held the door open for Mildred, whose face was beet red. That was priceless. Rose sank into a chair. It was worthless. Mildred sat in her walker, but she had a half grin on her face. We need a half-dozen snickerdoodles to go. Agnes patted Mildred's shoulder. You got farther than I would have. That's true. Rose caught her breath. I could never have asked Phil for a haircut. What? Tracy came closer to examine Mildred for nicks and cuts. But your hair looks so good. The 3 town council women laughed. That's because I chickened out when he picked up the scissors. Mildred fluffed her hair. It was like a horror movie. That sound. Snip snip. She shuddered. I couldn't get out of there fast enough. Tracy bagged up their cookies and sent them on their way, returning to find Gregory awake and Jessica pacing. Where's Eunice? Working the afternoon shift at May's Pretty Things. I was hoping to experiment with her recipes without her around. Tracy might have missed the stressful note in Jessica's words if she hadn't seen the pinched lines around her mouth. I also need to work on transforming the old recipes I've been given into something new. And find time to check out the Veterans Hall with Christine. Jess smoothed Gregory's dark hair and pressed a kiss to his crown. The little tyke blinked sleepily. Tracy glanced from the books on the shelf to the baby. I can read to him. It would be nice to cuddle with the little man. Really? Jess was already moving, out of the chair, across the room, shifting the baby for a handoff into Tracy's arms. Gregory sensed Tracy's tension. She didn't usually hold him. He craned his neck to look her in the eye. His lower lip trembled. Oh, no. No crying. Tracy sat in the rocker and picked up the Cat in the Hat. We're going to read books. Only a few pages in, Gregory tucked his head beneath Tracy's chin and pointed at the pictures, with drooly, blubbery commentary. Tracy talked back, as if she understood what he was saying. Neither one cared that her sentences were sometimes stilted. Tracy sat at her kitchen table trying to edit different video clips together in a way that made sense. The trouble with shooting segments without a plan was she had enough digital clips to make 4 or 5 videos. The more she worked on it, the less she was interested in boxing herself into 3 minutes of video. Wasn't that essentially what had happened to Chad? He'd fit himself into the role of the happy bachelor and couldn't seem to find his way out of the mold. Something rattled a front window. Expecting the rattler to be Chad, Tracy couldn't get to the pane fast enough. Chad stood on the sidewalk in front of the bakery, smiling up at her. Rapunzel, I couldn't sleep. Come out and play. There was mischief in his voice, and she just bet in his eyes, too. The mischief and the nip of cold combined to give her a shiver. It's 10 o'clock. She had to get up at 4 a.m. It was already past her bedtime. Life doesn't end until at least 11. Spoken like a true playboy. Once upon a time, Tracy wouldn't have hesitated. She would have flown down the stairs, danced all night, and rolled out of bed in the morning without complaint. I can't. But you want to, don't you? He sighed. I want you to, too. She was a sucker for this suave, good-looking man. Meet me around back. When she opened the back door, Chad was there to greet her with a smile. He wrapped his arm around her shoulders and said, so you can talk easier. Who wanted to talk? Tracy snuggled closer. He was warm and solid and had promised her romance. She buried the hurt from the cemetery and put her trust in him, hoping he'd figured out the man he wanted to be and the woman he wanted at his side. They headed toward the town square, crossing the grass, and sitting on the bench beneath the sprawling oak tree. The night was clear. Stars shone above in the velvety sky. Bullfrogs sang by the river. It was perfect. He was perfect. She felt perfect in the crook of his arm. Tracy turned to face him, whispering, I was promised something romantic. Don't confuse that promise with this. I couldn't sleep. She heard a distant sound, like the bell they used to ring at school signifying the start of earthquake drills. Or maybe the sound was in her head. Tracy pushed the warning aside and focused on Chad. Strong, warm Chad. Why couldn't you sleep? I turned in a column to one of my advertisers 2 days ago and haven't heard a word about it since. If the happy bachelor your father loved so much wrote it, I hope the advertiser hates it. Somehow, I knew you'd say that. Chad's words rumbled with humor. But losing an advertiser over content would be disappointing. My success lets the board know it was a mistake to let me go. She heard the sound again, louder this time. Enough talk. Chad's thumb brushed her chin, her lips. And then he leaned in to kiss her, gathering her into his arms, drawing her into his lap. There was no awkward tangle of limbs. Her palms found his cheeks. His hands found the small of her back. His lips plundered. Hers surrendered. And her heart pounded happily in her chest. All too soon a spotlight blinded them. Excuse me, folks. I got a report of mischief in the area. It was the sheriff. Nate. Tracy tried to extricate herself from Chad's arms, but he didn't let her off his lap. Nothing going on here. Chad chuckled. Got a call from Leona, too, Nate said in a serious voice. She reported Mr. Healy was unaccounted for. Someone is going to be unaccounted for tomorrow, Chad said in a deadly tone. At the very least, she'll be featured in my column. His column? The warning bell went off again in Tracy's head. She backtracked through their conversation, realized he hadn't come to her window because he couldn't stop thinking of her or because he couldn't spend another moment without her. He'd come because he needed a distraction from his insecurities. Leona wants to lock up. Sheriff Nate clicked off the spotlight. I'll tell her you'll be back in 10 minutes. Make it 20. Chad rearranged Tracy in his lap. Now, where were we? We were living a fantasy. Or at least, I was. Tracy pushed out of his arms and onto her feet. You couldn't sleep. You probably couldn't write in the ironic voice of revenge, the one you seem to value so much. She paced the length of the bench and back, realizing where they were. And I'm just now remembering this tree. She placed her palm on the cool, rough bark. This is where marriage proposals happen. It's what every little girl in Harmony Valley dreams of. And a couple of the big girls, too. Her brother had proposed to her best friend beneath this tree. I don't want someone around who thinks he might want me. I want someone who knows he wants me. More than any job, or revenge, or a stupid column. Chad rocketed to his feet. I just need a little time. No, you don't. Tracy had her answer. She smiled sadly. I need to get up early tomorrow. She walked away. This time for good. Chapter 31. Late the next morning, Jessica assembled the key players in Harmony Valley to assess the Veterans Hall: Tracy, Christine, Slade, Flynn, and Duffy. Somehow, Chad had managed to tag along, too. Tracy wore her sternest attitude where Chad was concerned, and her grubbiest jeans, shirt, and work boots. She'd also brought gloves. The gloves she stuck in her back pocket so she could make notes of what needed to be done on a clipboard. Assuming someone decided anything should be done. She hoped they decided to fix the place up. She felt an odd kinship with the once productive gathering place. The group stood in the parking lot, taking in the neglect while Duffy's little golden terrier raced around the grounds on olfactory overload. Since she'd gotten out of Duffy's truck, Jessica had been speechless. She held Gregory close. I'm trying to be positive inside. She didn't sound as if she was succeeding. I don't like the look of this. Slade had a big white bandage on his thumb and a big negative attitude toward the hall. Not for my wedding reception. It's a teardown, Chad said, earning a scowl from Tracy. He deserved more than a scowl, but with so many witnesses, a scowl would have to do. We should get Dane and his crew out here for a look. Flynn referred to the construction company that had restored and rebuilt the winery buildings. So far, that was the only thing Tracy had written down. Call Dane Utley. I'm not financing this, Slade said firmly, in a tone he'd used a lot when he, Flynn and Will had been building the winery. Slade took a hard look at the bottom line. Always. The partnership is not financing this. It has Money Pit written all over it. But his bride wanted a huge wedding locally, so he was going to have to compromise. Let's just do a walk-through. Tracy herded them toward the sidewalk. Trees first. Duffy? Trees need trimming, Duffy said matter-of-factly. Given that he was the vineyard manager, he knew about trees. His little dog, Goldie, snuffled through the blanket of leaves on the ground, giving Gregory the giggles. A couple of dead branches have fallen and broken windows. A couple more branches are dead up in the trees themselves and could fall at any time on passing cars or people. Everyone took several steps back in case the tree limbs decided to fall. The parking lot is a loss, Slade said glumly. It was hard to argue when he was right. It was cracked and pitted. Even Christine was looking doubtful. It's lacking the wow factor, isn't it? Slade looked at his fiancée as if she'd lost her mind. It never had it. Tear down, Chad repeated, as if no one had heard him the first time. Tracy clutched her clipboard and fought the urge to defend the hall. During her recovery in the hospital, Tracy hadn't realized Will was her patient advocate. He'd worked behind the scenes to obtain the care and treatment she'd needed to come back to life. The Veterans Hall had no advocate, no voice, not even Rutgar's booming one. Let's take a look inside. Jessica's voice was resigned. She'd been excited about the hall this morning. A usable rental hall near a bakery that did wedding cakes meant more wedding cakes would be sold in the future. Tracy, can you unlock the doors? She could. But she couldn't do it without stating her case. Before we go inside, I'd like to remind those who knew me before the accident, Flynn and Slade, that I was a tear-down, too. Don't be afraid of a big challenge. Or of big change. Well said. Nothing comes easy, Chad murmured, studying her intently. Tracy felt her cheeks heat. She shouldn't have been surprised that he understood her loyalty to the place. Chad had understood her well since they'd met. She undid the heavy locks and propped the doors open, because the air inside smelled like a cat litter box left out in the heat and the rain, one recently uncovered. Gregory made a face and buried it against Jessica's neck. Goldie put her nose to the floor and raced inside. It was her idea of heaven. The rest of the group ventured no farther than the first few feet inside the hall. What is that smell? Slade covered his nose. Raccoon, said Duffy. Squirrel, said Flynn. Skunk, said Christine. Tracy hoped it wasn't all three. Let's try to look at this from the positive side, in terms of possibilities. That'll be hard to do. Slade tugged on the placket of his polo shirt as if adjusting one of those ties he always used to wear. Tracy ignored him and launched into her pitch. The hall is large and open. I've been to conferences in smaller venues than this. You could easily fit 1,500 people at tables in here. And still have room for the band. Or DJ. And a dance floor. Chad was the only person looking at her, not the devastation. His gaze was indecipherable, and she had to look away. Replace the windows, make sure the roof doesn't leak, refinish the floors. Flynn ventured into the middle of the hall. It's not that bad. Don't kid yourself. Slade moved closer to the door. It's bad. Maybe the veterans in town have money in the bank, Chad said, surprising Tracy with a show of support. Not enough money. Slade was prevented from backing out the door by Christine's hand on his arm and a look that encouraged him to be patient. We could update the lighting. With a wedding budget. Tracy had spent a few days giving it some thought. Maybe rent light fixtures. Chandeliers. Yes, there was such a thing as chandelier rental. Maybe hang wallpaper or drapes on the walls? Oh. Jessica Christine perked up. Speaking of curtains, Duffy said. Did the curtains up there just move? Goldie was on the stage. She began to bark at the drapes. And then something with red gold fur leapt from the stage and raced toward the front door. Goldie ran to the edge of the stage, barking, decided the jump was too much for her short little legs, and raced down the stairs. Back, back, back. Duffy yelled, gesturing for them to give the fox room to escape. Goldie and her short legs were no match for the speeding fox, although she gave it her best effort. Her taking the stairs had given the fox too much of a head start. Once the fox had passed, Duffy stood in front of his dog and yelled, "Goldie, stay." The little dog skidded to a halt in front of him, panting and wagging her tail, but sneaking looks past Duffy's legs. That was most likely the death knell for the Veterans Hall. Tracy's spirits sank. "You're lucky you didn't get eaten, mongrel." Duffy picked Goldie up and held her to his chest. She drooped in his arms as if she'd expended all her energy. "If you bring in a pest control company to get rid of the critters, I can help tame the trees. If I have a crew." His gaze took in the men. "If Christine can spare me, we can start tomorrow mid-afternoon." "So what do you say?" Tracy asked. "Do we check into funding? Get a bid to repair the place?" This last was spoken directly to Slade. Slade looked to Christine. "I'd love to get married here in town." Christine put a hand at the base of his neck where his scar was. "We can have the wedding on the bluff overlooking the river and the reception here. It'll look like a dump." Slade was first class all the way. "Not necessarily," Chad said, once more Tracy's champion. "I've seen shacks in the desert classed up with wall tapestries and lighting changes. I think Tracy's on to something." "It'll take a miracle," Slade grumbled, heading toward the door. "Don't rely on miracles and wishes," Tracy said, half to herself, because she knew how rare wishes came true. "Rely on hard work." "Are you sure that's safe?" Chad asked Flynn. They watched Duffy lash himself to a V in a tree trunk 30 feet above the road at the Veterans Hall the day after they'd toured the facilities, with the bride and groom. Chad had offered to help because Tracy was giving him the cold shoulder. She wasn't the only one. He hadn't heard from Marty either. The other day Duffy talked about dead limbs ready to fall. "Normally, I'd say no. Not safe." Flynn shaded his eyes as he looked up. "But as a vineyard manager, Duffy is paid to clear out trees and brush. And last winter, after we had one heck of a rainstorm, he helped clear some gigantic pines that nearly crushed Rutgar's house. I have respect for his chainsaw skills and his knowledge of trees." "What's not safe is you two standing under the tree," Duffy called down to them, looking like a true professional with goggles, a safety harness, and protective earwear. The chainsaw he held roared to life. They leapt a safe distance back. Duffy cut limbs with a cool efficiency. When he shifted to another side of the tree, Chad and Flynn came in to drag the branches out of the street. Some were small enough to toss into the back of Flynn's truck. Others needed more trimming to fit. Those they stacked on the dried grass that had once been a lawn. When they had a big pile of oversized branches, Flynn produced his own chainsaw, much smaller than Duffy's, and went to work, leaving Chad to schlep branches into the truck bed. Chad had been banned from using power tools. Duffy dropped several limbs into the street and looked to be shifting his position. Chad walked onto the road, waded into the knee-deep foliage, grabbed a branch big enough not to snap when he dragged it away, and tugged. The labyrinth of foliage didn't budge. Tires squealed around the corner from the highway. A blue, bubble-fendered Cadillac bore down on Chad and his tangled sea of branches. A brown scarf fluttered in the wind behind the driver's white hair. "Hey!" Chad yelled and waved at the driver. There was only about 6 feet of roadway free between the pile of branches and the opposite sidewalk. Not nearly enough room for a wide Cadillac to clear without driving into the ditch. But it didn't look like the driver was veering at all. And if she didn't veer and didn't clear enough branches, she was going to run Chad over. The caddy's grill approached like the famished jaws of doom. Chad's shouts didn't rise above Flynn's or Duffy's chainsaws. He tried backing up, but his legs were stuck within the V of one branch and the angled offshoots of the branches beneath it. He stumbled backward and was almost immediately swallowed in the thatch. And then the caddy was upon him. Metal protested the scrape of wood. Branches snapped. There was a series of lurching noises. Chad was tossed, poked, scraped, skewered, and banged against the pavement like a rag doll in a blender. And then the engine receded. And the chainsaws stopped. Chad. Chad. Flynn's voice. Booted feet approached. There was a sound like a 200-pound cat climbing down a tree. "I'm alive," Chad croaked, feeling like he wasn't. Branches shifted, cracked, lifted. Hands drew Chad from the mess with more pokes, scrapes, and skewers. "I'm alive," Chad said again, but everything was starting to throb and sting. And he was grateful of Flynn's steadying arm. "I'm alive." "You're okay," Flynn sounded surprised. "I thought Lilac killed you. I heard she wasn't supposed to drive anymore. She almost killed my nephew's dog last year." He blew out a breath, rubbing a hand over his reddish-brown hair. "Really, I prepared myself for the worst. She ran over half the pile of branches and never stopped. It's a shame. She ruined that classic catty grill," Duffy deadpanned. When they both looked at him like he was crazy, he shrugged and added, "Don't tell me you weren't thinking it, too." Chad was getting his sea legs back. He laughed. "I was." In some sick, small corner of his male brain, he'd mourned a vintage car. "Me, too." Flynn started laughing. And pretty soon, the three of them were filling the empty street with adrenaline rush guffaws. "I need to take you to Leona's," Flynn said when the humor petered out. "I'm fine," Chad said as evenly as he could when he felt like he'd just had a bad acupuncture session. "I can walk." That might have been an overstatement. The Lambridge Band B was all the way on the other side of town. Now the bakery. That was several blocks closer. He might make it there. "You can't walk." Duffy dragged the remaining branches out of the road, "Easy as you please. Take him home, Flynn. He's too stubborn to listen to reason. I'll finish up here." Slade pulled up in a shiny black truck that had probably never had branches loaded in the bed. "Fred Oliver called me. He lives down the street and saw the whole thing." "Am I driving someone to the hospital?" "Nope." Chad had been shaking out his limbs, just to make sure nothing was broken. "Nothing seemed to be. I just feel like a big pincushion. Now you know how I feel." Slade grinned and held up his bandaged hand. "Get in. I'll take you to Leona's." Chad preferred being taken to Tracy. And what was the point in that? He was standing with one foot in each world, satirical Bachelor articles and settled, elderly Harmony Valley. Try as he might, he didn't seem to fit in either place. He shuffled over to the truck like an old man who'd had his walker confiscated. Meanwhile, the sheriff pulled up. "Heard Lilac is up to her old ways." Flynn nodded. "Speeding, reckless driving. Jumping the curb," Duffy added. "Destroying a classic automobile. That's a law, right?" Chad sighed. "Seriously, can you test her for blindness or blind spots? She's going to kill herself or somebody." "I'm on it." The sheriff sped away. "Things aren't usually this exciting in Harmony Valley," Slade said, backing up and pointing the truck in the direction of the Band B. "Old people. Who knew they could cause so much trouble?" Chad did. They could be as unpredictable and protective of their independence as randy teenagers. He stared out the window, on the lookout for a blue Cadillac. "You don't need to walk me up," Chad said when Slade pulled in front of the large green Victorian. "I feel it's my duty. I was supposed to be on the crew today and I used my injury as an excuse." He walked next to Chad at a pace that was as slow as Mildred's fastest walker speed. "Are you sure you're okay? No nausea? No double vision?" "I just hurt." Leona opened the front door. "I hear Lilac nearly killed someone this time." She eyed Chad as he approached the porch. "He's not bleeding, is he?" "He's not spurting arterial blood, if that's what you mean," Slade said wryly. "We need to get him comfortable. Acetaminophen, bandages, ice packs." He held Chad's arm up the stairs. Were you normally this clumsy as a kid? I was worse. He hadn't exactly been the star of the soccer team. Or any sports team for that matter. In high school, he'd been the captain of the debate and chess teams 3 years running. Leona blocked the doorway. Turn around. A royal command. Why? Chad was feeling the need for a pain reliever. You can't come in until you're clean. That's when Chad noticed she had a dust broom in her hand. Slade began to protest, but Chad knew it was no use. I'll never get in if we argue. She brushed the remaining leaves and twigs from his back, assured herself his blood wasn't spurting, and opened the door for him to come inside. Mr. Jennings, you may go. Mr. Healy, upstairs with you. I'll be right up with what you require. Chad doubted that. He watched her disappear down a dark hallway and shuffled into the living room. It seemed as if he'd barely laid down when Leona began shrieking. Not on the couch. Not on the couch. Have you no sense of value? Chad rolled his head to the side. His body was an aching, throbbing mess, and he probably looked like he'd been in a cat fight. Why is it you don't have any pictures of your family in this house? She stopped trying to lift his feet off the couch. Have you been snooping? No. There are no pictures here or in the foyer or the dining room or on your refrigerator. Why? He was a columnist. He noticed details. He'd planned on questioning her some other time. But there was no time like the present when you'd just had a brush with death. My family is none of your concern, Mr. Healy. Leona handed him an ice pack. I'll give you 5 minutes to get off my couch. She fled the room. He put the ice pack on the back of one hand. His parents had been stuffy, like Leona. But they'd loved Chad. They'd had pictures of him on their refrigerator, in their offices, on their phones. Chad dragged himself upright, shifting the ice pack to his forehead, and went to the one place he knew he'd be cared for. What are you doing up here? Tracy had spent the afternoon tracking down women who'd given Jessica recipes, but not stories. She was tired and in need of a rest. She'd climbed the stairs to her apartment only to find Chad sprawled across her bed, plastic baggies of ice positioned across his body like bulbs sprouting in a spring flower bed. Seeing him in her bed, she'd had that fairy tale flutter in her heart and recalled his promise of a romantic gesture. If this was his idea of romance, where were the rose petals? She'd heard about Chad's near miss with Lilac's caddy, but she'd also heard he'd been delivered safely to Leona's, where speculation ran high that he'd be tossed to the curb rather than nursed back to fighting form. Tracy shook Chad's arm. Are you alive? Sorry. Bad joke. If I was in heaven, there wouldn't be so much pink. Chad didn't open an eye, but he didn't have to. There was pink everywhere one looked in Tracy's apartment. How did you get in? Lucky for me, no one locks doors in Harmony Valley, except Leona. Now he found something to appreciate about the town? I'd ask you if you're in pain. But I'd rather know why you chose to crash on my bed. Crash. He forced a laugh. I'll never abuse that word again. She leaned over him and brushed a thick lock of sun-kissed, brown hair from his forehead, only to find a scratch from one temple to the other above his green-tinged forehead bruise. His hair was damp, as if he'd been sweating. It's hot up here, he said, as if reading her mind. It's the heat from the kitchen. It feels like an oven in the summer. She catalogued the damage, his shirt torn in several places, the scrapes and gouges, although nothing was oozing blood, the angry red bruises already formed on his arms. The danger had been more serious than Flynn had led her to believe. He could have died. The impact of nearly losing him blindsided her. Tracy sat too quickly on the edge of the bed. I hate to ask if you've checked for damage beneath the denim. Just bruises. Did Leona toss you out? If she had, Tracy was going to exchange harsh words with her. Did you bet money on that event? He cracked open one eye. I rummaged in your medicine cabinet for a pain reliever. I expected to find pink nail polish. All I found was black. I've been in a dark phase. Since the accident. The apartment came in pink. I also was in your freezer to get ice and your kitchen drawers looking for bags to put it in. He closed one eye. You don't have enough food in here to feed a rabbit. Good thing I don't have any rabbits. Honestly, she lived on baked goods and vegetables. Was that so bad? You also don't have any steak. I would have settled for a frozen hamburger or a bag of peas to put on my everywhere. He sighed. Leona wasn't sympathetic to my wounds, and I knew I couldn't invade her kitchen, at least not without her knowledge. That was as good as admitting that he'd snooped in Leona's kitchen at some point during his stay. He should have been an investigative reporter. My mother used to make me tea when I got injured to calm me down. His voice had that vulnerable note that played on her heartstrings. My dad used to make me steak to replenish my blood cells. They sound like wonderful parents. They were. They were just old. And firm, he'd said. And angry with each other. They'd had Chad when they were already set in their ways. But that wasn't the issue here. You want me to make you tea and steak? Would you? Sure. She struggled to stay detached because she needed something from him first. If I can read your column before you publish it. Chad grimaced. I'll buy you flowers instead. There's enough pink in this room without flowers from you. Besides, his voice fell to failure levels. I'm not sure I'm going to publish my website. My biggest sponsor won't return my calls. Tracy brushed the back of her hand over an unmarred section of his cheek. You'll publish it. You're not a quitter. She felt a twinge of betrayal for Harmony Valley, but it was Chad who needed bolstering right now. Whether he appreciated her support or not, Chad changed the subject back to flowers. You think I'd buy you pink roses? He blew out a breath and shifted an ice pack higher on his shoulder. You make dandelion wishes. You're a daisy girl through and through. Plain and simple, like my speech. Is that it? Plain. His opinion of her stung. Never mind that Chad was right. Had she always preferred daisies to roses? Or was this a preference that had evolved from her speech de-evolving? You're not plain. He'd been so cavalier about his injuries that the sudden annoyance in his voice made her sit up straight. In case you haven't noticed, everyone talks in fits and starts. Your stops are just more pronounced than others. Chad groaned. Except when you drink or are mad at me. Or she was in the shelter of his arms. Then, you should let me read the column early. You know I'll be mad at you. And then I can really test my speech skills. Maybe I don't want you to be mad at me. She didn't say anything, because she'd already built her hopes up too often for this man, only to have them tumble back to earth. Maybe I need more than steak and tea in exchange for that read. I'll throw in a baked potato and some rabbit lettuce. A weary head shake. I was thinking more along the lines of this bed. It's more comfortable than the one I pay for at Leona's. If I let you stay here, you'll give me the read. Tracy glanced around. There was no couch, no daybed, no pull-out. This wasn't an apartment for two people who weren't sleeping together. It was more sparsely furnished by Jess than most hotel rooms. Still. How badly do I want to see his column? Those are my terms, tea, steak, and this bed. Deal. Tracy took his hand and shook it. Never mind that they'd made and broken several deals already. She had high hopes for this one. Chad opened both brown eyes. Really? Yes. She gathered some of her things and stuffed them into a large, black leather tote. He watched her in silence until she moved toward the door. What are you doing? I'm going to get your steak. I'll cook it for you in the morning. After a good night's sleep in her childhood bed at home. Chapter 32. There were sounds in the bed and breakfast. There were never sounds in the bed and breakfast. Chad rolled over in bed without a spring squeak or a mattress sag. He would have ignored the sounds if not for a stab of pain on his arm where it was scraped and bruised. He sat up blearily. Female voices drifted up to him. Leona never talked to herself. She barely talked to him. The room was bathed in pink light. And then the smell of cinnamon drifted to him, grounding him in a pleasant reality. He was at the bakery. It was oh who knew what time of the morning. It was dark and he was suddenly famished, having not eaten dinner last night. A few minutes later, he'd showered and borrowed Tracy's toothbrush, and showed himself downstairs. You don't look quite so dead this morning, Tracy said, handing him a mug of green tea. She indicated he sit on a stool at the island counter. You're scabbing over nicely. Chad took that as a compliment. I've got your steak right here. She had the microwave running on the hold warm setting. Soon, Chad was eating his steak, drinking his tea, and thinking fondly of his parents. We're using you as a guinea pig, Jess said, smiling lopsidedly. Duffy drew the line at tasting these until I had them perfected. She set a plate of 2 biscuits next to him, along with 2 pats of butter. What are they? They smelled like rosemary. Jess turned her attention back to a mixing bowl. Sweet biscuits, Tracy finished for her. She was arranging cookies like dominoes on a display plate. Chad devoured the biscuit, only belatedly realizing both women had stopped working to stare at him. Did I belch and not realize it? He apologized. Tracy took a step closer. How do you like the biscuits? Why? He stopped eating. Did you poison them? I was going to order you flowers. I swear. Forget the flowers. Tracy frowned at him in that endearing way of hers. We agreed on your column. The biscuits are a transformation recipe, Jess explained, ignoring their argument. Do you remember Eunice talking about horseradish doodles? Tracy's frown disappeared. She started to smile. These are sweet horseradish biscuits. I don't taste horseradish. Chad swept his tongue around his mouth. I taste rosemary, but there's a sharpness to it. Horseradish, both women said. They high-fived. Let's try them in the case this morning, Jess said excitedly. And called Duffy. He needs to try these. Have you tried them? Chad asked. Not this batch, Jessica admitted. In no time, Tracy had the rest of the batch on a plate and disappeared into the dining area with them. I feel as if I've been conned, Chad said, feeling more content this morning than he had in a long time. Jessica had a gentle smile that was welcoming. You shouldn't complain since you liked them. He had, and he was still hungry. He finished the second one off as Tracy returned. So today is setup day for the Harvest Festival. What does that mean? Mostly, it means the townspeople get an extra day outside their home to visit with each other. Tracy's sentences were long and strong this morning. There's not much setup to do. She plated mini carrot cake loaves, and then took the frosting bag and expertly drizzled icing on top. There's the stage. And a system. Chairs to sit on. Tables for activities. Pumpkins to be stacked. The bowling lanes to be marked. Tracy is going to win pumpkin bowling and become the Harvest Festival queen, Jessica teased. I'm not competing. But you, Tracy shook her finger at Jessica. You have to try it. You've never done it before. Chad had to ask. Is there a competition for the king? Tracy didn't do a good job of hiding a smile. It's the nail driving competition. You have to drive a nail into a piece of wood with one strike. His finger throbbed just thinking about wielding a hammer again. Come back in the summer. We have a contest for the sexiest pair of male legs, Tracy deadpanned. That's more my speed, Chad told her. Tracy didn't roll her eyes, but Chad knew she wanted to. Chad's nice, Jessica said to Tracy after Chad left to return to Leona's house. Don't get ideas. We're barely friends. And didn't that hurt to admit? He doesn't know what he wants out of life. And you do? Jessica crimped the edges of a sugar-free apple pie Old Man Takata had ordered. Well, was it just last week she'd wanted desperately to return to the fast-paced world of advertising? These last few days, her life had felt so full. She hadn't thought about it at all. Duffy entered, carrying a babbling Gregory. He's an early riser, just like his mother. He strapped Gregory in a high chair, and kissed his son on the top of the head, and then kissed Jessica.
Goodbye.
See you ladies at lunch. Tracy sighed. 2 years ago, she'd been at the top of her game in advertising. She'd had a vague idea about family but couldn't visualize it. But lately, seeing Gregory with Duffy melted her heart. She could visualize a little boy or two with sun-kissed brown hair. They'd be cheerful, resilient boys. Like their father. And she'd be a good mom, getting them off to school and never missing a dinner for a demanding client's last-minute deadline. Not that she wanted to be the head cook. Takeout would be nice every once in a while. Jess put dry cereal on Gregory's tray. You never answered my question. What do you want out of life? I don't know. The challenge of the video excited her, but the actual job? Not so much. Tracy was no better than Chad, not knowing what she wanted out of life. A bit of her resentment toward him diminished. I can confuse the issue further. Jess twisted a dish towel in her hands. In order to make this place work long-term, I need more business. Her hesitant smile spoke louder than her words about fragile dreams and the fear of failure. You increased our sales with your blog ideas. You could help me get more wedding cake business, too. Be your marketer? Tracy was flattered. But she was also a realist. Jess, you can barely afford to pay me now. Her peers in advertising would scoff. And truth be told, Tracy felt a twinge of embarrassment at the idea of introducing herself as a marketing manager for a small-town bakery. But her peers would already deduct intelligence points for her speech pattern. And she was her own harshest critic. Jess was offering what she'd wished for days ago, a job without a job interview. We could work something out, bonuses, commissions, couldn't we? Jess wasn't looking at Tracy anymore. She was looking at the pictures on the wall. Generations of Martins. In a place that didn't judge. Late night, Mr. Healy? Leona was waiting for Chad when he returned to the bed and breakfast. A few strands of hair were loose in her normally military neat hairstyle. Was she worried about him? Or did she think he wouldn't pay her for a night he hadn't slept here? Spent in the infirmary. I received better care there than you offered. She'd been more concerned with her precious furniture than his health. I hope you didn't report me missing with the sheriff. Her nose went in the air. You're too early for breakfast. Already had it, so you can put those store-bought donuts back in their box. An expression flashed across Leona's face that was half hurt/half anger. You have 2 more nights, Mr. Healy. 2 more nights. He went upstairs to change his clothes, but it wasn't until he came back down and was out the door that the finality of it hit him. His time at Harmony Valley was coming to an end. He needed to figure out his relationship with Tracy. Correction, he needed to quit messing up the foundation of what could be a relationship with Tracy. The town square was already a beehive of activity. The older generation sat in chairs and in walkers beneath blankets and heavy jackets, and tried to direct Flynn and Slade, who looked upon Chad's arrival as one looked upon the cavalry in a foot soldier's losing battle. We're putting up the stage first. Flynn gestured to his truck and the big sheets of plywood it held. How are you with a power drill? Do you ask me these questions just to humiliate me? Chad had never worked a power drill in his life. I thought I was banned from power tools. A drill really doesn't qualify on my list. Slade and I are going back to the mayor's storage unit to load up the bleachers. I don't want someone, Flynn gave the high sign toward the gathering of the elderly on the lawn, to try to assemble the stage and fall or have a piece of wood fall on them. I can't do this on my own. I recruited the best. Flynn pointed to an old white truck pulling into the square. Tracy's dad. Ben hates me. Chad wasn't proud of the whine in his voice, but he was still working the kinks out of his bruised body. Take me to the storage unit. Leave Slade here. Sorry, buddy. Flynn slapped him on the back, causing Chad to flinch. And sorry again. But the mayor doesn't let anyone else see what goodies he's got stored there. He certainly won't let a reporter. Columnist. See what's inside his hidey hole. Hey, boys. Ben held a cup of coffee as if in toast. I thought you'd have everything set up by now. We've just got to get the stage unloaded and then you can work your magic. Flynn hurried over to his truck. I'll be assisting you today. Chad was determined not to complain about his wounds in front of Ben, or make a fool of himself, or drill a hole in Ben's appendages. On accident, of course. We're not performing surgery. Ben finished his coffee and tossed the cup into the trash. Just tell me what to do, Ben. And Ben did. They laid out the pieces of the 4-foot-tall stage frame and attached the hinges with screws and a drill, until only the last corner was remaining. Why don't you put these screws in? Ben handed Chad the drill and the bag with the screws. Chad preferred to decline. But at that moment, Tracy showed up. Hey, Dad. How's it coming? She kissed her father's cheek and managed not to greet Chad. Good, sunshine, but I see Rutgar over there fiddling with live wires. His gaze focused across the square. Can you two finish while I go prevent a catastrophe? They both assured him he could. Well. Tracy peered at the inside of the stage. What are we doing? Chad pretended he knew what was what. We need to fit the corners together and screw the hinges on. How had Ben done this? Hinge first on one board? Or one screw on each hinge side? Chad leaned over the particle board and attempted to screw the hinge in upside down. It went in. Don't sound so surprised. Tracy's blonde hair tumbled into her eyes, blown there by a breeze. I guess, that means you've earned the right to put in the next one. Agnes called Tracy over to a group of elderly sitting in a row of chairs. Audience gone, Chad felt relieved. He needed to regroup. Should he invite Tracy to the band bee to read his column? Or ask her to dinner at El Rosal where he might have the protection of an audience? He leaned over again and tried to screw the hinge on the other corner board. The screw fell to the ground and the boards inched apart. But Chad was determined to get this. He supported the boards with his knees, leaned upside down, and tried to put another screw in. The screw slipped. The drill slipped. The tips of his fingers got drilled. He shouted. He nearly fell over the side on his head, but lurched back, only to drag his fingers up the plywood and tumble over backwards. The back of his head bounced off the pavement. Chad. Tracy's face swam in front of his eyes. Are you okay? Do I have any fingers left? The fact that you're joking means you're okay. She stood and said to the crowd, give him space. He's okay. She resumed leaning over him, looking like his ideal knight in shining armor. This town hates me. Literally, it's out to kill me. Not any of the people specifically. Just the town in general. If that were true, it's doing a horrible job. Tracy took his arm and helped him up. But, it might be karma from you trying to write one of your belittling columns about it. I don't believe in karma. Chad looked around at the elderly faces. This was a community he could simultaneously relate to and be concerned for. The contradictions were there. They'd been there the entire time. This was a place where old traditions contrasted with new ways, and where old people coexisted with the young. This is the story. He resisted the idea once more. That Pollyanna story wouldn't attract any advertisers. I'm going to have you sit with Agnes while I finish up the hinges. Tracy pointed him in the direction of others unable to help set up. Older others. Chad's head throbbed. He glanced down at Tracy, wishing he could look at her all day. You know how to operate power tools? Hello? She patted his arm gently, as if she knew he was battered all over. I grew up on a farm. Chad walked away, but not to the peanut gallery. He pulled out his phone and dialed Marty. I had you on my list of people to call today, Marty said by way of greeting. His tone was riddled with a bad news vibe. That article you sent wasn't the slam dunk I needed. Chad sat on the curb, rubbing a palm over his forehead, trying not to lose his cool, trying to think fast to avoid disaster. What happened to you, man? The slick killer instinct is missing in these pages. It's as if you just wanted to kill the town, nothing slick about it. Marty had to have misread the column. Chad stood and headed for the band B at a good clip. Give me another shot at it. He could edit it into something better. I'm sorry, Chad. We're going to have to back out. There's a cancellation clause, Marty. Chad's words snapped with anger. If he lost Marty, the rest of his sponsors would almost certainly bail. It's gonna cost you 20%. You know how this works. Marty's uneven rumble smoothed. You invoke that penalty, and I won't work with you again. Chad didn't need the advertising money as much as he needed Marty's goodwill. Still, he was mad enough not to bow down. I'll let you know what I decide on Monday. News of the No Wrinkles company backing out would travel fast. Media buying execs were networked tighter than Harmony Valley's gossip chain. Chad returned to the band B to wait out the avalanche of cancellations he was sure would come. And come, they did. The Lampoon had won this round. If Chad launched his website on Sunday without sponsors, it'd be like saying, I'm nobody. It'd be like saying, Dad won. Or it could be an entirely different statement. It could be, take that world, the happy bachelor doesn't need anybody. The pebbles hit Tracy's window just as she was thinking of turning off her laptop and starting a late dinner. She opened the front window, sticking her head out into the chilly night air. I should give you my cell phone number before you break a window. Chad stood below her, more serious than she'd ever seen him. Have you eaten? I was just about to. Come with me to El Rosal. The early bird special diners have left. My treat. Tracy hesitated. The man standing below her wasn't just plain Chad. It was Chad Healy Bostwick. I'm sorry, but I still owe you something romantic. Was that desperation in his voice? Tracy felt her resolve weakening and shored it up. El Rosal isn't romantic. No matter how much she liked the food. Don't let Myra hear you say that. Chad pulled a small tablet from his inner jacket pocket. I brought my column. So much for romance. A few minutes later, they were seated at a roomy booth and receiving excellent service in the near-empty restaurant. If the Veterans Hall became popular, El Rosal's business would increase. If the winery succeeded, the town's population would increase. If Chad wrote a good column, it could be like a perfect storm of fairy dust and rainbows over Harmony Valley. Tracy took off her rose-colored glasses. Let's get this over with. She raised her voice to be heard above the salsa music and reached across the table. Were you kind? Or did you unleash your inner beast? I wrote it for my audience. There was a defensiveness about Chad that clung like the dank smell in the Veterans Hall. His audience? She narrowed her gaze. You mean the Lampoon? I've been hoping to draw those readers over to my site, so yes. Lampoon readers. Chad drummed his fingers over the tablet case nervously. My advertising sponsor didn't like it. In fact, I lost all my advertisers today. He handed her the tablet. She hesitated. Sponsors bailing was bad news. Really bad news. Chad looked more beat up than he had after Lilac tried to run him over. But she wasn't here to give him sympathy. She'd made the bargain to protect her hometown. Tracy read the column quickly and with a sinking heart. While Chad talked with Enzo about which wine to choose, with a press of a few buttons, Tracy emailed the file to herself. This reminds me of the cat lady piece. You make us sound like a town lost in time, one that should stay lost. I praised the winery, the bakery, El Rosal, and Giordano's. He frowned. Maybe it wasn't my best piece. But it was interesting? Tracy hesitated, realizing he was asking her a question rather than defending his work. He'd never not defended his work before. I'm sorry. I don't recognize your voice in this. It's not clever. It's cruel, which makes it hard to read. You liken Leona to a prudish horror movie villainess. You posted a picture of Snarky Sam's prize-winning mug, next to one of a 20-year-old drug addict Midgan. And you wrote naked yoga isn't as pleasurable with an old naked man as it would be with starlets in Hollywood. I admit, it's not my best. Chad turned his fork over and back again. When you summarize it like that, it sounds bad. It is bad. She returned the tablet to him. That piece won't help you relaunch The Happy Bachelor. That'll kill the column. If that was what she wanted, why did she long to reach across the table and cover his hand with hers? Change of topic. I finished my video. Really? Chad couldn't pull off cheerful successfully. What is it that makes Tracy Jackson unique? The usual, boring things that make it worth getting up every morning. It was her turn to fiddle with the silverware, to admit something personal. This town. My family and friends. My scar. My unique speech. The knowledge that life can change. She snapped her fingers. In an instant. So why let dreams pass you by? That's awesome. Look how you didn't give up on your dreams and things turned around. Have you sent it in? There was no sparkle in his eyes. There was probably none in hers either. No. I'm going to stay here. I'm going to freelance in town. As it grows. You have a college degree and you're going to waste it here? Chad's disapproval stabbed at her confidence, threatening to puncture it. She held on to that hard-won confidence. I've been looking for a challenge. And I found many. Right here. She tapped the table with her forefinger. I'm changing my dream. I want to live here. And do work that is fun. And challenging. That's quitting. His lip curled. The man she'd known these past few days was gone. She wasn't sure she recognized the man sitting before her. Reach higher, Tracy. I did reach high. She struggled to keep her voice down. He was just like her advertising agency peers. I succeeded in advertising. What more do I need to prove? I can move on to creating a life that's important to me. I can ask what if. Maybe you should think about moving on, too. Chad wouldn't look at her. The happy, smiling man she found so captivating was nowhere to be found. You're moving backward, he accused. I'm moving on. You're not. Tracy did raise her voice then, raised it higher than the pulsing salsa music, high enough Myra could probably hear her in the kitchen. You're trying to write the same column you've written for years. You're scared of spreading your wings. Scared of seeing what else is out there. You're hoping this little website of yours will get your job back. But what happens if it does? You're going to be just as unhappy as you were before. Your father was right. The Happy Bachelor is pure irony. She slid out of the booth. She couldn't eat with Chad Healy Bostwick. I'm not hungry anymore. Her eyes had been opened. The Chad she could love wasn't real. Anything she felt for the columnist was over. But the fight for Harmony Valley wasn't finished. Tomorrow at the Harvest Festival, she was going to let the town know exactly what Chad thought of them. For his own good. Chapter 33. Chad entered the town square on the morning of the Harvest Festival with a heavy heart. In his own way, he'd come to love the small town and care for its residents. So what if his attempt to write a column about them had been a disaster? He'd move on. He'd rebuild. And every so often, he'd think about the handyman gang, Eunice, or Tracy. Especially Tracy. And when he thought of her, his heart would give a painful squeeze and his lungs would feel leaden and he'd wonder what might have been if he'd been smarter or braver, or a better writer. The parking spaces on Main Street were full and there were several generations of people congregating around the town square. The relatives had arrived. There was Nina Valpizzi with her grandkids. Did they notice her attention tended to wander and she was forgetting things? There was the mayor with a woman who might have been his daughter. They shared the same aquiline nose. Had she noticed the spot on Larry's face that needed checking for cancer? There was Takata with his walker and Mildred? Chad couldn't resist walking over. "Hey, you two." "Don't even say it," Mildred said. "We're just friends." Takata chuckled. "I'm going to enter the nail driving competition and she's going to bowl with pumpkins. Wish us luck." "And good luck to you, Chad." Mildred clasped her hand over his with that unconditional warmth and trust everyone in town had offered him. "We expect great things from you and your column." Chad didn't tell them there'd be no column, he just moved on. There was plenty of food to be sampled. Martin's Bakery had set up a booth and packaged up cookies, brownies, and bundt cakes for sale. Not to be outdone, El Rosal had a grill going behind their patio. It smelled heavenly. "Chad." Rutgar slapped him on the back hard enough to dislodge a peanut stuck in his throat. If a peanut had been stuck in his throat. "If you ever want to write an article about living off the land, you know where to find me." The mayor pumped Chad's hand. "You let me know anything you need to make your column about us shine. We've enjoyed having you here." After a string of other goodbyes, all expecting great things and delivered with nice words, Chad was saved by Flynn, who handed him a beer and led him over by El Rosal's grill. "The key to these things," Flynn said, "is to stay on the sidelines. The older generation really gets into the traditions. What does the younger generation usually do?" Try as he might, Chad couldn't catch sight of Tracy. Try not to get involved. But Flynn's philosophy was hard to live by when Agnes asked Flynn to judge the gurning contest. Chad laughed. "You, too," Agnes said sternly to Chad. "Your face is too beautiful for the gin, but we need judges." As judges, Flynn, Chad, and Duffy had to sit on the stage and try to take the contestants seriously. They failed miserably. And then Chad caught sight of one of the Bostwick Lampoon's writers in the crowd. Mark Nesbitt laughed harder and louder than anyone. After the competition, in which Snarky Sam defended his crown, Chad worked his way down to his former employee's side. He shook Mark's hand like any civilized man would do, but inside his territorial instincts were snarling. "What are you doing here, Mark?" "I'm writing the Lampoon's travel column now. We're retitling it The Sophisticated Bachelor." Mark got a good look at Chad's banged-up face. "What happened to you, man? Brawl over a woman? Spent the night in the drunk tank?" "I got run over by a Cadillac." "There's a story for you." Mark surveyed the crowd with an ear-splitting grin. "I can't believe you were judging that last event. Are you related to someone here?" That was one of the tackiest competitions I've ever seen. Considering Mark was in his 20s and hadn't seen a lot of the world, his observation meant little to Chad. But readers of the Lampoon might believe him. Chad felt the first wave of anger wash over him. Gurning isn't tacky. It's included to give older people something to participate in. His explanation fell on deaf ears. Mark had the attention span of a gnat. "Did I hear there's going to be pumpkin bowling?" "Yes." Mildred was waiting to take her turn. The lane had been marked with chalk powder in the grass. The pins were 2-liter soda bottles filled with water and then frozen. Smashing pumpkins. Best played drunk, I bet. Mark nodded toward the beer in Chad's hand. There was nothing sophisticated about the little man. He wore a wrinkled beer brand t-shirt, a pair of off-brand blue jeans and sneakers with holes near one toe. Actually, it's more a game of skill. The pumpkin stood little chance of surviving against 10 frozen pins. The winner was the one who knocked down the most pins without destroying their pumpkin. That's a hoot. Mark leaned back and howled at the blue sky, drawing several frowns from the crowd. This is better than the retirement party they threw for my grandfather at the pork factory. Mark got out his cell phone. I've got to take video of this. That old biddy is setting aside her walker. I bet she falls. In that moment, Chad realized several demoralizing things. He didn't like his former employees at the Lampoon. Yes, he hadn't been much better. He'd been cruel and callous and without scruples, like Mark. And yes, Tracy was right. He was scared to death to spread his wings and try something different, something that didn't rise to the top by putting others at the bottom. He'd been too stubborn to embrace it, too stupid to get out of his own way. Of more immediate concern was the possibility that Mildred would fall, and Mark would capture it on video. Chad made a quick decision. He bumped into Mark hard enough to send them both to the ground and dumped his beer on his former understudy. Mark's cell phone clattered to the pavement a few feet away. Chad helped Mark to his feet at the same time he ground his heel on Mark's cell phone. "Sorry, dude. Someone knocked me over. Or maybe you've been drinking too much. Now I smell like a brewery." Mark spotted his cell phone. "Oh, man. My screen shattered." He slid his fingers across the glass. It remained blank. "It's broken. How am I supposed to report this now?" "You're not supposed to, Mark. This story is not for you. Go back to reporting about politicians who cheat on their taxes. And tell the new editor-in-chief that Harmony Valley is off limits to the Lampoon." "Seriously? You can't do that." But Mark's laugh was nervous. "Mark, look at my face," his beat-up face. "And then tell me I'm not serious. Because otherwise we can head over to that alley, and we'll see how you look when we're done." Mark hurried away. Chad looked for Tracy. Tracy was fearless. She'd stood up to him from day one. She fought constantly to improve herself and to fly in new directions. She'd be proud of what he just did. And then he saw her standing in front of the microphone with a look his way that said she was anything but proud of him. "Hi, everybody. I have an announcement." The last time Tracy took the microphone on this stage, she'd been the Grand Marshal of the Spring Festival. That was nearly a year and a half ago. She'd been just as scared to speak in front of the crowd as she was now. But she couldn't stand the people she cared for treating Chad as if he was on their side. Chad came up to the edge of the stage. She could feel his attention on her. She didn't want to watch the impact her words had on him. "I have an announcement," Tracy said again, much louder this time. "Chad used to be the editor of the Bostwick Lampoon. Do you know what that is?" She glanced around, carefully avoiding making eye contact with Chad. "It's a magazine that makes fun. Sometimes cruelly so. Of pretty much everything." If she'd been expecting Chad to defend himself, she'd been wrong. He was almost docile at her feet. Chad didn't come here to write a kind column. He came to make fun. Here's part of what he plans to publish about us. Tracy looked at her cell phone screen so she wouldn't lose her nerve. Harmony Valley is the kind of place you retire to when you want to be forgotten. Chad seemed to shrink. She had the audience's full attention now. Tracy scrolled to another line. "You'll find great amusement in throwback favorites, like horseradish doodles and squirrel jerky. But I don't recommend trying them unless you're closer to a hospital." "Oh, Chad." Eunice pouted. "I had such high hopes for you." Tracy scrolled further. "And since it's a town for old people, they need activities old people can participate in. Gurning. Pumpkin bowling. Even naked yoga." People began to point and scowl at Chad. Voices were raised. Insults were thrown. Tracy had to shout above the crowd noise. The only nice things he said were about the winery, the bakery, El Rosal, and Giordano's. Tracy lowered her phone. "He never told us he came to write a glowing article. We were the ones who assumed too much and trusted him with our," she almost said, hearts. Hers had certainly been too trusting where Chad was concerned. She couldn't finish her sentence and the crowd seemed to hold their collective breath. Anyway, he wasn't the only one who held back the truth. Chad. Tracy finally met Chad's steady gaze, surprised by the acceptance there when she'd expected bitterness. "There is no Lambridge bed and breakfast. You came to town. And we needed a place for you to stay. Why did you have to tell him that?" Rose tossed up her hands. Tracy lifted her chin. "Because we shouldn't have lied. Especially when he had to stay with Leona, Mildred said, causing the crowd to chuckle. But the laughter was short-lived. Residents converged upon Chad, and everyone wanted to tell him what they thought of him. Tracy returned the microphone to its stand and slipped away. Chapter 34. Chad stepped inside the Lambridge bed and breakfast, which wasn't really a bed and breakfast after all. He paused inside the foyer, thinking about how his column had hurt people's feelings and wounded their pride. Even the house seemed angry with him. It settled with a groan. He'd never been somewhere where they'd seen his column before he left town. He'd never regretted writing a column before either. He'd let every resident have their say, because he deserved every harsh word. Flynn and Slade had returned from the storage locker in time to hear Tracy's speech. They'd turned their backs on him. That hurt almost as much as Tracy's disappointment in him. Leona crossed the threshold carrying a vase of fresh flowers. She set them down on a table nearby. "What's wrong, Mr. Healy?" "I'm a hated man." "By pretty much everyone in town." She scoffed. "They've hated me here for decades." "I wouldn't concern yourself, especially since you're leaving tomorrow. They don't like you because you divorced philosophy." Although Chad couldn't understand why they'd been married in the first place. "Not true. They don't like me because I don't participate in all the tomfoolery that goes on. They've practically adopted every tradition from every country around the world. It keeps them busy and gives them a sense of purpose. And I won't be a part of it. I don't need to be a part of it." Chad didn't need to either, and yet, belonging had made him feel good. But Leona wasn't as heartless or uninvolved as she wanted to appear. And he told her so. "You donated vegetables to raise money for the Harvest Festival." "I don't know what you mean." Leona's nose went into the air. She'd never admit to caring. Which was why her part in the town's deception made no sense. "Why did you agree to this bed and breakfast charade? You hate anyone coming inside your home." Leona fiddled with the flower stalks and accidentally broke a stem. She was so like his mother, it hurt him. She'd been an enigma, too. "Do you have family, Mr. Healy?" "Not anymore. Not so much as a distant cousin. I don't either besides my son and granddaughters. And philosophy." She waved a hand as if her ex-husband didn't count. "They say you can't choose the family you're born into, but you can choose the family you make. If that's true, the people in Harmony Valley are my family." She added in a mumble, "Annoying though they may be. They might like you better if you told them that." "I don't care if they like me." Leona plucked the ruined white flower carnation from the vase, snapped off the broken stem, and handed it to him. "I'm comfortable with my life. But you, Mr. Healy, you aren't." "Oh, this will be good." And a great way to forget the pain in Tracy's eyes when she'd read his column last night. "Tell me more, please. You smile and try to charm everyone, but you don't let yourself care. It makes it easier when you move on. You've buried your heart deeper than I have. I almost pity you." "Almost," he said softly, because her words had hit home. "Well, you are renowned in a way." Her lips almost moved upward in a smile. "I've read some of your columns. And I'm sure you have fond memories of every place you've been. But since you never let yourself fall in love with a destination, you feel oh so superior when you poke fun and leave." Tracy had said much the same. If Tracy's accusations had pierced the layer of protection around Chad's heart, Leona's shattered it, breaking it into sharp shards that made it hard to breathe. "So don't go thinking we're alike, Mr. Healy. I stay here and show my true colors every day of the year." Leona left him in the foyer. It took Chad a few minutes to trust his legs to carry him upstairs. He planned his website to go live tomorrow, and he was going to keep to that schedule. Schedules were the only thing he had left, and by going live, he'd be letting the Lampoon know he wouldn't be defeated. He logged into the blogging program and stared at the screen, but he couldn't type a word. He couldn't even remember what the lead sheet had said that had sparked the Lampoon team's interest in the first place. Chad went down to his car and got the box from the office out of the trunk, carrying it back upstairs. He set it on the bed and opened it up. There was the folder with the lead sheet. It said simply, Harmony Valley, too good to be true. There was a picture of his parents on their 30th wedding anniversary 5 years ago. They counted the years they'd been divorced in their marriage total. He'd taken the picture of them sitting on their balcony overlooking the Golden Gate Bridge. They held each other close. And there was the crumpled post-mortem manifesto. Chad smoothed out the wrinkles. Chad is not my choice for the job. That's where Chad had lost it. It had been a day for painful realities. Chad forced himself to read the rest of his father's last wishes. The words he hadn't been able to finish that day. Chad is a happy person, too happy for the sardonic vulgarities often required of the lampoon. I suggest you find a suitable alternative by looking at former students from pompous schools who've lied about their grade point average and other achievements on their resume. That's the kind of person I was. At least, until I became a father. And then I forgot how much that role means to a child, even an adult one. Chad should never forget. Chad spent several minutes rereading those words, digesting them, feeling the truth down to his bones. Dad loved me. He understood me. It was Chad who had misunderstood himself. He returned to the desk and stared at the screen. His father had redeemed himself in Chad's eyes. Chad had to redeem himself, too. He began to type. The hard thing about making amends and doing the right thing was that it often required logistics, which Harmony Valley was sorely short of. So Chad left town on Sunday morning and drove back to his family's empty penthouse suite in San Francisco, full of memories both pleasant and unpleasant, and began a campaign to win Harmony Valley and Tracy back. He returned on Tuesday morning and began his campaign with flyers posted on all the businesses on Main Street, including Martin's Bakery. When he was done, he had quite a few copies left. He pushed through the door to Martin's and stopped. The regulars were there, including Tracy. She wore a simple t-shirt, little makeup, and her sunny blonde hair looked as if she'd slept until the last minute this morning. There was a tablet on top of one bakery case beneath a sign that said, "Read today's blog." Someone had written a new note on the chalkboard, "We do wedding cakes. A free pie for every referral." Tracy had already begun her marketing campaign. Well, look what the cat dragged in. Eunice looked at him over the top of her black-rimmed readers, short, purple-tipped gray hair quivering. "We won't fall for your act again, Buster. Better hit the road. You people are too smart to fall for the same line twice." Chad distributed flyers to every person in the bakery. Everyone, except Tracy. First off, yes, I wrote the column Tracy read at the Harvest Festival. Tracy stood behind the counter as if afraid to move. Where was the fierce and fearless woman who'd won his heart? Tracy had an advanced copy that I gave her, Chad said. Thank goodness, she did. Rose shook her finger at him. And then cocked her head. Wait. Why were you stupid enough to give it to her? Because I trusted her. He willed Tracy to look him in the eyes. I still do. Her startled glance flew to his. He nodded. But I didn't publish the column she read. He held up the remaining flyers. This is the travel column that was posted this morning. Feel free to read it. Read it to me, Hero, Mildred said. The patrons at Martin's began to read. Hero's low, steady voice didn't carry beyond one table over. I don't understand, Tracy said, holding out her hand for a copy of the column. You were convinced that was the right column for your career. That was before I fully accepted what an empty career it was. Chad hugged the few flyers left to his chest. That was before I decided what I wanted to do with my life next. Me, Chad. Not Chad Healy Bostwick. You were right about the story from the beginning, but I was just too stubborn to listen. I wrote this column before I left town Sunday morning. By Monday night, I had a new set of advertising sponsors and a new name for my website, The Happy Bachelor Settles Down. Tracy's expression was stuck between wonder and disbelief. I want to retire to Harmony Valley. He'd begun the process of selling his shares in the Lampoon. He'd put the penthouse up for sale. And made other changes, too. Tracy scoffed. You're too young to retire. If anyone else heard their conversation, they didn't react. Chad brought out his most reliable smile, the one his mother's bunco ladies had loved. I've already had a midlife crisis, I don't know why I can't retire. Hey, the mayor said in a surprised voice. This column is nice. This column should get picked up by a national newspaper like the New York Times. It's funny. I like to hear about Roxy and her chickens. Despite her black-framed readers, Eunice held the column close to her nose. And look. There's a mention of Mama and her horseradish doodles. I like how you reference squirrel jerky and living off the land, Rutgar rumbled from the back. Chad returned his gaze to the love of his life. From the first time I saw you, Tracy, you made me smile. And somewhere along the way, I learned a thing or two from you. Chad couldn't stop smiling at her. He moved closer to the counter, close enough to take one of her hands in his. How to be fearless and how to be kind. How to be just plain Chad. You aren't really going to retire, are you? Blue eyes wide, Tracy searched his face for some clue. You wouldn't be happy. I'm taking a sabbatical. Part-time anyway. I'm going to write some travel columns about the nice, joyous discoveries that can be found in the most surprising of places. He leaned over the counter and touched the hair over her scar. Of course, I'd need a travel companion, someone who's willing to keep me honest and point out the unique, sweet character of a place. She leaned forward until her lips were within kissing distance. Who did you have in mind? Eunice. He grinned. The room erupted with laughter. They'd all been shamelessly eavesdropping. Chad didn't mind it at all. And maybe, sometimes, I'd find room in my minivan for my wife and kids to come along. Minivan? Tracy glanced outside the window. You went from a sports car to a minivan? Well, sweetheart, if you expected me to buy a truck and fill it with tools, you are sadly mistaken. If I accompany Flynn and the guys on their rounds, it'll be as an assistant lugging the toolbox. He gave her a gentle tug, so that they were back in the shared space in the middle of the counter. He was a long way from winning Tracy over forever, but he felt his empty places being filled already. With Tracy by his side, he'd have days filled with smiles and laughter and jokes. Wouldn't you rather load a minivan with our kids? Hang on. Kids? Last I heard, you weren't even sure I was your person. She was right. But there was mischief in her smile. I love you, Tracy. And I'm sorry I stood in the way of things before. He ran his thumb over the back of her hand. Can you forgive me? He hoped his eyes said a different question. Can you love me? I can forgive Chad. He's a work in progress, like me. Which is probably why I love him. And she sealed that statement with a kiss that was far too short, because everyone in Martins and everyone they called to Martins wanted to celebrate the newest couple in Harmony Valley. After Mildred and Hero, that is. Epilogue. What's this? Tracy accepted the bouquet of mixed flowers from Chad Wednesday afternoon before Thanksgiving. The bakery had been busy, what with pie, bread, and roll orders. It was 4:30 and all the orders had been picked up. Tracy was ready to call it a day. Not that, I don't love getting flowers. Tracy touched the petals of the large orange blossom before kissing Chad. Shouldn't your question be, why are you giving me flowers? Chad's blue eyes twinkled. To which I'd answer, because I wake up every day grateful to have you in my life. Happy Thanksgiving. He held up a second bouquet. These are for Leona. He was the one person in town besides Phil who seemed to get along with Leona. Thank you. Tracy locked the front door and turned off the lights. And then she led Chad to the back where she put on her coat and picked up her purse. Since he'd returned to town, Tracy had moved home, while Chad had moved into the pink apartment, renting it from Jessica. Are you here to walk me home? Or buy me dinner? I'm here to walk you home. But first, I need to swing by Leona's place and give her these. He'd put on his coat and followed her out the door, locking it behind him. And then he put his arm over her shoulder and headed them toward the town square. Did you get any writing done today? Tracy buried her nose in the flowers, enjoying the sweet aroma, and the smooth speech being in Chad's arms still brought to her. Some, Chad admitted. I got distracted by an idea for a book. Have you ever heard of Irma Bombeck? She wrote humorous columns and books. When she shook her head, he'd sked. You should read some of her stuff. She found humor in everyday life and relationships. I was reading a book of hers this afternoon and laughing out loud. I want people to do that with my writing. Based on some of the comments on his blog, he was already doing that, and Tracy told him so. I still say you should do a podcast, Tracy added. Eunice said she'd be a guest. They reached the end of the alley and reached the street bordering the south side of the town square. A crowd of 20 or so people stood beneath the oak tree. What's happening over there? Tracy wondered out loud. Let's go see. They crossed the grass. Tracy began registering who was under the oak tree. Dad, her brother Will and his wife Emma. Agnes, Mildred and Rose. Jessica, Duffy, Gregory and Eunice. Rutgar and Mayor Larry. Flynn and Becca. Slade and Christine. And Leona. What's going on? Tracy asked as they reached them. Chad handed the bouquet of flowers to Leona. And then, he got down on one knee. The end.